Please take your seats. Hola a todos y bienvenidos a la 10ª y última ronda de la 11ª edición del Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. Recordarles que durante el torneo no pueden usar sus teléfonos móviles. También les informamos que el córner de comida está disponible solo para los jugadores durante los partidos. Jugadores que no dispongan de foto de perfil, por favor, pasen por recepción para actualizar su foto de perfil para futuros Sunway Chess Festival. En la agenda de hoy tenemos la última ronda que vamos a jugar. A las 4 el playoff de desempate, que será en terraza lateral de agua o en la opción B, que será el bar Carpa Blanca. Y a las 7 la entrega de premios y clausura en esta misma sala, con el posterior fiesta de final de cierre en esta misma sala. También recordarles que tenemos a su disposición la aplicación móvil Sunway Chess para poder ver agenda y emparejamientos y para futuras ediciones. Hello everyone and welcome to the 10th round of the 11th Sunway Sitges International Festival. Please remember that mobile devices are not allowed during the games. Also, the food and drinks corners are only for players playing in the playing hall. And lastly, players without your photo profile, please don't hesitate to come to reception for taking your picture. Not for this tournament, but we will keep your picture for future editions. And the schedule for today, we have the playoff at 4 o'clock in outdoor, but today it seems that should be windy. We have an option B inside of the bar. And at 7 we have the awards and closing ceremony in this playing hall. And at 11 in the evening we have the final tournament closing party. I remember you that you have the chess APP for this tournament now, but for the next editions you can download. And well, thank you everyone for being so respectful, for doing a beautiful tournament. And well, we are going to ring the bell. Our tournament director, Francesc, will be with us. You can start.
everybody, this is the final round of Sunway Sitges Festival.
Yes, it all comes down to today. Who will win this marvellous tournament? 10 days of battling. Some of the best players in the world have come here. There will only be one winner. However, if there are a number of players on the same number of points after today's round, there will be a playoff to decide who will eventually be the champion of Sunway Sitges 2024.
That means that we're gonna have a very long working day, and you guys don't want to miss any of the actions. Make sure you join our commentary.
See you soon.
The next great days of the festival are ahead of us.
And here we are. This is the last day of Sunway Sitges Festival. Today we will know who will win the title of 18th edition of this festival. In the studio from the beautiful city, we came here to cover all the games and enjoy the day. Lawrence Trent and Katie Tsatsalaishvili will be here for a whole day. Lawrence, today we might have a beautiful tie breaks alongside with the classical part of the tournament. How do you feel today?
Yeah, well, it's going to be a really interesting round, the final round of what has been a very special tournament. We've seen some incredible individual performances, and there is one young man especially who could take all the spoils today. That is the young Grandmaster Sava Vertochin, who's playing board one today against the experienced, cunning and extremely strong Jules Moussard from France. You can see Sava sitting down there, 15 years old.
Jules is missing. Look at this. He's not at the playing venue.
Jules is currently missing, so we'll get some updates on that. But we have Sava, who is leading the tournament alone after 9 rounds. So what does that mean? Very simply, that if he wins today with black, he wins the tournament. No ifs, no buts, he is the winner. However, he is playing against Jules Moussard, who's rated 2600, and by the way, 86 points off his peak. The odds, I would say, of Sava winning with black normally are pretty low. I mean, he's expected to win with black maybe once or twice in 10 games, maybe even less. Maybe it's just once in 10 games. So if Sava does not win today and he draws, what that means is...
That means that there are a lot of people who can catch him up.
Correct.
In fact, I think Jing Yao will play against A.R. Laparty, and
Yes.
we have Gomali against Li Di and Gostein against Gavri Lascu. Look at this, we do have a lot of people, in fact 7 people who can catch him up, and here we have the handshake. Jules Moussard has just arrived at the board about 9 minutes later.
Yeah, well, sorry to interrupt. Yes, so Jules is there. That's good news for a start, because it's a morning round. This is the first time we've had an early start. This is very typical for an open tournament. The reason they put the round in the morning is, one, if we do have the playoffs after the tie-break playoffs after the round, we need more time. We will be covering that, by the way. So there is a very strong likelihood that we get that if this game doesn't end in 0-1. Even if it does, we might be doing a
we're going to do
show.
anyway. We're going to do
it
anyway because there's going to be tiebreaks for top 8 places,
Yes.
which is the organizers are promising it's going to be the best show, best part of this tournament.
Yeah.
Last year, I have experienced that. It was a beautiful way how they organized it. It was outside at the terrace. We had this beautiful background. We had a beautiful sunset. They were spectators watching the games live, and of course the players did not disappointed us. So it was a beautiful show, and they said this year will be even better.
Yeah, and we'll give you an exact kind of idea when that will happen, because a lot depends on when the round finishes. So just bear with us while we do all of that. And of course, you know, so many things can happen in the last round. It's a morning round. People, I mean, I can tell you, me personally, from experience, I'm an absolutely horrible morning round player on a Sunday in an open. My record in the morning rounds are just brutal. So
Same. I don't remember last time when I won the last round.
I just can't remember at all.
To explain that is
Yeah.
that we play 10 rounds, for instance, 9 rounds, right? All the days we have a routine, and our body, our mind gets used to routine. So that's very normal thing. We are waking up, our brain wakes up a little bit later.
Correct.
And ready to work, and we're not ready to play in the morning. That's why it is so good to train. Sometimes also in the early mornings, if you want to play at the professional level, you have to adjust the timing as well. People are saying in the chat, and greetings to our chat, shout out to our chat on YouTube and Twitch. They're saying that Jules Moussard is doing Magnets. Magnets likes to appear as the last person in the playing venue.
Yeah, there have been plenty of players over the years who turn up late. David Howell, my good pal from England, one of the top commentators now in the world. You know, everybody who watches this probably knows David. He was famously late for every single game. And there are various reasons for turning up a little late, but I don't think Jules did this on purpose today. But it's going to be really exciting to watch the games, and still, anything can happen. I mean, if Jules wins, then... Well, I mean, it's interesting because there are currently not 7 players with 7 points. 7 players with 7 points, 1 player with 7.5. So if Jules wins with white, he has 7, then he could still win the tournament alone with 8 points if there are draws on board 2, 3, and 4. So everything depends on the draw frequency of the top boards. Anybody on 6.5 now cannot win the tournament. So if you're on 6.5, you simply cannot win the tournament because the minimum score to win this tournament will be 8 points. My understanding still is that Edward Song did make his Grandmaster norm. We're going to get, we wait for the organisers at the end of the tournament to get official confirmation. But my understanding is that Edward Song did make a Grandmaster norm. And we'll update you, of course, on any other norms that are made, if there are more norms made today. For sure, there are people...
We're expecting quite the number of the norms at this tournament. Sava Vitohin on the screen with his green jacket, as he likes to wear. Must be a big day for him. Must be very
huge
big day. Leading the tournament with half a point. He's not the first seeded player. In fact, he's 11th rated in this tournament. Big day for him. Should
we, Ketty, actually go into the games now? Perhaps you can bring it up for us. There's a slight lag because Jules turned up late, so we're going to get the official feed.
All right, let's do that. The board 1, Jules Moussard against Sava Vitohin. We have 1 e4. Vitohin responded c5, and after knight f3, g6, d4.
Okay.
We have d4, takes, and knight d4. Knight c6, c4, knight to c3, d6, knight c3 d6, and knight to c2.
Yeah, so we should really deconstruct this a little bit. So we have an accelerated dragon with, very importantly, this move here, what's called the Maroczy bind. A lot of guys have seen this before, perhaps you not. White takes advantage of the fact that he's not yet developed his knight to c3 to be able to play this move, which is to grip the center as big as possible. And the point of this is that when you play like this, you are claiming that the space advantage in the center is the space advantage in the center here gives you a long-lasting edge.
Right.
And in the 50s,
Which 50s?
Ketty, the 1950s, not the 2050s. We're not
Wait a minute.
We're not there yet.
Not yet.
If you read the literature on chess and chess openings, of course, theory was developing at that time. It wasn't a kind of a, let's call it a science yet. But if you read the literature, they were saying that the Maroczy bind against the fianchetto structures is basically unbeatable. So it was a guaranteed edge with zero downside, because it's very difficult to break this structure. Of course, that was a bit tongue-in-cheek. Of course, you still can win with black, but we don't see top players playing this really with black very often, because white has just got such a fundamentally slightly better position. And it's very, very difficult to create winning chances if white doesn't want to risk. And that's the point. So I'm very curious, because this is not the opening I would have expected today at all. And I think Jules is going to be very happy. Let's have a look at some more moves after d6.
We do have some more moves, and knight c2 has happened.
Yeah, so that move deserves some commentary. I mean, why are we removing the knight from the center? Well, the idea is that firstly, white can't play the move bishop e3 because the move knight g4 is very, very annoying. And if you play the move bishop e2, black can now take on d4, and play bishop g7, and you have to waste a little bit of time with your queen because it's going to get hit at some point. The move knight c2 is a very clever move to avoid the trading of pieces, and when you've got the space advantage that white has, you want to avoid trading pieces as much as possible. So knight c2.
In fact, what Jules is doing is very smart. He went after bishop to g7. He went bishop to e2 and castle. So knight d7 has been played. Bishop to d2.
Yeah.
And this move bishop to d2 looks a little bit odd, but his idea was after knight c5 that black played to go with b4 and chase this knight on c5. Bishop d2 was needed to guard the knight on c3.
Yeah, it should also be pointed out, but let's say in this position you played another natural-looking move. Let's say bishop e3. Yeah. In these positions, this trade is not ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Giving up that bishop is quite tough, but. If you're a dragon player, you really don't want to part with this bishop. But when you corrupt the structure like this, you can actually justify it. And the knights can attack these pawns and so on. This is the reason why Jules played the move bishop to d2. So bishop d2, as you said, the knight came to c5, and now b4. Now things get very, very exciting. Because in this position here, theoretically, black can play the move bishop takes c3 here, with the idea that after bishop takes c3, you win a big central pawn on e4 with knight takes e4. So you've won a pawn here as black, but now white can retreat the bishop back to b2. And Jules Mussard, who is a top theoretician and has done a lot of work on chess, does not reach this position by accident. This is a position that Jules will have studied at some length at home. And
exactly. I agree with that, Lawrence. We do have a full screen right now of the playing venue. It is an every early round. What is your call? What do you see here in this situation? They both look very calm. I don't see nerves.
Sava Vitokin, I've very rarely seen him nervous. He was a little nervous yesterday, perhaps, but I think that his youth is really shining through. He doesn't look nervous today. I think his choice of opening, though, is a sign of inexperience, actually. I think a more wily, well-rounded, well-seasoned grandmaster does not choose the accelerated dragon when you are...
Don't you think that he has a coach who helps him?
No, not here. Or maybe he spoke to one, but I don't believe he does have a coach. Mm-hmm. Maybe he does, but if he does have a coach, then I'm very, very surprised, because the accelerated dragon is a very, very double-edged opening. And when you're on 7.5 points, and you just need a draw to guarantee equal first, the accelerated dragon is not the opening that you choose, in my opinion, most of the time. Or hyper-accelerated dragon, right? I think it's, especially against a very, very strong grandmaster like Jules Moussard, I just think that you've got better options. And now we've reached a moment in the game where Jules is playing a tempo, he's playing without thinking, and we have a position where already you have to be incredibly careful as black to not, to not suddenly be really on the back foot, because the line that's been chosen with b4 is an incredible concept. And I was going to finish my train of thought, which is that you give up a pawn, but now you've got this awesome bishop on b2. So black is a pawn up here. Now, I'm sure this has been played at top level or in some grandmaster games. The long-lasting advantage of the two bishops here fully compensates for the pawn disadvantage. It's very difficult for amateur players to conceptualize that. Like, how is white okay here? He's just a pawn down. The problem is that you've always got problems on the long diagonal. You're always going to have problems along this diagonal.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with this. And also in the open position as it is, pair of bishop easily compensates one pawn. And there can be some ideas, like, for instance, to
go on, yeah,
to somewhere to start even really ugly kingside attack like h5, h4, h4, h5 to open up even this file and bring all the pieces there. This bishop is missing pretty much, and the lines that we were showing earlier, that black wants to take this knight on c3 with the bishop and double the pawns, right? There was the case when black was able to blockade the dark squares, but now it is impossible to blockade the dark squares, and that's a different position. So anyway, this didn't really happen.
None of this happened, which is the good news.
Gave up the. You might question his preparation and opening, but we don't question his abilities. He will not give up his dark square bishop for the knight here for the pawn. So knight e6 happened, and Jules plays very fast his moves. Rook to c1. I have a feeling that he was ready for this opening. Look at this, he was blitzing out.
Absolutely, he must have been ready, so that's fine. And knight e6, rook c1 now played, and this, I'm sorry to say, Sava Vitokin, if I was his coach, there's no way he's playing this in the final round. White's position is already really preferable.
There's this line, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Shall we have some of the trades? Let's say knight to d4, offering the knight trade, and if you take this knight, and I'm going to take knight d4, chasing the bishop. So bishop d3, I love my knight on d4, and maybe I'll try to develop my bishop on e6, rook c8 to chase the c4 pawn.
Yeah, I've always got some knight. I mean, this knight, it looks good, but it's actually, it can be a little loose there. I mean, after some move like bishop e3, for example. Yeah, I'm not. I think that. What happened? I lost all my moves.
Oh no.
Did I lose all my moves?
No. There's.
I
We
lost
have
a
8
few.
moves.
I lost a few of them. Let me just quickly input them so that we get to the position. So Sava did not go for this pawn move, but yeah, something like this, right? As you said, takes. I played bishop d3. Maybe I don't even have to do it, but let's say I do it. Bishop e6. And now I go bishop e3 or knight, let's say bishop e3, and you go rook c8. And I go knight d5. This position here is not equal. This is this is just not equal. If you take on d5, I take with the e pawn. Your knight is very, very unstable on d4 because I'm threatening some kind of bishop takes g6. And what else are you supposed to do after knight d5? Like this whole position.
Maybe bishop e6 is not the right way there. A move 14 black.
Okay.
How about we go with b6?
Even after b6.
The idea here
Yeah.
is to bring this bishop
To b7?
b7, rook to c8. Just let's see what is white's plan here.
Well, I mean,
I'm still half a point behind you. It is Jules who wants to risk it. Maybe that's the strategy of Sava,
But-
to wait for the opponent to risk it.
Maybe, but the way this opening is, the way this opening strategically works, means that you don't have to be fast here with white. You can do all kinds of stuff. You've got the big space advantage. You've got the center. Sure, these bishops look good and so on. This knight is not as stable as you think. You can play around this knight. And, you know, you can even, in some positions, just go queen d2, queen d2, bishop h6, if you want to get rid of a pair of bishops. Then, you know, you can put the rook on d1. There are just a lot of ways to play. And I'm just telling you, as somebody who's played the dragon for all of his life, and dragon structures for all of his life, I am just not a fan of giving a seasoned grandmaster this kind of position with white in the final round. I would have made it much drier. Okay, he did go knight e4. Right?
Knight to e to d4 has been played.
Yeah, Jules
Jules probably will take this knight right away.
100% he's going to take this knight.
Although he has more moves here, but to trade some of the pieces, that is not so bad for him. And in fact, he blitzed it out knight to d4.
Yeah, but Jules is almost 100% still in book here. This is probably still home preparation for Jules. I'm just very curious if he's going to go bishop d3 here, or is
The bishop d3 is already on the
Yeah.
board. They are blitzing out these moves.
Yeah.
Oh, what about this? Oh, this fancy idea: knight c6, chasing the pawn on b4, a3, and knight e5.
I mean, that's incredibly advanced, but it's a lot of tempi, you know. My rook is ready to protect. I get it because it's quite a cute idea, and maybe you want to go a5 now and
A5, yeah.
soften up my queen side. It's kind of interesting, actually. Conceptually, very interesting. It's difficult to play if you've not seen it before, though, because you've just gone knight d4. Now you're going to go back and move you're moving the knight, you know, 4 times in a row. Although it does make perfect sense here. It does make perfect sense. So I don't hate it whatsoever. I really don't hate it. But look, let's keep an eye on this one. Not a fan. I've made my point clear. However, still a long way to go. Now, what we have in Jingyao Tin against Ilan Party is shocking to me. We have got, on board 2, a King's Indian mainline with b6. Now, let's talk about this position, Ketty. The King's Indian mainline has been played in a million games. And in this position here, there are 3 main moves. There's the move knight c6, which is the main line. There is the move knight a6, which is a way to kind of you're waiting for this d pawn to move so that you can get this square for the knight, or there is the old line knight b to d7. All of these moves probably account for like 80% of games in the King's Indian main line. There are even some other moves. I was just in London.
E takes d4
E
is
takes
another
d4.
move, yeah.
There's even the move h6, which has been championed recently by none other than Gawain Jones, who has done a lot of work on this, and he used this with great effect just a couple of weeks ago when he won the London Chess Classic. So the move h6. There are other moves. There is Queen e8, there is a5. I've tried them all. There is c6. I've literally tried, there's bishop g4. But the move b6, I don't think I've ever seen in this position. And I've seen...
Yeah, I have not seen it either.
I have seen thousands of King's Indians in my life. Thousands. I've played it for 25 years, the King's Indian. I've never seen this move in this position. It looks like it's an insane moment that Ilampati has come up with this move.
Well, actually, I've seen the follow-up of this position, and actually transposes to some of the standard lines, and the move b6 actually consumed a lot of time from Ting Jingyao. Look at this; he spends so much time there to understand what is move b6. But if you go forward,
yeah, well,
we will see.
Tell me this, Katie, in your database.
Yeah.
Okay, in your database, how many games have got the move b6?
Just few and recent ones. I think it's just got popular these days now. But
Wow.
it's not to compare to the main moves.
We're talking about less than like 20 games,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And how many games are there if you take this back here? Hundreds of thousands,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
This is as rare as it gets. Now, Jingyao Tin, who's sipping on a coffee there or something, because it's 10 o'clock, he's like, Esraris.
What is this?
But
We're
just-
not ready.
But just in his native language, whatever that may be. He's like, what the...
Don't say that.
What the... you know, and...
What the chess is that? Okay, bishop e3 has been played. Look at this. Bishop e3 has been played.
Okay.
And knight c6.
I mean, this is...
Invites d5. 97.
d5, 97.
92. And black goes a5. And that's what I was talking. That black usually goes with a5, b6 structure to stop b4, c5. So
Yeah,
he did that beforehand. Beforehand, white started to push a3, and then he goes with h5. Another unusual move here. Usually black tries to go f5 in this kind of positions, 98 or 97 in f5, and starts the kingside attack. And h5, look at this. I love this game. I like this approach, like totally different than what we have seen before.
Well, we might like it, and then again, he might just. I mean, this is okay. Let's just get some context here, okay? Because we're not just watching a random game. We're watching board 2 of a very big open. You do not play this as black ever if you've not done some serious work on it. Mm-hmm. So there is no way on earth that a young Indian international master, you can see there, Ilampati. Now let's get some...
Can you get how old is, like, what is your wild guess? You always guess it
How old
wrong.
he is?
Yeah.
He looks kind of young, but he might be older, but he could... Like, if I had to guess, I'd say 18.
No.
How old is he?
15 years
15,
old.
right.
This is amazing how young he
Yeah,
is.
right.
15 years old, international master from India. And we might look at this moment a future grandmaster, another grandmaster from India.
India's going to just churn out dozens of grandmasters over the next few years, because after the Gukesh win especially, the Indian
It's a
craze...
huge boom in
Huge.
India.
But what I'm trying to say about the game is this, Ketty, is that you do not play this line, which has almost never been played, if you've not done some serious work on it.
Exactly, I agree with that.
He must have done an extensive amount of work on it. Everything about what he's played screams like amateur, because You can get similar lines in the main lines, but you're including the move b6, which you would never play in a lot of these lines. And so he's included moves that, basically you don't see. But now he's played this h5 move, which, as you said, Ketty, is not the normal way. The normal way is to remove this knight, let's say the knight goes to e8, and try and play with f5. This is the classic King's Indian approach. However, with h5, what are you trying to do here with black? Well, what actually happened after h5? Because white must have played a move here, probably b4, I mean. What other move would you play after h5 here?
f3.
He plays f3, and now knight to h7. f3 is, of course, a very I should say knight g4 is now on the menu. So so f3 and knight h7. Okay, now maybe you're threatening to go f5 again, which is very possible. And we can see some moves coming in fact. So they are playing fast, which is great news for us.
Knight after f3, knight h7 happened.
f3, knight h7, yeah, b4, right?
b4, pawn takes b4, pawn takes b4.
Yeah, there'll be a trade on a1, I expect. So pawn takes b4. They've got to do something about these rooks. Rook a1, queen a1 on the board.
If I play this with white, and I used to play a lot King's Indian white, I would be very happy to have this position. Open a file, my queen, the rook canal on from a file, ready to play c5, and black has not even played f5 in this position.
Well,
I would already feel like I'm way much better.
Let me tell you this. If you ask Vladimir Kramnik about this position here, I would say that he would say that white is winning.
Very suspicious.
No, yeah, very suspicious. I would, if you put this position to Vlad right now, I would be confident in saying that he would say that white is just winning. It's just 1-0. White has got the move pawn to b4 in, which allows him to play this very important c5 break to completely destroy the black queen side. He has done this, and black is a million miles behind. Now, if there is some sort of secret idea that I don't know about, I'm going to be very, very impressed. Otherwise, this is just 1-0. I mean, this position, at first glance, to me, as somebody who has played the King's Indian all his life, looks totally lost. Strategically dead. You've got the A file, the queen can swoop into A7, you can play C5, you can play knight B5, and you cannot hold this structure on the queen side. Yes, black has gone F5, so what? You're already prepared for F5 because you've got F5, F3 in. So let's say I go C5 here. Takes, and I don't know, maybe even F take. Maybe I can even take with the knight, I don't know. Let's just say I did something like this. Even with all the trading of the rooks, knight F6, H3, just to prevent any knight G4s, looks lost to me. Unless black has got a very clear, move-by-move, precise way. It looks losing, dead, totally losing to me. Queen comes to A7. Strategically, you're busted. The knight comes to C4, the knight comes to B5, you're overloaded everywhere. I mean, what am I watching here? Is this...
I'm not ready for this. It's too early.
I'm not ready. Like, if black loses...
It's too early.
If black loses quickly here, this will be one of the biggest shames of the tournament. Because it will show... If black loses, like, in the next 10, 15 moves, or it just has a lost position, this will be, I hope, for this young international master, a really important moment in his development. Because if he's just making this up, if he is literally making this up, he's freestyling, that is such a shame, because you cannot freestyle.
Yeah, so we have a comment that looks like he has prepared it, and it looks like that to me as well, because he has spent only 2 minutes.
What has he prepared though?
From the beginning, and yeah, you definitely don't blitz out in a classical chess against a grandmaster, right? We can see that Ting Jingyao is quite surprised by his opponent's decision. Like, he might be just like, look at his face, he's curious, he knows he's better, he doesn't understand how come that his opponent plays so fast and not so clear moves, like, right, this h5, not h7, just losing some time there. To my eyes, he's very, very confused.
Yeah, of course he's confused because he just thinks he's winning. He just thinks this is the best King's Indian I've ever had. I've got white against a 24-60 IM. I don't understand what's going on. And I still do not understand what's going on in this position.
Well, what is really, really curious more than this position is the board 3. They have not started yet. And Madi, Gomali or Lidi.
They have. Started. Yeah.
Oh, they have. I didn't get that game.
They have started.
Wow, this is unusual that I didn't get it.
You didn't get the game.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look at it.
Let's take a look at
Lidi, I mean, the most crazy tournament. Playing against Orimi, who we saw converted yesterday. Another King's Indian that is now transposed into a Grunfeld. It's a Grunfeld, Fianchetto Grunfeld.
It can be Slav as well.
Not really. If
I start with d5, c6, and then I play g6, it's
yeah,
a Slav.
but this is classified as a Grunfeld now. This is a knight f3, bishop g7, or is a Fianchetto Grunfeld, like straight up. And this is an anti-Grunfeld of sorts with queen a4. I'm kind of curious by this game because these two players are very, very, they're very, very interesting dynamic players in many ways. Lidi, how he's on board 3, as I said, I've been repeating this all tournament. I mean, he could have had half the points that he's got, but he's had a bit of a good run. Queen a4 and now knight fd7 is the main line. Very cool move, knight fd7. The point is that after you take on d5, black can now go knight b6 and recapture the pawn like so, which is why white did take on d5. Sorry, did white take on d5? No, he went queen b3.
I have no moves, I can't really assist
Yes, he took on d5, went queen b3, c takes d5, knight c3 and knight c6. This has all been seen before. Black now attacks the d4 pawn, you protect it with e3. This is a heavily theoretical game. So it's just going to be a question of how well prepared Lidi is. But we're in a position which has been played loads of times. So we'll come back to that.
Meanwhile, we can go to the board 4. Also a very important game. Ido Gostein, who has been among the leaders, but he had a tough round yesterday. However, he survived and he's playing David Gavrilescu in this position.
Yeah, we have a Queen's Gambit decline, classic Tartagova sort of main line. And now this move, knight e8. This move has got super popular. Years ago, the move rook e8 was kind of a knight bd7 and knight to f8 was almost played in every game. But the move knight e8, I think, I don't know if it was Magnus actually who made this really popular, but this move makes a ton of sense. The point is that you're looking to trade off pieces as black. And the knight comes to this wonderful square on d6, and then you can even think about playing f5. So this knight e8 move, super, super modern way.
I remember when I saw this move, knight e8, I was like, what is this? Because usually knight goes on e4 or on h5 in this type of positions. Rook goes on e8. But then it was so difficult for white to go against this plan, knight d6, which supports the f5 square also for the bishop. Do we have more moves? We have actually more moves here in this game.
Yeah, so he declined the trade, which I like.
Knight
Keeping
d6.
pieces on, castles and rook e8.
Rook e8 now, and white went for b4, very typical pawn push on the queen side, and after knight to a6, b5 is on the board.
Yeah, so the drawback by playing like this with black is that, of course, you allow white to get in b4 in one go. Normally this move b4, which is the minority attack, doesn't exist. For example, here, let's say, I don't know, instead of knight e8, let's just say black played the move rook e8, right? Castles, knight d7. You actually have to prepare b4 by playing either a3 b4 or more commonly some rook b1. So you have to invest a tempo. But with the knight now on d6, as per the game, you don't have to actually worry about that. So knight e8, knight a6 b5. White is very, very fast. Very, very fast getting in this move. And I have to say, I'm not really a fan of the way black has treated this position somehow. It feels like if you're going to try this knight e8, knight d6 stuff, you have to be very, very precise. And I feel like white is very, very fast in getting queenside action here. Very, very fast. Like, I don't really get it somehow, if that makes sense.
Yeah, knight a6 is a very tricky move here, right? So after b5, you don't want to take the pawn on b5 because you give the opportunity of options here. Knight d5 is possibility there. So perhaps knight c7 is the plan here.
Yeah, but now
after take.
But no.
Maybe what black wants to do is bishop to a6 to trade the light square bishop.
Yeah, but you know, already you have to start calculating that if queen a4 doesn't win immediately, maybe not immediately, but I mean it's already like queen a4 and you might just lose here as black. Queen b6, rook d1, and it's you're hanging everything. I mean, it's really, really serious, this position as black. To be given the backwards pawn on c6, where white has not had to fight to get this, the strategic win for white to create this pawn cannot be understated. Keith Arkell's here in the tournament, the English Grandmaster, as we know, right? And Keith would just... this is his dream.
This is a dream of every white player to have this pawn on c6
not
and
every
attack.
white player, but
there is another line, Lawrence, if I can show.
Yeah.
After no, this is
yeah, okay.
yeah. After rook c1, I like rook c1 because you're kind of waiting. This is improving me, and if black goes to trade the bishops from the other side of the board,
F5.
like let's say bishop f5.
You
Look
can't.
at this. Bishop takes. Bishop takes d3.
Yeah.
Bishop takes knight or bishop.
Yeah.
And after trading everything,
Yeah.
let's do that.
Rook piece down.
Yeah.
Yep. So you can't.
So this is not really working. So
No.
that's the reason. And of course, David here, Grandmaster, he's not going for this. So he has something else prepared for this opponent. And instead of knight c7, he went knight to b4.
Yes.
And he is going after the bishop on d3.
Yeah, and now the problem with black is that this knight, if I had two moves with white, I win. If I can go here and then go a3 next, I win. Now, of course, I can't do that because b5 is hanging and you give a square back c6. So I'm curious what will happen in this position here.
Well, bishop e1 is such a natural move. And after that, you are pretty much forced to take on b5, I guess, to give some space to the knight. Let's say pawn takes or knight takes.
So pawn takes. And now if I go a3, knight somewhere, and take on d5, this still looks horrible for black. Because I win a big pawn in the center. And after, I don't know, bishop f8, look at this. I've got a protected passed pawn on d4 as well already. The bishop can come to a2. I can... this is...
Yeah, maybe you have to take with a knight on b5.
Yeah, I think you have to take with the knight, right?
Knight on b5.
Yeah, exactly. And now, yes, I get this. I can take, go a3, knight c6, queen d3, threatening mate. You have to block with g6, most likely. And now I can take my pawn back on b5 and claim that you've got an isolated pawn here and I should be better.
Yeah, we have a question how Sava is doing. That's the leader of the round. Let's go and check it out on the board one.
Yeah.
They have traded several pieces, and we need to take this on this
e5.
e5.
Now this is a very interesting moment to discuss this move. Because in general, in these dragon structures, you never play this move e5, except in these accelerated dragon structures. This move looks completely anti-positional, right? One, you're blocking your bishop. Two, you're creating a backwards pawn. It looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
But what black is claiming is that by supporting the knight in this way, that you're never going to be quite in time as white to actually reach the weaknesses that have just been created. So it's an interesting way, and knight e2 is the most logical continuation as white. Now white's trying to get to trade this knight and then create what can be a targeted pawn. So after knight e2, you can take on e2, and white can take with the bishop or the queen, probably with the bishop, because you want your queen on here. And now, if this is the position that's reached, this is a disaster for black. Total disaster. There is no upside in this position as black. You've just got a clear weakness on d6. White is going to play bishop e3. He's going to go rook c2, rook d2, or he's going to find, bishop e3, queen a4, rook d1, whatever. He's going to start piling up on d6.
Wow, this move e5 is quite mysterious for me to create.
E5 is normal in accelerated dragons, but the follow-up here, this is what I'm saying, right? So now you've got a position where if you're being honest with yourself and looking at this position with sober eyes, if you gave this position to anybody and said, 2 top grandmasters are playing this position, what are the odds of black winning this position? You would say less than 5%, yes? The odds of black winning a position like this are less than 5%. If you're playing a grandmaster 100 points high rated. The odds of white winning this position are something in the region of, I would even say 60 to 70%, and the odds of a draw maybe 30%. But the point is this, you're leading the tournament. So now, in the absolute best case scenario, you are making a draw here as black. In the best case scenario, and in the worst case scenario, you're suffering for 45 moves on the back foot, no dynamics, and you just lose. For example, let's say he goes bishop e6, I go bishop e3, let's say he even throws in f5, right, which he could do. Maybe I can even take, go f3. This is another way of treating this position, just giving us some luft. You go rook c8, I go queen d2 probably. And if you can get in d5, maybe you're all right, maybe. Maybe you get away with it. But even here, like, is a7 hanging if I go a4? Something... I mean, it's so close to just... If white has 2 moves, it's over. If white gets in queen d2, rook fd1, it's just 1-0. It is so on the edge here for being totally lost for black. I'm actually really upset that this has happened. Because bishop takes e2 is on the board, right? Mm-hmm. This is on the board.
You have played this position black, right? But with black.
Yes, I've lost this position.
I see. You're traumatized.
No, I've just lost it 1,000 times.
I see that you have just very bad memories
but the point
in
is,
this position.
But the point is, when we talk about chess and improving in chess, one of the key ways you do that is by improving your evaluation of positions. And how do you evaluate positions? You break positions down by their imbalances. Structurally, black has got a criminal...
No, white has an advantage. There's no question about that.
And look at this guy. My beautiful dragon bishop hitting a big old pawn here on e5. There's a huge square on d5, which can be occupied. You've got the backwards pawn here. And where are the weaknesses in white's position? 0. King is safe. You can't, c4 is not targetable. You've got the space advantage on the queen side. Literally, every single imbalance in this position is better for white. The pieces are better, the structure is better, the king is safer, more space, control of a file. Every single one. It may even be that this position is actually lost strategically. Like, again, if you were to give Magnus this position and ask him whether black should survive, he might just say, actually, do you know what? I don't think black can survive. That is the level that we're talking about here. And Jules Moussard knows this. Jules Moussard knows that there is no way on God's green earth that he should lose this position ever with white. And Sava probably knows, I'm going to have to fight like a lion to try and make a draw today.
He has done that earlier, and he will do his best here in this game, because I'm sure he's not giving up that easily.
No,
as he is the sole leader of this tournament. After round 9, Lawrence, maybe we can go.
Let's go to board 2.
ahead,
What
yeah.
happened there? Because we had this unbelievable King's Indian. So it went here. We saw this. We saw this. He did go f5. Have we got any moves after move 15 after f5? Because here I'm expecting c5 or queen a7. Have we got any moves?
Queen a7 has been.
Queen a7 after f5?
Yeah.
Okay, totally logical move. Queen a7. The queen does an amazing job interacting with especially this c5 break, which is
He wants to play knight b5 to go after
Also.
c7 pawn.
also. I mean, look, guys, I'm really sorry, but I look at this position, I don't believe this is prep. I don't. I think he freestyled this, and I think that he's going to lose a very, very nasty game. In a Sunday, look, he's wiping his eyes, he's tired. He is trying to readjust, because, as you said, Ketty, the time difference is a massive factor. When you go from playing at 4 o'clock every day or 4:30 every day to then playing at 10 o'clock in the morning, your brain might not be switched on, all of your bodily all the mechanics, it's not right. And when you've got a position like this, knight b5 threatening to win, I'm just like, hello, this is absolutely insane. And it wouldn't surprise me if Jing Yaotin just won in like 2 hours today. Just had the best round 10 morning round ever. Because this is bad for black. You can't sell it to me that black is doing well here. I've played too many King's Indians. I've lost too many games. White has got everything he wanted and black is not even close to launching something on the king's side. And as you said, knight b5 is just like a winning threat here. Like, let's say you go rook f7. You know what? You still go knight b5 because the knight's got no moves.
It's so funny.
It's
just
crazy.
Stuck there. It's just stuck there. Okay, we have to actually play bishop to d7 to stop knight
Bishop
b5.
d7, c5. It's just like as disgusting as it gets. You might have some knight c8, kicking my queen. I guess queen b8 is possible. I can also put the queen on a6. I can also put the queen on a3. Makes a whole bunch of sense. Probably the queen on b8 actually does a really good job, because after a trade you now can't move this knight because d6 is hanging. Well, yeah, this position is more serious than it looks, because in few moves white will just explode the queen side. And in King's Indian it is very straightforward. If you are with black and you start the king side attack on time, you are in the game. Otherwise, if you cannot do that, then white is completely dominating on the queen side, completely dominating. Es raris b6. There's a reason it's been played 10 times out of 100,000. It's because you get positions like what's on the board where you're 100 tempi behind a normal King's Indian. Что это? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué es que sé? The list goes on.
And the list goes on. Yeah, we're limited with the languages, but we understand. We understand your points. You're very energetic today, I should say.
Well, I'm upset.
You're very upset.
I'm really upset.
We have to play this early morning. Okay. Let me just point out a very interesting thing. Positive sides of the morning rounds or just the tournament. Okay. Have you noticed that the players got some bags on the chess? I think they got some gifts.
Oh, right, okay.
From the tournament.
That's nice.
And that's pretty awesome. Last year we got also some backpack and bunch of goodies there, like thermos and notebooks, hoodies.
Wow.
With the
really
logo
nice.
of the tournament, and that's something that organizers are taking care that you have the best memory from this tournament. We were talking about the organizational part of this event yesterday. You were pointing out very important and key factors how and why this tournament is successful. And one of another good things from this tournament that players can take at home is this beautiful bags and the gifts and goodies that they have. Like you see this blue. Oh, I wish to have that one. Actually, I like that.
I'm sure we can get you a bag, Ketty.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Katy
we
wants
can.
the bag.
Ketty, of
wants
course.
the bag.
Ketty wants the bag.
Love that.
Should we go for our customary hour break? On the hour break. We've been here for an hour now. That we're in the round for an hour, and the situation is very clear. At the top, really just shocking. I think Sava Vertochin is going to lose, unless Jules Moussard just makes a meal of this. This is like a dream position for Jules Moussard. If you play a Maroxy, this is what you want. I think Jing Yao Tin is like 95% favourite to win this position. And Ilan Party, I have no words for how he's played this King's Indian. And then on board 3, board 4, which we've seen, a lot can happen. We haven't gone further down than that just yet, because obviously the players that are playing on 7, 8, 9 aren't chasing the title.
Yeah, what is my call from this round, 1 hour from start? I have never seen so much already decisive moments at this early stage in the last round. On the top boards, usually we have draws, we have equal positions. They are going into the tie breaks, and they know they're going to the tie breaks. But here, what we have is a fight all the boards, and very likely we're going to have a lot of decisive results on the top boards. But hey, anyway, we're going to have the tie breaks, and that's the best part of this tournament. In the end, we're going to have a great show. You guys don't want to miss that part. Make sure that you are hanging out whole day with us, because we're going to be here in the studio with this beautiful background, which is actually not a photo, it is a live video. And Lawrence, this is actually the view from the players' room. So this is the camera is located at the balcony, and this is exactly what we have. And at some point, we don't have a sun now, it's not shining as in other days too, but at some point we're going to see this going dark as well, because today is going to be a long day for us. You guys, we're taking our first break, and we'll be back soon, very possibly with more and more updates. Coming back from our first break, this is the final round of Sunway Sitges Festival. Lawrence and Kathy in this studio. Lawrence, I was at the playing venue during our break, and it is such a magical feeling to be there. I miss to play jazz. I want to be right now in that playing venue and struggle with my position, but still be there, because this is such an amazing feeling to play the chess competition, you know? And we all have been there. We have all these memories which we have from the childhood. And yeah, I loved it there. I loved it there. And it feels so different, you know, when you're there. You see the positions from different angle. You see the players, how they react. Are they stressed? Are they nervous? Are they calm? And yeah, I loved to be there in the playing venue. And yeah, to be honest, it's like a very relaxed situation. You might think that people are stressed at this point, but they have just started, and they are ready for a big day. And in fact, before we go to the dive into the lines, you know what? I got the bag.
You got the bag.
So
got the bag.
We're gonna do now unboxing of the bag, and we're gonna see what the players got.
All right, let's see. So every single player received a blue bag.
Blue bag. This is the blue bag, and I'm going to keep it actually because I love it. And what they have is the big box of chocolate or
beautiful
sweets.
Yeah.
We can actually have this here to have some nice.
Beautiful.
Nice sweets for the energy. It must be something local, I guess, right? Must be something 100%. What is that?
It's a vegetarian.
Vegetarian, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, so we got sweets.
This is the sweets.
What else?
What
else have we got? So
we have some drinks. We have. It's a morning, right? Some people can just miss the breakfast. Do you want water?
Water and Coke. Okay.
I'm gonna take this.
All right. Okay, you take that.
And we have. This bunny.
I definitely want the hat. I definitely want.
You want? Wait, let me first try, and then I'll give you. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Look
it
at
works.
this. I love it.
Yeah.
We're gonna get one for you, one for me.
Oh, I definitely need one with.
I want to wear this in New York. I'm flying tomorrow in New York. It's snowing there.
Yeah, it's
I need
cold.
this one.
You need that hat.
I need one, but you also need the hat.
I
guess in London, try this one if you want.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Let's go.
I wear a lot of these. I wear a lot of these kind of hats.
Look at you.
I have to put it on my glasses, but yes, I'm going to take a hat. Beautiful. Is there anything else? No, that's it.
And the bag.
And the bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to get another box for you. And I think this is just before the round, because the players want some drinks, and some of them might just miss the breakfast. But we might have more gifts, because usually they do have a lot of gifts. And this one is my favorite.
Yeah, the hat
I
is
love
nice.
It's so beautiful.
All right, let's go back to the action, because in the break, before the break, you probably heard how surprised I've been with the way the top games have been going. I was very, very vocal about board 2.
Yeah, I felt bad for the players, to be honest. I was like, my heart.
You know what, Ketty? Can I tell you something?
Yes.
I think it's our job as commentators to be as honest as possible and speak our minds about a position. And frankly, when somebody plays brilliantly, as many have during this tournament, I'll say that. And I think if somebody plays poorly, I'll also say that. I think that's our responsibility.
It is our responsibility, but also on the other hand, we all have been in the morning rounds. You have started badly, but I feel these players who had a bad opening, but they are fighters. They will keep it going. So we believe that some of these players who started a little bit maybe passive in the opening, they will turn the tables. Like we have 15 years old Lamparty in this round. Very young age. This is a very good experience for him. Maybe it's not the best opening choice, but I've been struggling with my opening choices for years and years and years. But he will fight. I'm sure he's going to put a fight on the board.
I'm not saying that. Of course he will fight, and of course You know, he's had a great tournament. He's a very talented young player. I'm just still shocked that in the last round of an Open, you go for a line which you clearly didn't prepare, which is clearly inferior. And basically, you've got a lost position after 17 moves with black. This position is effectively strategically losing because white has got all the trumps of a normal King's Indian and black has got no play on the king side. So you will, at some point, even if you play something like this, queen to a6, let's just say, you don't even have to take back. You can go knight b3, knight takes c5. You can do whatever you want. Queen takes g6 also exists. So, I mean, it's just, okay, let's say after queen a6, you don't even take the pawn on c5. Let's say you do, I don't know, something else. Not even clear what you can do now, because if you take on e4, now I can even take with the knight. No, this is as bad as it gets from a strategic point of view. And so, Jing Yao Tin's like, thank you very much. And by the way, if you'd been watching Jing Yao Tin's games, which when you prepare for an opponent, you should really not just look at the games he's played, but try and understand the style of player that you're playing against. This is his greatest strength. If you've watched 8 or 9 games from this tournament, you will have seen that he plays extremely solid. He doesn't like massive complications. And you're playing into his hands. And this is a big learning opportunity for the young international master.
Exactly, and looking at the Ting's tournament, very stable, very solid. Started with 3 wins at the beginning, made 2 draws, then scored another point, made another draws, and then scored yesterday against Joseph Girard. Very important win for him. So far, he has been running this event without any losses. He's very, very solid.
Yes.
And for sure, I agree with that. He appreciates this opening choice from his opponent, and he definitely knows that he's better here. I would say that the time situation tells me that he was a bit also surprised by the choice, and he doesn't want it to miss any chance to get as much advantage as possible. And what I have noticed, some of the players are sipping the coffee to wake up a little bit, and also I saw some people there too with the elf hats. Like, it's quite a festive situation in the playing venue, and I totally enjoyed to be there among the players. This is what you guys see. This is only the top boards there. Top boards of the A and B group. Also, we have a streamers corner there, and as the players said, they are doing their best to get the seat there, because this is VIP zone. It's the top floor of the hotel, and you have this beautiful view. But besides that, we have another 3 more playing venues. 3 more playing venues. This is how big this festival is.
Correct.
And the players are divided into this part. And like, even yesterday, I had a talk with some of the players, and like, oh, I hope tomorrow I'm going to play on the top board, because it is a fantastic playing venue with all this view of the sea and the sunlight and everything. So this is, we also see this VIP zone. And is that Ivanchuk there standing watching the games? Ivanchuk is there as usually, standing and observing the games. We also have on the other side of the corner the streamers area. And what is also very nice about the event is that we have a mix of the players from B and A group. So if you're playing in the B group, that means that you have lower rating than everyone else, but you still have a chance to playing alongside with Vasily Ivanchuk or Jules Moussard, who is the top-seeded player. And here we have the whole picture of the playing venue.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful one.
Yep, it's absolutely great, and highly recommended for anybody who wants to play a tournament. I can tell you one of the key things for me is being able to look outside during the games. Looking outside the window, you've got the sea, you've got the beach, you've got serenity, and all the best tournaments I ever played, I had that. One that it reminds me of is Gibraltar, not so far away, the other side of the country, but when we used to play the Gibraltar tournament, you had you were overlooking the sea there, and it brings a level of calmness, because chess is a very stressful game, and mid-game you're very stressed. And so if you're able to just take a time out and watch the waves and watch the sea, it makes a big difference. In my experience.
I agree with that. And we don't necessarily need to look at the chessboards to find some creative ideas, right? You can just find it while you're watching the sea. That was the most common question when people saw Queen's Gambit and so Beth Harmon looking at the ceiling, looking at all these positions. They were like, can you see that too? Do you see the chessboard on the ceiling? And there's a lot of questions. So basically, all the chess players can solve the puzzles or play the game blindfold.
Correct.
And you don't really need to be just focus on the board all the time. Okay, let's now start on the first board to check it out how Sava, the leader of this tournament, 15 years old grandmaster, is doing. We can see him on the board, and I saw that Jules was walking around a lot, was chilling, and he doesn't feel any pressure in this position.
Do you have any more moves on your side? Because
we do have more moves. So the last time we saw this one was bishop e2, right? Yeah. And we do have one more move, bishop e6. And White made here a big decision to change the pawn structure and play b5. And this move actually opens up the square for the bishop on b4. So White is telling directly that I want to play bishop to b4 next move, and I want to take this pawn on d6 because you have a weakness there and you have to take care of it.
Love it. Love the move. At first I thought, what is this move? Because strategically, again, you lose a bit of the flexibility of the structure. When you've got the pawn back on b4, sometimes you might want to play c5, sometimes you might want to go with a4, a5. So b5 is a very committal decision. But when you see that his idea is to go bishop b4, it makes a lot of sense. Now, the question is, how do you defend this pawn? So let's say black plays something standard like queen c7, bishop b4, and rook fd8, right? This would be the classic way. Well, the queen on c7 is not great either because of this. Now White almost certainly would play the move queen d2 here. And follow up with rook fd1. Are you going to force black to go passive? Let's say some, again, standard moves are played rook c8, rook fd1, and bishop f8. Some kind of position like this is a very reasonable conclusion. And now let's say you go a4 with White, which also looks very logical, just to gain a bit more space. This is exactly the sort of position that I've been talking about, where black has got zero ideas except to sit. And you have to sit well. And let me tell you something, Ketsi. One of the reasons I've not become a grandmaster, one of the many reasons, apart from being not good enough. No, let me tell you something that's been commented to me over the years. And that is that in order to become a grandmaster, you have to know how to do nothing well. I'll repeat that again.
What?
In order to become a grandmaster, you have to know how to do nothing well. In other words, in positions like this, where you have to sit, and you have to sit, but you have to sit well, that is an art form in itself. How do you do nothing, but do it well? Because it's very easy to do nothing in a game of chess, but do it badly, and then you end up in a lost position. But if you know how to do nothing well, like this position is a perfect example, a very, very good player in this position, Asoa, Karyakin, Dominguez, would know how to pass and not upset the apple cart. And they do it in a very, very good way. Players of my level and below, we don't know how to sit well here. How do you make moves that don't really injure your position?
Too much, yeah, and you're still waiting.
Yeah.
I agree with that. With that. It is such a big power to know exactly how to wait and how to keep the chances still to win in that kind of waiting positions.
Well, a lot of the time it's not to win, it's just to hold. Like, do you think in this, if we had this position on the board, which, by the way, getting here is like a very realistic possibility that we almost have this exact position. Do you think that, like, black ever wins this position?
In a practical game, I have seen black win even worse positions because it's a chess game. It is a game of mistakes,
sure,
and your opponent can make mistake that we have seen.
White only makes a mistake in this position if he overpresses, because there's no active plans. You can't actually... Black... You can't do anything here as black. There's literally...
You're waiting.
You're waiting.
You're waiting.
So the question is, now how well can this young grandmaster wait against a very, very good grandmaster? It's a big test.
Yeah, here's the thing that black has this weakness on d6, but I can hold it, as we can see. It's a one weakness, and in chess we have this term of creating second weakness, right? So for white, what has to find here the plan to create a second weakness or get a little bit more space advantage to annoy and limit the black species more and more. So Sava has to sit here, as you said, has to be patient and wait for his opponent. What I have seen so far, we have seen together, he has this ability to wait. And for last two rounds, he was waiting. He had worse position. He had actually lost position against Kirill. But he was waiting and he was doing his best in there. He played queen to h4. Queen is, this is not the current position, right? We have different one, and queen h4 is on the board. He's going after e4 pawn. So there are like different type of positions when you have to be defender, right? There's this kind of position when you cannot do much. You can complicate the position that crazy, but you are waiting for your opponent. And there are some positions when you have to defend with an active way, right? So this one is definitely the one that he has to be patient. And now the pawn on e4 is hanging, and the question is how white is going to guard it.
Well, is it hanging? That's the question, right? Because it may be the case that if you take it on e4, I'm going to go bishop f3, and when you go back or you go to f5, I take on b7, and then a7 is going to fall, and then all of a sudden you're totally losing. So queen h4 doesn't actually threaten anything, and this is what I'm trying to say. This is why this position is so tricky to play as black, because even a move like this doesn't threaten anything. I think bishop e3 is a slam dunk move.
Yeah, going after d6 pawn, forcing black to play rook after d8.
Yeah, and now you can go g3, hitting the queen. The queen still cannot take because the same thing, so the queen goes c7, and now you can do all kinds of stuff, right? You can go a4, you can go, I like a4, queen d2, rook c2, queen d3, even bishop g4, trying to remove these bishops is possible. The problem I've got with this move is that if I go rook a c8, if I ever take, I think black will take with the f pawn, and potentially there's some d5 here. But even this position with the pawn on a7 hanging, there's all kinds of stuff that is just not right. This position is just not right. Bishop e3, white has got a big advantage, and Jules Moussard, you can see him there. I mean, he is very happy. We have a comment in our chat that Sava Vitahin looks like a younger version of Kamer, and that's actually true. He has the exact same hairstyle. Sava Vitahin is the name, guys, that we're gonna see more and more on the big events like this one, because this kid has a great potential to be a great chess player. On the other side of the board, Jules is a very strong player. His rating now is 2600 exactly, but we know that his best is almost 2700. So that makes him being almost 200 points higher rated player. So Jules is actually a heavy favorite in this game with white pieces. Even though he is half a point behind, he's still we consider him to be the favorite in this one. Shall we take a look what is happening on the other boards as well? We have not talked that much board 3 and board 4. Okay, let's go to board 3. This is Ido Gorstin this is Madi Orimi against Li Di. And this is the position at the moment. And, this one is a bit more sort of normal, let's say. Looks very, very level to me. Identical structure. Knight on d6. Black is fine, white is fine. Doesn't this just scream equality to you? I see no reason why this should be anything but equal. In fact, I don't really know how to best proceed here as white. He's going to maybe put the knight on d3 or something. I don't know. Yeah, the knight goes. So, something like this. I mean, this is about as equal as it gets, right? Black certainly isn't worse, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is the best scenario for any player with black pieces to equalize the position at this level, at this point of the game. And then, to be honest, I feel like black has a bit of more space advantage on the queen side that this pawn a5 creates, and the pieces are so allocated there too. But the question is how much of this advantage is on the queen side and how black can use it. And also another thing is on this board they want to risk it, or maybe they want to make a draw and go to the tie breaks, because this position, if you risk, you might just make the wrong decision here and lose the game.
Well, I don't think these guys. I mean, these guys are not a draw, and they don't get to the tie breaks, right? I mean, they get to, maybe there might be a second place.
They get
playoff.
to tie breaks. Yeah. So we're gonna have tie breaks of. They will not get the tie breaks for the first place, but they're gonna get to tie breaks.
Yeah, so they'll play some tie breaks, but again, I think they're just going to play a game as it is and not think too much about winning the tournament, because everything depends on board one anyway. So I don't think they're thinking about that too much. But this is not really a position to discuss. It's very, very level, not much going on. So let's move on to board 4, where there's definitely a lot more action. We last saw it after knight b4. There was a trade on c6 and bishop b1, a5, knight a4, knight c4. A lot of knight jumps.
I like these 4 knights. It's actually
Amazing.
dominating the whole game. After queen b3, we do have knight b1 and rook f to b1.
Yeah, so white has given up the light square bishop, which is controversial, but kind of makes some sense, because you've created the backwards pawn. Your knight is ready to sit on c5. You're ready to kick this knight with a3. And yeah, you're going to go a3 next, basically, against everything.
Bishop b5 is another move that black has played now.
Which one?
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5 is on the board? Okay. Yeah. And now as white, you almost certainly just go rook c1 here. And actually, it's very difficult for you to put a rook on b8, because it's in a discovered attack possibilities. And again, look, I look at this position and I say, Estraris. I say, what is going on? Because how do I defend this pawn? Like, I need a very, very clever continuation here as black, because white's next move is just extremely obvious, and then I'm actually struggling to find a way.
You have to play rook c8, right? There's not
rook c8?
Yeah.
Okay, something like a3.
A3, and you have to...
Knight a6.
Can I go crazy there and play something like g5, knight d3? Does that give me anything but to drop the knight?
Yeah, but I'm going to take this probably. You take, I'm going to take, you take, I'm going to take, and you're still left with...
Bishop d6.
Yeah, maybe it's less clear. I mean, maybe you've got...
Maybe this is what you want to do in this position, rather than to sit. Because here's we have this structure that longer the game goes white, it's better for white. It's going to be just much better for white, because white will not create any weakness. So with black, if I play this one with black, I would love to go for some
What about g5 immediately? To give you access to the d3 square.
Yeah, possible.
But maybe it's just a square and it doesn't mean much, right? Let's just say you went here and I took what
I don't really want to give up the pawn,
no, you don't want to give up the pawn.
honest.
But what I'm trying to say is that, you know, actually that The knight on d3 might not be as big. I mean, it's not Karpov Kasparov, the octopus on d3.
In fact, in that line after g5, if we can take a look after rook c8,
Go for it.
a3, g5. If I just go knight to e2, how serious is this position? Is the knight just trapped on d3?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Or I have c5 move?
I don't even think you have c5, to be honest. I mean, if you have c5, you're very lucky to get away with this.
Yeah, so if I take, I have a c4.
Yes, and if knight, yeah, you can take.
Then I take here.
Yeah, but even this position, like takes rook d1, like, or rook a c1, white is better.
Should I take with a rook?
Knight d4. You got lucky. There's takes and bishop f6 at the end, I think. But even this, all of these positions are better for white.
Because of the constructors, they are pushed too far.
Yeah, this is bad. This is Gavrilescu should suffer. I don't mean that in the.
Oh my God!
I don't mean that like he deserves to suffer, but he should suffer.
No. Yeah, okay.
All right, let's move on.
This is a position I had on a daily basis actually when I was playing with black in this position. So,
okay, let's go to board 2 because you know my opinion on it, and board 2 has upset me. I'm upset by it. I'm upset.
Let's not be upset.
I'm upset. What can I tell you?
No. Don't
okay, there was a bunch
people
of trades.
Who are doing their best. We're sitting here chilling, judging them to play better innings. Let not be upset at people.
I'm upset. Okay, what happened after takes?
Do you want some chocolates
I'll have chocolates in the next break. D takes c5. Okay, this is the position on the board. I believe there was no. Oh no, there was a rook trade first, right? There was a trade on f1, and then d takes c5. Okay. D takes c5. So this is the position here. So as white, you can go knight b3. This is the classic way to recapture this pawn. Knight f6 and h3, right? I guess.
Stopping knight coming on
Stopping knight g4. And like now you just suffer with black.
Can I go something like c6 to try to trade the pieces?
Yeah, so something like this. And again, if you survive here, it's just from pure luck that you have some tactic rather than...
Wait, I can go for d5 pawn right now.
No, because there's a pin. And your d7 bishop is hanging.
So bishop goes somewhere. I was thinking of bishop e8, bishop f7, Lawrence, there, to go after d5 pawn. 96. There's 96, also. Yeah. But what about bishop f5 instead?
Whoops.
Bishop c4, right?
Sorry. Bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
if
thinking
you get
of
a
knight
knight to
c8,
d6,
96, yeah.
I know, I see what you're trying to do here. I do see. You're basically, even if you get that, you're slightly worse still. But the point is that you're just relying on a bit of luck that something works right here. Knight b3 has been played. This position is on the board. Well, what can I say? I just, yeah. If black survives, he's had a bit of luck today because it still feels like only white can be better, and I'm really curious how much pressure Jing Yao Tin puts on black here because Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to assess the form of Jing Yaotin this tournament somehow. He's on 7 points, but I feel like he's not played amazing either. I feel like he's played okay, but I don't feel like he's played amazing chess. So,
who do you think has been playing amazing this tournament besides Song Edward? Because we know that you like that his game.
Well, I think Sava Vatokin has had a really good tournament in general. To be honest, I think Ido also has not had a bad tournament. Ido Gorshtein. Lidi, I've already made my opinions clear about. I think he's a great player, very interesting player, but he definitely got a bit of luck.
There's a player that we should not miss.
Yes.
To the list is Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, who has been playing so nicely this tournament. He gives it all, and yesterday was his unlucky day. He wanted to win so much that he went all in, which is really, really, really nice.
Yes.
From young players, he's trying his best. Unfortunately, today he plays on the board 6, and he cannot fight for the first place.
Yeah, he had this really unfortunate day yesterday where he lost this brutal game against Sava Vitokin, and I mean that was one of the top. What would you say were the 2 top games from the tournament, Ketty? Can you think of
to top games?
Maybe even that game yesterday.
Absolutely. That was a very important game.
There was that game, and there was
also a well-balanced game because they were both.
Yes.
They're both grandmasters who actually have so much ambitions. They both want to win.
Maybe Edward Song beating Alexienko is one of the best games of the tournament as well. In round 2, I'll have to have a think. Send us your thoughts on what you think the best games have been, because I'm curious what you guys think.
You're asking to the chat? Or
to the chat,
me?
to the viewers.
Okay.
Tweet at us.
Yeah.
I know we haven't been so Twitter-based this tournament, but you can always get in touch there at Lawrence Trent IM and at Ketty Chess. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, so make sure you
go.
tweet us. I was telling Ketty, I don't have Instagram. I don't have Facebook. Well, I have Facebook, but I almost never use it. I
think you should do some Instagram.
I don't have
reels.
TikTok. Do you have TikTok for sure? Do you have
what
TikTok?
What makes you think that I have
you look like the type who has TikTok.
Really? What is my type? This is interesting.
You're younger.
Younger.
Young. You have TikTok, right?
I am not on TikTok.
You're not on TikTok?
Person, no.
Really?
No.
Oh, interesting. I could have sworn. But you have Instagram, you have Facebook, and you have Twitter.
Yeah, that's
the holy trio, the holy trinity.
Yeah.
I thought you would have TikTok. Do you have Snapchat?
No.
Oh, right, okay.
You have wrong
no.
assessment.
No.
Well, yeah, I think in general, like, this is a part of my job, and also we want to make chess more popular, right?
Yes.
To attract more and more people. So I think I should have a TikTok. I should be more active on TikTok. I do post some videos on TikTok, obviously from some tournaments, but I myself don't use it. You know what? During COVID times, I downloaded it because a lot of friends of mine were sending me the videos of TikTok and I couldn't open it, so I finally downloaded it. And at some point, I realized that when I closed my eyes, I was like, I had in, this vision of like something white in when you see.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God.
Is that from too much TikTok?
Yeah. And there was a moment, without any thinking, I uninstalled it.
Oh, well done. That's really impressive.
Yeah. And
that's really nice.
Then another time I had to down because code was long period. It was like 2 years in a row. I couldn't do anything. Then I downloaded it again. And then at 4 a.m., I'm scrolling. And I was like, why I'm doing this really? And there was another time, without much of the thinking, I uninstall it. So I have a love and hate situation with TikTok. And at this point, I have it, but I don't use it.
Okay.
So yeah.
Good.
You guys don't go too far. Don't ask some weird questions in the chat. They're going wild. Whenever you talk about these things, they can be very creative.
Let's go back to board one.
Board one is something that we have to focus so much today.
Let's get a big view of these guys. Let's get a big shot. This is the game of the round, game of the tournament. If Sava Vetochin wins, which, by the way, as everybody has been listening, if you've been listening, I've given something like a 0% chance of that happening.
Oh my goodness. Lorenz, stop.
But
if he wins, you'll feel guilty.
I won't feel guilty.
No, don't. No, it's more
okay.
than 1%. Come on.
I'll feel
more
okay.
than 1%.
You think it's more than 1%?
Of course, chess, sport, anything can happen. Like the game that Gavriloscu won the other day, the theoretical rook end game, just because his opponent found this one losing move.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. I get it.
Let's keep the options open, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
We're not competing.
It's not 0%. But
give us 1%.
I'm going to give you like 10%.
No,
I'm going to be really generous. Okay, so what actually happened in this game? So there has been some moves. So I went Queen H4, Bishop E3, Black played Rook FD8, Queen D2, and he just went back. Wow.
Oh, Ivanchuk, very curious about this game.
Okay. He's not even, I think he's thinking about his own game, but here. So he went here to then go back here. Can you explain what's going on? Because I can't. I mean, what I'm trying to say is if we go back here after
that's very simple explanation.
He didn't want to allow Bishop B4.
No. The thing is that he's waiting, right? You said there are players who know how to sit. So he wants to play normal moves, but he doesn't want any complication.
No.
He wants to just waste his moves.
I have to disagree. This was actually very clever. He went Queen H4. Listen, look at this. He wanted to provoke Bishop E3.
To have this bishop on this diagonal.
Correct.
Right?
And only then to go Queen E7. Because if you go Queen E7 immediately, you run into Bishop B4, and he didn't like the idea of having the queen there. So he provoked the bishop to come to E3.
Yeah, but on the other hand, white could also play Bishop B4 instead of Bishop B3. You are not forced to play Bishop B3.
No, but now when you go Bishop B4 here and after Rook FD8, the lack of the bishop on the queen side might make on the king side might make a difference in some lines. For example, there may be some bishop H6 that hits you, and then you have to put the rook maybe somewhere slightly awkward. You control the C2 and D2. There's no rook C2, rook D2. I don't think you want this bishop on B4 with the queen out here. I think you want the bishop on B4 when it's actually kind of targeting. But in the game, when you've got the bishop on E3, you've just got a bit more control of both flanks. There's a bit more restriction. So I understand.
So is this good or bad?
I don't know if it's a good or bad idea. To me, honestly, to kind of waste this time, you can see the bar is slowly creeping up with white. I fail to truly believe that it's kind of good, if I'm honest. I think it's very... Okay, and we've got he just made a move. So what move did he make there? I guess it's A4, if I had to guess. It looked like a pawn move.
Yeah, A4 is
A4, yeah, correct move. And now the question is, does Sava Vetochin actually want to... does Sava Vetochin actually want to break with F5? That's the question, Ketty. Does Sava Vetochin want to break with F5 here? What do you think?
I don't know. How I know? You
don't know? It's fair
I don't know. I really don't know. It's a move. That's a move. You can obviously play that one.
It's definitely a move, right?
It's one of the other moves too, so there are more moves to play. We're going to learn about that very fast. It's an opportunity, but
I mean, it's
you can go for it. Like,
you
want to
go for F5.
Why not?
Well, so there are a few things to consider, right? Firstly, after F5, let's say, firstly, I don't think you go F3 here as white. I think that's a mistake. It feels like a mistake, but I'm not even sure. But because actually you can't trade easily because bishop G5 is very annoying, and having the F file is very useful. So after F5, F3, do you actually want to go F4 here? Feels again like no, feels like strategically it's a big mistake, because now even though you've closed the center, you have got this guy permanently. This is also a very nasty bishop. So I don't know. I'm totally unsure whether F5 is actually going to be played or playable, let's say.
Yeah, it's not a deal breaker, actually. It's not changing that much, right? White can be stable here with F3 and not change the structure. White will not take the pawn on F5. That's the obvious thing.
No, that's not true. Taking is actually a very legitimate move here. Takes an F3. This transformation of structure, because now actually you improve your structure with white. You've now got 2 pawn islands, and you claim that black has got 3 pawn islands, and this guy is obviously isolated, and these structures are actually not that easy to navigate as black. The only issue with taking on F5 is that at some point you might give black the opportunity to go D5. So if he does go F5, I do actually expect Jules to play F3. I do expect that move. And he's played a move. What move was it?
F5 is on the board.
Is it? Mm-hmm. Are you sure?
I see that, so I'm not sure.
It's on the board. It is on the board. F5 is on the board. Now, this is a really interesting moment for me. Jules is going to have a good think.
Will he play F3 and keep the structure, or he will try to change a little bit the direction of the game and take on F5? That's what he will take some time here, I'm sure. And Jules, in fact, took 26 minutes on move b5. We remember that we love that move b5, and he likes to take his time. I expect him to use some of his time at this point. Before we take our second break, I suggest to go board 6. We have Marc-Andrea Maurizi against Liu Xingye. Oh, he takes the pawn?
No, he played F3.
He played F3?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. If we just go here in this position, this game is not for the first place. Of course, they're not fighting for the first place, but still very interesting. Top board, and after move 16, they have played a couple more moves. So let me bring it. A6.
Wow.
Knight to A7.
Wow.
Invited this knight to go on A7.
You don't. The reason he didn't go knight A3 is because of C4. Because otherwise, white's got actually a beautiful position. But I think this is the reason why he didn't do it. So he went knight A7, which is interesting, yes.
Rook to C7, and after E5, it is black to move here in this position, but I love to see this knight on A7. I don't know, it's going to be trapped? It's going to be white has to give up the pawn there or not?
Well, he's gone E5 to open up this diagonal, right? So the idea is that some knight C6 now, the pawn will be supported on C6. Actually looks very dangerous for black, this position. Like, at first glance, I would be very, very worried as black, because this knight C6 move is a really big move. And if you take on E5, I'm trying to think of the way here, and I go knight C6, takes, knight B8, maybe? But now a move like queen B3, perhaps? It's the sort of position where, again, I've had this like a million times with black in my life. And I think that this can get very out of control. This is a really critical moment for Marc-Andrea, because it's very easy to make a mistake here as black, and the moves are not that obvious normally, like what you should be doing.
Exactly. I had a glance on the engine to see, and engine gives a slight advantage here to black. But you have to find some awkward moves like knight to b8, trying to control c6 square.
That's not an easy move to find.
It is not easy, especially when white's next move is queen b3 to chase the pawn on b6. And now you can take on e5. White has two options, either to take on b6 or to take on e5 as well and keep this struggle there. So let's say queen takes on b6. Now the engine says, go for e4, which is, what? Who does that? Giving up the pawn, white can capture this pawn with the bishop. But after bishop takes on e4, black can start to bring the knight on d7, attacking the queen. And when the queen goes back on b3, then you have knight f6, attacking the bishop and the pawn on d5. And in some lines, you also have c4, very unpleasant move. You can also bring some elements of queen b6 in the game. If Mauricio finds this line, he can get big advantage.
Yeah, he's not finding this line. This is not how humans play at all. None of this screams human. This just can't happen.
And we know what's going to happen if he plays this move.
Yeah.
We know that you're going to the playing venue.
I'm going to get the scanner out.
Scan.
That's the way.
I really want to see that. You promise that if the moves like this happen, you're going to the playing venue. I'll be sitting here. We will be watching you on the big screen how you're going to scan the player. Okay, at least you go in the playing venue. Okay, yeah, you will do that, right?
Actually, I haven't been to the hall for a while, but
yeah, it's really nice place. But you promise it.
I promise.
With or without scanner. So I'm going to keep the eye on that. If Mauricio plays this knight to b8, we gotta see Lawrence going in the playing venue, at least waving to us. Before we take a break, because I announced a break, there is a request to take a look at the board 8, where we have two French players facing each other. I don't have the game, but let's take a look what is happening.
Yeah, this is.
Oh my goodness, knight b8 is on the board.
Oh yeah, I'll see you in the plane.
You guys, make sure you watch this video. We're gonna have a full screen, and you're gonna see Lawrence going to this playing venue.
Let's see. But this is just very quickly before we go on break. Of course, this is not a tournament sort of decisive game for the tournament. Thibaut Dudognon against Joseph Guirel, Battle of the Frenchies, and we have this position. We're just going to look at the position straight up. This is obviously from a Sicilian, or it could have been actually, that's not completely true, it could have been from a Berlin. Let's just have a look so I'm not completely crazy. I would have said it's a Sicilian, of course. And the position is as follows. White has stabilized his knights in the middle of the board. Black has got this horrid structure, but the white king is already on the queen side, so ideas of launching a pawn does exist. Black has got the two bishops. You know, it's one of those typical positions. Structurally, white is better, so long-term white is better. All endings are better for white. But for the moment, black has got some dynamic placement. He's got the knight on e6, which is good. We can jump into d4. He has to think about where he wants to put his king. Maybe king side is okay because h4, h5, it's kind of blocked. It's one of those ones where if I switched on the machine, I would guess it would give very close to equal. So let's do that. And no, what do I know? It thinks white is just much, much better. Which doesn't totally surprise me because, again, the knights are great, the structure is great, but a lot of work is required before you convert an advantage here. It's not even clear to me how the best way to go is.
Well, the line that it's suggesting here, if black castles on the short side, white can play f3 with next move coming up g4, and white will build up very strong kingside attack.
Even that's not, like, if you give the f4 square, I mean, even that is not clear to me at all how that works. But yeah, I can I can see something brewing. So yeah, for the person who requested that game, looks as though white has got a decent position. And we saw f5, f3 on board 1.
And a6 as well.
And a6 by Sava Vitokin. And can you see just how with every move the bar is getting slightly higher for white, slightly higher. And now, of course, Jules has to play really, really well, but he's more than capable.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of a6 move because it gives up the very important square on b6. And with that bishop b6, you can control d8 square. You need this square for black to have the rook constantly. You cannot give up the control over d6 pawn. So this move, I don't really like that.
I mean, he wants to activate the rook down the a file, but a move like bishop b6, rook d7 and a5, for example, makes a heap of sense. If there's ever a trade, we don't mind at all, because now our rook is coming. And now we've got ideas of creating a pass pawn on the a file.
Maybe d5 here?
Yeah, you can go d5, but now maybe I can take on f5, I guess, is the move. And if you take back with, I don't know, like bishop, it's still very, very tricky, this position. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is not easy, and you can still go very wrong here. But
well, big fight coming up, because Sava's last two moves, f5, a6, means that he is opening up the position by himself, and we're gonna see excitement coming on this board. At this point, you guys, if you just joined, Sava Vitohin, Grandmaster, 15 years old. He is the sole leader after round 9, and there are 4 players trying to catch him up and take him into the tie breaks. We're gonna have tie breaks as well today, so make sure that you join the most fun part of the tournament. It's gonna be, we don't know exactly what time, pretty much depends on the last game of the main tournament, but hey, if you are here around, you're gonna be watching that too. This is our another break, and we're gonna see Lawrence go into the playing venue now on the screen.
maybe.
Hey, you just said
No,
you're
I
gonna do
said
that.
I said they had to do the whole line with knight b8, queen b3, and so
Oh,
yeah,
look
they have
at
to go the
him
whole line.
backing off.
I don't want to go up there with those guys.
Look at you, guys. Share your opinion in the chat, what you think about Lauren's actions right now. We will be back soon after our short break. You don't want to miss any of the actions.
See you soon.
We are back, and this is the last round of Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. Lawrence and Caddy in the studio. We do have very important game in progress on the screen. Sava Vitohin against Jill Moussard. A lot of the tension on the board right now. And you know what? If Sava Vitohin managed to win this game, he's clear first. No one can catch him because he's the sole leader after round 9. However, Jill Moussard is making it very difficult for him because he has very nice position, and right now we have the position on the board. Lawrence, tell me, have you been in the playing venue?
I haven't been.
Scanner.
No, I haven't been in the playing venue with the scanner. Although it looks like the line I said cannot happen might actually happen. So what do I know? But what I will say about this game, talking seriously, is that if you've been watching the bar on the left of the board, that's the computer evaluation bar. You've just seen it with every couple of moves. It's just going up and up and up. And now, White has got a very, very serious advantage in this position. He's managed to expand on the queen side. But there is still a lot of hard work to be done here to convert this. A lot of hard work. This is not straightforward. And now we're reaching one of those points in a game where the next moves don't come so easily, naturally. At least they don't come easily to me. What White should be doing in this position here?
We do have, I think, a few more moves.
Oh, a few?
So, rook b1.
Okay.
Just one more move. Black here captured the pawn on b5, and that's currently the position. I see now the time is very, very soon will drop down from 20 minutes, and that's when all the craziness starts that we like it, right? So Jill Moussard is about to capture, and he captured the b5 pawn with the pawn, obviously, and now he's just improving his pawn structure. Wants to play a6 next move, a7 next move. Look at this beautiful bishop, called that crocodile bishops for the personal reasons, and that means that these two bishops are so strong. They can support the pawn all the way to a7. When the pawn gets on a7, that is almost a queen.
Yeah, but there has been a fundamental change by playing like this by Jill, which is that the move pawn to d5, and he just plays it, pawn to d5, of course, opening up the position and giving him the look. But so we've had a complete change actually in the essence of this position. And it's a very interesting one, very, very interesting one, because now you have to take which is white. Black will probably take back with the rook, because I think bishop takes d5 is a blunder on account of bishop c4, nice tactic, exploiting the pin down the d file. And this looks like it actually just wins, so you have to take with the rook, which Sava will do. And then almost certainly, Jules is going to move the queen to somewhere like e1 out of the way. He has to control protect the a5 pawn, so queen e1. And now, again, some kind of bishop c4 is in the air. So we're going to get a position like this. And it looks like it's an improvement for Black because he's kind of released. But as Ketty was saying, the issue, what you've given White is the opportunity to get a very quick past a pawn. And White's structure is still very, very solid. White's got a very, very compact position. And you can also see that the bar is not moving. So the computer believes that this position is still very, very unpleasant for Black. And I agree. I think, again, you've got a number of practical problems you have to solve on the queen side. And I think Jules is going to be just very, very happy, basically. And both players are away from the board now. So that gives us a moment to...
Yeah, so I was wondering how the players are like spending their time when they're not at the board. And in fact, they do have a balcony on the top floor, and I saw Sava was hanging out there, having some fresh air, collecting all his thoughts, and he was just chilling and waiting for his opponent to make the move. But it was a little bit windy there.
Well, okay, it's a little bit windy. He wanted to get some air, but this is, the position that I was just looking at is going to happen. Jules will play queen e1 here. There's no other move because you have to protect the a5 pawn, and we've got a very interesting struggle there. I still think Jules is kind of big favorite, actually, and it's going to be really interesting to see how it develops. And I do want to go to the game on board too, because I know I've been yapping about this game, and it's been a yap fest, but I stand by every single word I say.
What does that word means?
Yap.
Yeah, yap.
Where I've been talking a lot about this game, and the reason is because I just think that one of the things that these young players lack is a pragmatic approach to certain situations in tournaments. It's not their chess skill or ability, but pragmatism. And pragmatism comes with age. And that's the difference of having a really decent coach or father figure or mother or whoever it is who can guide you. And everything that Black has done in this game screams to me inexperience. We last saw it after knight b3. Black played c6, trying to relieve some of the tension, but d6 is a massive move, forcing the knight back in check. And the problem is when the king now moves, wherever it moves, h8 or f8, I'm not really sure where it's going to go, you can now play the move queen b8. c5 is then going to drop, and maybe not queen b8, queen c7 maybe is better here. Sorry, queen c7 is very, very strong here, very, very strong. Because if takes, now I'm threatening knight takes c5 and then bishop a6. Your bishop has to vacate. It can't stay on this diagonal, it'll get hit, and it's over. So actually...
Yeah, in this position, he already played king to f8 to have this king closer to the actions.
Yeah, and now you can go queen b8 because there's all kinds of pins on the back. And then queen b6, queen a8. Hold on a second. If I go queen a8 immediately... Actually, the more I think about it, is this even a threat? Because now there's a bishop takes c5. So what if I play, for example... Okay, there are a lot of moves for this queen. Let's say I put the queen on a1, just as an example, right? Even this. Because you can't take on d6 because I have bishop takes c5. And you lose with black. The pin just looks... I mean, you're going to be in some kind of eternal pin here. And I would be shocked if this isn't winning somehow for white. And it just doesn't feel human to play like that. So king f8. But I am genuinely curious where white is going to put his queen here. I think Jingyao Tin has to actually invest some time here. It's one of those moments where investing time is fine. The move queen b8 here, if then now queen b6, you've got knight takes c5. Look at this. This is the difference. This is the difference with the king on f8, because before with the king on h8, you could go queen b6 and the queen had to move. But here, you can just go knight takes c5. And knight takes d7 check. The point is queen takes b8, knight takes d7, we win the queen, and we win the queen and the bishop, and we end up a piece up. So queen b8 actually makes a whole bunch of sense. It's actually the most natural move in the position to play queen b8 here. And now your threat is just to go knight takes c5 and bishop a6, or knight takes c5, knight e6 check. It's just completely winning. The position is just actually over now. It's not even, close to being holdable as black. Knight takes c5 is, I think it's the end. You can see Ilimpari's got the hoodie on, but he must know that.
It's a bit chilly. Yeah, the door was open actually, and maybe that's the That's the reason.
It's a bit chilly. It's a bit chilly, but, you know, I stand by...
You want him to wear this hoodie because
I
he's
like the
bad
hoodie.
position.
But yeah, I mean, he doesn't look too angry. I guess it's because it's the last round. He's probably tired and...
He's a young kid.
He's a young
He's
guy.
15 years old, playing very difficult event, of course. And morning round is...
He'll be a GM soon, but...
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Actually, winning today, I wonder if that got him a GM norm.
So I just have the
Yes.
confirmation from the
Yes.
chief arbiter of the tournament, Nuno Andrade, who confirmed that Edward Song got the GM norm yesterday, and he even got the certification yesterday.
Lovely.
So he knew it, and he's very happy.
Of course.
We have to congratulate him because we had this talk the first
course.
day, remember? And then we do have two players on the top boards who have a chance to get the GM norm. In IM norm, and the first person is Indian international master Anvesh. Is playing against Kirill Alisenko on the board 5. This is the first player who has a chance, and the second player is the French FIDE master.
Dudognon.
Yeah, go. You say it so well. His name, and he's playing against Jurel Joseph on the board 8. Those are two players who need to win now to get the norm.
Well, we saw this position before, didn't we? This is actually the game where it said that white was a lot better. Let's just go to the position. And I don't think anything has changed at all. I mean, white has got a great little attack. He's got the pawn on g5 already. And you can play slowly here with white. You can get the king to a better position with king b1. And then ask what black wants to do. It's very difficult to release the tension here as black because f5 is always met by knight takes e5. So you play king b1 and you say, what is your next move, sir? Not at all easy what black's next move here is. Like, doesn't come to me as obvious. Or his plan. So, Dudognon, big chance.
He's holding this game pretty nicely, so he has a chance. And board 5, let's check also Kirill Alisenko against Anvesh to see what are the chances here for the norm.
Well, this looks slightly better for white, but again, Anvesh has just played a really provocative move, b4. So the question is, why can't white just take this pawn on b4? He's going to get hit by the rook, I guess, and after something like queen c4, maybe there might be a check on it. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. There's a check on a5. You can't block because the bishop's hanging. I kind of get it. b4 is a very nice try by Anvesh, who needs a win. I mean, imagine getting your GM norm beating Alexyenko with black.
Oof.
That's
like, how you want to get your norm.
That would be very special. That would be very special. That's incredibly special. That's incredibly special. But look, there's a long way to go. I don't know what Alexyenko is going to do. He's had a really, I don't know, his tournament has been very, very strange. I think ever since the loss in round, was it 2?
You're talking about Alexyenko?
Yeah, Alexyenko, when he lost to Edward Song.
He lost in the round
3.
He was around 3, and then he lost against Sabavetohin in the round 8. So he has 2 losses and 1 draw, and he's in minus in rating, which is, for this level of the player, it's so difficult, right, to go for the open tournament and play against very strong opponents who have much lower rating than you have. On the other hand, Anvesh is having a really, really good tournament here. We have seen him on the top boards, and it's actually funny that he had 4 out of 4, and then he made 5 draws in a row. Ever since round 5, actually, he's making the draws against quite strong grandmasters. Very, very solid player. He needs this final blow now. Lawrence, are they talking on the board 4? I think they
so Arimi has finished. Arimi against Lidi. That must have been a draw, basically. I just see draw. Okay, so draw not unexpected there. Orimi against Lidi on board 3 has ended in a draw.
Board number 6, we have to check out Mark Andrea against Liu Xianji.
Yeah, we had exactly the line that I said can't happen, but Queen B3 E6, yeah. Because
That move saved you.
yeah, the other move that was
Go into
suggested, yeah, E6, that's much more natural. Allowing this, D5, Queen B6, Knight D7 just didn't feel right. So
I love E6 move. You want to annoy this diagonal here. You're threatening now D takes C5, right?
So what? So hold on. So
What happens if we take it on E6?
no, then the piece is hanging on A7.
What do you want to do?
What are you supposed to do here? If I take on B6, which
That happened in the game, and Black planned to take on D5.
With the
Bishop takes
bishop.
D5.
yeah,
Bishop takes D5. Pawn takes D5.
pawn takes D6.
Pawn takes D6. Rook to D7.
Yeah,
If I trade now the queens, the knight is dropped there, right? Let's point it out. If I take queen d8, rook d8, and you have to say goodbye to that knight.
yeah, we don't do that. So we take on C5 here always as white.
We take c5, and black goes
D4.
with d4.
Yikes! So this is Marc Andrea's idea, but
He could take on d6, but he went for d4
maybe there's some
instead.
knight C8 there. I don't know.
I take that. You take the rook.
Yeah,
With that rook c6.
knight E7 check. That's the point. Rook D6, knight C8. Look
Sneaky.
at this tactic. Look at these knights. And rook C6, knight E7 check just wins.
Sneaky, sneaky.
So D4. And now I expect white to go F5. Very, very thematic to be able to get the bishop in, especially to F4. And I have to say, I think, well, all three results are possible, that's clear. But actually, white winning this game is totally reasonable.
Oh, shall we take a look what happens after like c takes d4 instead of f5?
C takes D4.
Yeah, that's the...
Yeah, the problem is there's some check now, right? So now rook takes D4, knight C8 doesn't work because of bishop takes D4 check. Very important reasoning. And you win the queen, so that clearly doesn't work. So D4, he will play F5, trust me. He's a really decent player, and this is the most obvious move in the position. When you discount C takes D4, you realize you need this bishop in the game, and the only way to do that is by moving your pawn to F5. And yeah, I mean this is just a very, very unclear, messy position where all three results are possible. Let's go back to board 2. Have we had any moves on board 2 after King F8? He put the queen on B7. This is very curious because this is one of the squares that I wouldn't have guessed the queen would go to. But it might be good anyway because I don't think you can take on D6 because of bishop takes C5. Still looks winning. So what do you do after Queen B7?
So I want to take on on d6, right? But bishop c5
wins.
is the move that I'm losing. I would think of either to play knight to f6.
Yeah.
To bring this knight back. I want to play knight e8 to go after d6 pawn, or knight g4 as well. And then next I would think of something to bring the bishop also on f8 somehow. But then you have to bring the king on
King to E8.
e8 and yeah, something like that.
So if I go bishop takes C5 here, and you go King E8,
King e8 is on the board right now.
did he play? But he didn't
without
go
knight
bishop.
f6.
No, but he didn't go knight F6. He went King E8 immediately. Here, right? Yeah.
Oh, and actually, this is quite strong move. Is after bishop to c5, black can play bishop to f8 to go after d6 pawn. And if you play some move like queen b4 to guard the pawn, then I have queen f6. I think,
we're going backwards. I don't like
I
queen
think black
b7.
is putting pieces together now.
Yeah, I don't like this move. The difference putting the queen on b8 is that in so many lines when you take on c5, you've got this idea of knight b7. I don't like the queen b7 somehow. I mean, he still might win, but he should. I don't know, like he's starting to mess this up a little bit. And these Indians, they can really defend. These young Indians are just so brutal with their calculation that they can just calculate it out. Like, objectively, his position is just so bad, but he might find a way to draw because they're awesome calculators. Wow, okay. We keep an eye on it. Now, board one. After queen e1, do we have any moves? We do. We had trade e1 and queen to a3. I think that this is what Sava has been relying on. But okay, bishop b6 holds everything. So I guess he's going to go bishop b6 because black has got the double attack. But bishop b6. Bishop b6 holds everything. And now, still tricky. Still tricky. Black's next move definitely doesn't scream out to me here. White, on the other hand, has got lots of incrementally small improving moves. For example, you would be playing the move bishop f1 against pretty much everything in this position. You want that bishop on f1. It's out the way. It allows pressure against e5. So...
let me tell you more moves because we have so many.
Oh, a lot of moves has happened. Okay, tell me.
This is move 29 that we see, right? So after that, bishop is it's white to me, or
Yeah,
bishop
b7. Okay.
a6, pawn takes a6, pawn takes a6, bishop c5. These bishops were treated, queen c5 check, and this is currently the position on the board. I can play two moves:
Queen f2
king
or
to
king h1.
h1 or queen to f2. Which move would you play here if you were white?
Queen
would
f2.
you trade?
Queen f2. Queen f2 I'd play all day because I think this ending is losing for black with best play. Although it's also not like straightforward. But I think I would go queen f2, yes. I mean, you can go king h1. There's perhaps nothing wrong with this move, king h1. But your king's further away from the center, and if there's ever a trade of queens, then I would rather it not be there. That being said, maybe there's some merit because the e5 pawn is still such a target that actually keeping the queens on might make some sense here. I think both moves are legitimate, basically.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I also would like to go here queen f2 to make it risk-free position for me, because with the queens on the board you always have some crazy ideas. But also on the other hand, black's king is the most exposed king here, so you can do both of it.
Oh yeah, but both they're very different approaches. Oh, I think there was a move. He did go
Queen f2. Queen
yeah.
f2.
I understand why he played this move. The way Sava looks at his opponent is
Look
just
at how
like
small he is.
the
So
way
cute.
he looks at his opponent
Look at him. So cute.
Yeah, but he's like a GM leading the tournament. Like, are we going to see
Yeah.
this kid everywhere soon?
I hope so. Why not? Why not? Chess is all about young, talented people
It's
now.
amazing how
And
young everybody is.
Gukash becoming the youngest world champion at the age of 18. This brings new standard in the world of the chess.
I mean, Ketty, you could be...
No,
Sava's-
don't say. Stop it. Stop
you
it.
could be
Not
his
many
mother.
people knows my age. Maybe people who are watching, they think I'm 25 or 26. Don't say that. Yeah, I can. I can be easily.
I could be his granddad.
Yeah, I know. I can easily be. Yeah. I know.
I mean, he's 15 winning this tournament as after 9 rounds. 15. Do you remember life at 15?
Oh yeah, I became world champion.
Were you world champion?
Yeah. When I was 15, that was the best year of my life. So,
You won the world under 16s?
under 16, and
Oh,
that
wow.
was like, so my chess career was like very short, to be honest. But it was divided before 15 and after 15. Before 15, I was this kid who was losing the last round because of no preparation, no coach, a lot of stress. And I was always just, losing the most important round. And I'm from Georgia. Kids from Georgia, they were getting a lot of medals. And imagine you are with your friends. We are like big group of the people. Everybody gets the medals, and you are the one who loses the last round. Not the easiest stuff. Easiest for kid. But then, the moment I became the world champion, somehow everything just went with the flow, and I got 6 medals overall from these tournaments, and that was
Amazing.
That was it. Then I stopped playing chess. So
It's good to retire
Yeah.
as world champion. Nearly retire. No, you
Yeah.
played lots of chess.
I played up. Yeah. Also, the year that I retired, I became woman grandmaster. So it's funny way to do that. But yeah.
Yeah, there was a trade. They did trade the quiz, so we got this ending. So very curious ending where it's one of those ones where you feel like white should win, but with absolute best play, if black plays phenomenally, he might be able to hold.
This is the position that's the best position Sawa could get out of this
Yes.
game, because he had a very, very difficult position to play. We heard how dramatic Lawrence was about it, and that's actually true. It was really tough to hold it.
Yes.
But if he survived, just to have this position without losing the material, now he has more chances to survive. And this is exactly what he needs, right? Not to lose the game.
Correct.
Is his task today.
Yeah. Yes, I think that his chances of drawing this game are somewhere between 30 and 35%.
So from 0%, now he gets 30%
No, he was 0% to win.
to win. Yeah.
He was always 0% to win.
It's still 0% to win.
Oh yeah, he can't win this
Yeah.
position.
Okay.
Even if white blunders his pawn, it's not easy to win. So of course he's never winning this position. But the question is, can he hold? Yeah, I think he holds 3 times out of 5. I think he holds 3 times out of 5. Maybe he holds 4 times out of 5. Ooh, is he favourite to hold? I don't know, actually. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just talking nonsense, like king f7, rook c1, threatening rook c7 check. You have to go rook a7. You can't allow rook c7 check and a7, for example, let's say h5, right? Rook c7 check, king f6, a7 is just the end of the game, basically. Because you've managed to get a construction where, it's very difficult to get rid of this. Pawns on the king side are targets. So you can't. So I think you have to go rook a7 here, pretty much. So rook c1, rook a7. Now I think white can attack this pawn, put the king on f6, and let's say we go king e3 and we get this position here. So what do we think about this position? Well, I think it's very, very tough for black. Very, very tough. Because even here, your next move is not at all straightforward. Like, every single move has consequences here. Do you want to move the f pawn? If you do, you leave the structure very tight.
Well, what I want to do here with black is to play some move like g5, h5, g4.
Yeah.
To make sure that I'm trading as much pawns as possible.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, let's say I go rook c6. Now I'm threatening bishop c4. I force your king back. I put the rook on the dark square, of course. And now the problem is that you have weaknesses on the other side of the board, right? No, I don't think this is good. I don't think this is good. I think this is very, very tough. Very, very tough position for if he does this. He didn't do this, though. He did not do this. Did he? No, he went king e3. He went king e3 first.
Yeah, I think it's not a deal breaker.
Slightly
here.
different, because black can go king e7 now, and then if rook c1, king d6. Now I really do think black with the king.
Shall we do with king rook to b1? So I have this rook b6
Rook
option.
b1, of course. Yes, obviously. You should play this. Yeah, very unpleasant. Very unpleasant to defend this ending with pawns on the king side. I still, as I say, think Jules he might even be favourite to convert, I'm not sure.
There's another pawn being forward on the board for Ida Gottstein against David Gavrilescu.
Let's just go straight to the position.
Yeah, and we even have more moves. This pawn advanced to c3, c7.
But we've got a big, we have to point out here, white is an exchange down. Yeah.
Yes, we have not seen that. So I wonder if it was a sacrifice or blunder. Shall we take a look?
Let's have a look at what.
Well, I see a brilliant move there. 92.
Okay, so we had some kind of position here. This is what he did here. It was this moment where he sacrificed the exchange. 92, brilliancy. Giving up a bishop for a rook, rook for a bishop, in order to get complete control over the dark squares. And knight d4, and this is the position. So he's got 2 pawns and a bishop for a rook.
He got 1 pawn because now he's given up another pawn.
No,
so
but then
black
there's
took
rook,
it.
No, but there's rook a3, rook takes a5.
Black actually did not want for that. I don't know what's the reasoning of that, but after bishop to a2, he rushed the pawn on c6 instead.
He didn't go rook a3,
No.
rook a5. That's surprising. Maybe he calculated c6 is actually very good. a4, c7.
Lawrence, I think in that case, if you play rook to a3, black wants to play something like bishop c4.
Yeah.
And when you take, maybe I want to trade the rooks on a8. And
but
just to be at the safe place.
Yeah, but after something like this, you're never losing with white.
Yeah, you never lose this.
Because I get my pawn to c7, I put my
Exactly.
bishop on f4, and I'm kind of free rolling.
Oh, can we show this funny line? If not h4, if like you go c6 right away, what happens?
c6 right away, probably a blunder, right? So
It is a checkmate in 2 moves, and rook f1 checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, c6 has been played instead.
Wow.
And when black played a4, white went bishop a2.
He didn't go knight d4.
Knight d4, bishop a2, c6,
Oh, yeah, c6.
a4, c7.
Yes.
And
Rook
black
e8.
decided to play rook to e8, and that's the position what we have. White has 23 minutes.
Plenty
The
of
pawn
time.
on c7 beautifully standing there, and Gavrilescu has 6 minutes in this position.
Yeah, either he's going to go knight b5 or knight f5. I'm not sure which one. And then put a knight on d6. And the problem is that I think this is actually quite drawish. Because, like, let's say
Welcome everybody back. This is Sunway Sitges Festival round 10, the last round, and we do have all the top boards in progress. Lawrence and Kathy in the studio. Lawrence, board 1 is the key game of this round, where we have the sole leader, Sava Vitochin, facing a very tough opponent, Jules Moussard, second seeded in this tournament.
Yeah, we do, and we have a few moves since we went for break. Kind of typical moves. Rook A7 is designed to cover the 7th rank. G3 makes a lot of sense. Ignore what the machine says, because it doesn't understand. The move Rook B1, however, was quite logical here, threatening Rook B7 check, winning immediately. And after Bishop to C8 to put the Rook on B6. This way you cut the opponent's forces. And actually this does look very, very good for White. Yeah, this looks bad for Black, really bad, because next I'm going to go F4. So let's say you pass with King E7. I'm going to go F4. I'm going to force you to go E4, and now I can get my king in. Then I can get my bishop in, get my king in, and I'm advancing, and slowly but surely I'm making progress. So actually, Rook B1 was a really big spot here. G3 by White apparently is a bad move, because after G5, F4.
Pawn takes F4, pawn takes F4, and G4 is already on the board.
Yeah.
And
wow.
Here White just made a Rook to D6 move. That's on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this position still looks dangerous after Rook D6, because Jules is threatening to come in, King D4, King E5. And the pawns are fixed on light squares here. You know, I said from the very beginning of this game, Ketty, that this is going to be suffering for Sava Vitochin. That a game of just, he knows he's going to be suffering. And I think Sava is like, he might realize that things are now getting very, very critical for him. King D4, King E5 is almost an impossible plan to stop. But then there's Rook E7. There is a Rook E7 at the end, actually. And there's no...
Let's put it on the board. So
like what I'm saying is, let's say Black goes H5, King D4, H4, King E5. Can you just go Rook E7 here? And
The threat is bishop c4. Sava actually just played h5.
Yeah, he played h5.
The threat is king to c4, so that makes white king
You have to
almost
move.
forced to move it back.
Yeah, so in other words, you can't play that move. So here, if black is able to get some counterplay already here, what if we go this way with the king, which also makes a lot of sense?
We have to push g3.
Okay, but then I take. You take, I guess. I mean, you always have to look out for this move. but
Yeah,
can
let's
you-
just take it at this point.
And we play bishop f3,
Do I have bishop c8?
c8, king b5. And here, is there actually a way for white to make progress? Can you take the pawn on a6 here?
It needs a calculation. We have to take a look, right? Let's take it.
I think you can. I think you can just take the pawn. Look. And after takes, king g6, king b5. Now g2,
Pawn takes, king
bishop
h5.
and king h5. And I'm just one
Bishop
temp
h3.
and king h4.
Yeah, but after bishop h3, bishop f5, you
Even
have
after
king
bishop
h4.
h3, look,
king
you win the
g3.
pawn and
Just
it's a
on
draw.
time.
Yikes. So, what does that mean? That actually means that you have to go bishop f1, not bishop f3.
To
Because,
keep the eye on a6 pawn, yeah?
yeah,
Because now you have king b6. Do you have that actually?
no,
Ah,
because king b6, I go g2. Even that's complicated. If I
yeah,
go-
at this point, if black creates the pass pawn on g3, that's a nice counterplay.
There's also bishop takes a6.
Bishop a6 here.
That's very cute.
Takes.
Takes, and g2 comes
G2.
next. Actually, you lose as white. You can lose.
Oh my
G2
goodness, look at
and
that. You cannot
you
stop the
lose.
pawn.
Yeah, you can't stop the pawn.
So after check, you go king, or no, in that position, rook d6, do rook d7 check.
check, you
G2.
just come up, king g6.
Rook d8.
Rook d8.
And in worst scenario,
Bishop c4. Yeah, g2 might blow it, but bishop c4 protecting the...
oh, you
This
can
way.
do king g7,
Or king g7.
rook d7,
Yeah.
and king to h6, right?
And rook d8. And you could... Still, g2 probably
King
still...
h5, king g4, king f4.
Yeah, it should still win. This should still win. Have to do a bit of calculation. No, it's winning. So
Okay, I see now some percentage increasing to the chances
Yeah,
of black
no,
to win.
it's still in the 0%.
Still 0.
Okay, so h5. So wow. Wow, he might just hold this. He might just hold. How is he? I mean, Jewel has really butchered this ending, I think. This has been a butcher job. This was all fine. This was fine. You got to find rook b1 here. And put the rook on b6 to cut the pieces off. You've just got to find that move to make your life easier. I think if Jules doesn't win this, he's going to be really upset with himself. Like mega upset. He's going to be mega upset with himself if he doesn't find this.
Well, also rook b1 is not. It's not so easy move when you know it's. Yeah, it's easy to find out that you have to cut this. But what he played was also quite logical, to fix the pawns on the light squares. And now he got this rook on b6. Let's take a look at the live position and check it out if this changed anything.
So what happened after g4?
After g4,
He went rook d6, h5, rook b6. This is what he's done.
yeah, and now the threat is rook to b7. So black can't play king f6 now because you will
bishop
fall for
c4.
bishop c4 pin. And instead of that, you want to stop rook b7 happening. How you do that?
Bishop c8.
Bishop c8 or bishop d5?
This is the move.
Also like this move because you're keeping these opportunities to sacrifice your bishop for a6 pawn and create a counterplay on the king side.
Yeah. Yeah, still tricky. Still not straightforward at all. I do expect bishop c8 by Sava talking. And this is move 40. So he's got plenty of time.
Yeah, I think time has never been an issue for this game, unlike the second board. While we are looking at the screen, we can go to the board 2 because that is the position you can't recognize.
Really? Okay. What happened here? How is this? So queen b7, we said we didn't like that. We thought queen b8 was winning immediately. Queen b7, king e8, bishop takes c5, bishop f8. Yeah, now black is getting organized. Queen b4 and queen f6. Now he's getting really organized. Bishop a6, knight takes d. What? How did this happen? Like, the mishandling here from Jingyao Tin is, extraordinary. I mean, mega botch. Mega botch. Queen b8, king f7, queen a7, queen e6. Only black can be better? Come on. What a botch.
All right, let's have some more moves. After queen to e6, bishop went to f2.
Yeah.
Queen to b3, queen
Wow.
to d7, check. Bishop e7, queen to c6, knight f6. Now black is bringing pieces back. Bishop went back to d3. Knight captures on e4, bishop captures on e4, and knight captures on e4. That's currently the position. Point being that if you play knight to e4 blunder, there's queen to d1 or queen to b1, and you are checkmated next move. If you take with a queen, then I'm gonna take the knight on c3, and I have an extra pawn in this position with a very good chances for white to make a draw here. And actually this is currently on the position, and Indian international master, 15 years old, he's at the safer seat here. We do have a game finished on the board 6.
That's Marc-Andrea Moritz.
Marc-Andrea wins the game.
Oh,
we
nice.
have to check it out, so how he won.
Marc-Andrea wins. Kirill Areksenko, by the way, also won. We should point that out. Let's just go there very quickly, because we last saw this very interesting position after b4. He declined the pawn, queen g5. There was a trade. Kirill got his king safe. Oof. And then it looks as though black got very greedy, taking this f-pawn.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness, look at that move.
What is that?
Oh my god, this is so strange move, knight f5.
Knight f5.
Out of blue. Brilliant move. Ah, you're cutting the f-file, so if you take this knight, you take f5, queen b7, queen f7, checkmate.
Beautiful.
Look at that.
That's really stunning. Knight f5. Woo.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight f5, so rook takes, pawn takes d5. And
Lawrence, I suggest you
Yeah.
see this game quickly because the game which is in progress, they have seconds on the clock.
on board 2,
It's not very tense position, but we have to see this one. Couple more moves to go.
sorry,
Let's go with queen e4, queen c3. Move 35. So h3, queen to c1, king to h2, and
Well,
Lamparty here is thinking.
there's not that much to do here, right? I mean, Ilham Party has had a massive escape today. My question is this, Kitty. Do we know if he... I think if he wins, he doesn't get a norm, right?
If he wins, he gets the norm.
Who,
Oh no, the
Lamparty?
Lamparty. No.
Can
Let
we
me
double
check
check?
that. Let me check that.
Can we double check? Because
check
if
that.
he is on 7 out of 9, I mean... No, he doesn't.
His rating performance is lower, so he needs more points.
Yeah, no, he's not going to.
Yeah. Oh, his opponents has been actually averaged 2200
Yeah, no,
before the last round, so yeah.
Okay, so no GM, no, even if he wins. I think that he doesn't win this position in any case.
Yeah,
But
see that Jing Yao is quite upset by his performance. He had such a nice. You can see it on the face.
Of course.
He's very upset.
Okay, let's move on because.
And this was the game which were just. They have to make 2 more moves, and he has a second on the clock. So this was the game which Jing Yao had actually almost winning position at the beginning.
No, not almost. It was winning.
Yeah.
Completely winning. And he botched it. It started when he played Queen B7 and he completely lost his way. And where did he lose his way? In the complications, in the mud, in the calculation phase. In the positional phase, he's brilliant. His calculation has let him down. It's really disappointing. But he's just not been at his sharpest.
He could win this game. He could fight for the even for the first place. He must be very upset right now.
You would think so, yeah, but you know.
Yeah, this is actually too much emotions he's showing on the screen right now, right?
I don't know.
It's very solid. He was just shaking his head earlier.
Yeah, I mean to be.
He has all the rights to be upset at
Yeah,
himself,
of
of course. And this is move 39. They have made a couple more moves. I think we lost it. But one final move here, and they will have extra half an hour. And it is only black who will try here to win this game.
Of course. Black's a pawn up. Yeah, absolute catastrophe there for Jing Yao Tin to not win that position.
The board 4.
Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah. Well, hold on a second here. Maybe this isn't so easy to hold for Gavrilescu. I thought that this was just an easy hold, but actually, the more I look at it, the more I see that White can actually try to maneuver the king round, start making a few touches to these pawns on the king side, and then if you make a move like g6, you're gonna you're going to allow even further penetration because of the dark squares. So maybe this position actually is still very, very tough.
It is a lot of things to happen with this pawn on c7 and bishop on d6, and the idea that you are just describing. Black has some things to take care of. Like you can play g6 here, but there is still the way to break through with g4. Black has no chance to push this pawn forward. Oh, wait a moment. Can I push a3? If you push a3, bishop a3, and yeah, you are not trading that pawns. Yeah.
Now, actually, this is, and you can tell in Gavrilescu's face, he's starting to say to himself, actually, did I have to play h5? Because now this pawn can be a target. I think h5 is a mistake. Why would you go h5? I think he was worried basically that White is going to get some sort of g4, king f2, king g3, f4, f5 stuff in. That's why he played h5. But now the pawn is just a target. If I put my king on h4 or g5, this is wow. This is tough for Black, for Gavrilescu.
It is tough indeed, and some people just assumes that when you have opposite color bishop, it is always equal or drawish. But look at this one; it's going to be a big fight here, and Gavrilescu has to find the best moves. We have to go back to the board 1 as they are making some moves there. Cross already moved 40. And they are repeating the moves. Oh my god, are they going to make a draw? Wait a minute.
No way.
So you have move 40, and that's rook b6. Bishop c8 happened. Bishop c4 check, king g7. Rook c6, bishop d7. Rook b6, bishop c8. Rook c6, bishop d7.
Wait, that's it?
And rook,
no,
rook
rook
d6.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to say I would be shocked if Jules actually went for the repetition here. Like, you don't have to do it.
Okay, what happens after h4?
H4?
Yeah.
I mean, I want to go king d4, right? But I just don't know how, like, after king g4, let's say g3 takes. Now, I think I have to take back, but I'm trying to make h3 work. Does this work? Bishop d5, bishop c8. Might be because we can get a rook and pawn ending where it's f5 against these two. This might just
Wow,
be a
this is so
draw.
complicated. Like, first of all, why I can take the g3
No, you
pawn?
probably can. I'm just like, but after now, let's say I go king e5, g2, rook d1, bishop c8. You still hold rook g1. Still a drawn rook and pawn ending. You've got this check, which is important, but also this probably just draws. Oh, sorry, your king has actually, sorry. King f8, there's check, and I lose the rook. Oh,
you don't
boy.
do that.
Don't do that. But yeah, exactly what you said before. You can just do rook e7 check is a really big move. Get the king out the way. And if rook takes g2, importantly, bishop takes a6. This is the
beautiful one. And rook e6.
this is the tactic, and easy draw.
Well, I think Sava is relaxed now.
Yeah, I
he
think-
knows that he get off
Wow.
this tough situation.
I'm kind of...
Whoa. If he makes a draw,
Mm-hmm.
it will make him play with 8 points. Then we have Lady draw. We have Ting, Jingyao, and Ilan Party also equal position, very likely draw. Then it goes down to the game of Ido Goldstein against David Gavrilescu. If that's draw, Sava will be champion.
Yeah, but...
If Ido wins,
Yes.
then we're going to have the tie breaks for the first place between Ido and Sava.
That's right.
And that's the wonderful scenario for us to see.
Yes, that's what we want.
Look at Ido also glancing this game. He
Yeah.
knows the situation. He knows that if Sava makes draw and he wins, they have to go to the tie breaks together.
I mean, Jingyao Tin is going to be kicking himself, because if he had won against Ilan Party, which he really should have, let's be brutally honest, he would have been involved in the tie breaks. But now it looks as though Ido Goldstein, but Goldstein it's still work. I mean, this is still a million miles away from a victory.
Yeah, but Sava here on the screen, Jules might also be a little bit upset that he could get so much more from this position. I always had some trust in Sava that he will not lose today.
Really?
Unlike you, yes, I like
What?
somehow feel this.
Maybe you felt it.
Yeah, because when you have a lucky tournament, he has a lot of luck in this tournament.
Of course he's had a lot of luck this time.
When you have a lucky tournament, you have a lucky tournament. That's it. Look at him being sneaky, analyzing all these moves, and somehow he changed his body posture as well. Like when he has a worse position, he's just there sitting, and whenever he has a chance,
Yeah.
he's a totally different kid.
Yeah, he's very expressive. I like it. There he is. Sava
Look at him.
Vertogen. Okay, what's he going to do?
What is gonna do? Bishop
Bishop
c8.
C8.
Is that a good move?
Depends on what.
I really like h4, but bishop c4 might be also fine enough.
So hold on. How did it went? Rook b6, bishop c8, bishop c4 check, king g7, rook c6, bishop d7. There was a repetition.
Yeah, from b6 was the repetition.
This is the position now, right? With white to move?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's seeing all of these endings that we were checking out before, and he's seeing that
there's a chance to give up the bishop for a6 pawn and then to push the g pawn. He definitely sees that. That's basically the only practical idea here for black to survive.
Well, he might do it, you know. He might just hold the fort here. Wow, imagine he draws and there's a draw on board 2, 3 and 4 after all of those
He's
positions.
a champion.
He's the champion. But
clear first.
I mean, imagine some 4 end up a draw. I mean, that will be insane because, you know, for one of them not to be decisive is a very, very low probability. But
then it
really was. If he draws today after being in a very bad position and every other result goes his way, I think we can confidently say he was destined to win this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. That was it.
With big confidence.
Exactly. You know, when we were kids, there was a lot of talks about some players being lucky.
Yes.
And somehow it was some way to insult, like, oh, you're lucky.
Yes.
And it was a way to, like, it was not a positive thing. From this perspective, from this age, I think to be lucky in a chess tournament or in anything, that's a blessing.
Yeah.
And you take it. But in that time, some kids and the parents as well were making you feel like to be lucky is something not good. So you're not strong enough. And then I had a very, very smart and very, very nice coach. It's actually the composer, the chess composer. And he told us once, because he saw this tension between the kids, and he told us that mostly the good players are getting lucky because they're trying their best, even in the toughest positions, and they are not giving up. So that's where the luck comes, when you're trying your best. And I remember it was such a relief for me. So the kids were like, you know, not anymore shouting out that you're lucky, just lucky, not strong. In this case, we might say that he was lucky in some of the tournaments, even today, but he fought so much. He created all this tension on the board, right? And it comes all together. It comes as a package. You need to be lucky. You need to be well trained. You need to be very good at all the phases of the chess: opening, middle game, tactics, end game, and so on. And when you have this whole package, then you are the best player.
Yeah, you make your own luck, as they say in the business. To a certain extent, he's definitely had a helping hand this tournament with his opponents not taking full advantage, but you know, he fought hard, as you said. Has been a really, really, I mean, he's really impressed me with his resilience. His resilience has been phenomenal, actually, for somebody so young.
Joel Moussard has already played king to d4, and Sava is about to make the move. I think he made the move h4. This is already on the board. We might see king c5, king b6, this line from Jules, and black can go with the g3. We see, I think for the first time the engine bar drops down a little bit on the other side, gives black more chances to survive here. And this is such a straightforward line, right? g3 next move.
Yeah, king c5, g3 is really just very either takes or take. I don't even know which one, but this actually. Hold on, I'm getting confused. No, this is still no. I can still go g2, rook d1, rook e7 maybe. Bishop takes a6.
Bishop takes a6.
No, I can't do that. Hold on, king c5.
Yeah, let's show that line, right? After g3. g3 takes.
King b6.
g2, rook d1.
Yeah.
Can I go here something like rook to d7, rook to d2, rook to b2?
Rook to d7. Oops, sorry. Rook to
to
d7,
d7.
rook g1.
First of all, you cannot really take this
Yes.
rook because then you cannot stop the pawn. Rook d2 now.
Is there some bishop f1?
Oi.
No, apparently not. Also a7 might just win.
Rook b2,
Bishop b5.
bishop b7.
Taken king a6.
Aye, that's painful. So what should be played better?
I don't know. It's
Here rook d6 check.
here rook d6
Yeah.
check. King c5. By the way, no, it's not a draw, right?
Rook g6, a7.
I just want to
bishop
ask:
b7.
is this ending ever holding? It's actually relevant. It's actually very relevant because there are going to be times where black can try this. Does this hold ever?
I think that's the worst scenario. If
I don't
there's
think it
no
holds.
other chance, he can go there. But yeah, probably not. Probably not. You can kick this king back on 7th rank with
and
the
then
king
take
on
on
e5. Yeah, and sacrifice. Yeah,
Yeah, but
at the right time.
When you sacrifice, as long as I can play king f7, it's a draw.
Yeah.
Are you?
So, that's the position. Okay, can I
Yeah,
put
sure,
this?
man.
So you have your king on e5, you have your rook on f5, king on g7
Yeah.
for black, bishop somewhere,
On b1.
and that should be the black's move. So king has to go.
King
But
a.
there's a
I
problem.
can
The
use my
can move,
bishop. Yeah.
So not so easy.
Somebody put this in the table basis for us in chat. There's six. Maybe you can do it, Ketty. Let's see if this ending is. We can see scientifically whether this ending is holding. What I'm saying is, what I've been telling Ketty is that black can just wait, right? You can do whatever you want with white. I'm going to wait. I'm going to let you do as you please. You can get your king to e5, like this. And I'm asking Ketty, is this winning?
You're asking me a very tough question.
No idea.
What I know is when you have the same, like, it says the engine says +4 something, right? So when you have the similar numbers, it's a draw.
Yeah.
The 3 lines, similar lines.
All right, well, I don't think we are going to get that, but
Yeah.
let's see.
This is the worst scenario for black, I guess, from this position.
What actually happens? So rook d6, bishop king before h4. We got h.
G3, takes.
No, yeah, no, but we haven't got there yet. Okay, so the position is after h4, move 46.
No, the line that the engine shows here that black can make a draw is a little bit weird.
Okay.
Let's show that anyway. After h4, king c5, g3, h takes, rook d1, or sorry, king b6 first, and now bishop a6 or g2 somehow transposes. So if you take the rook, I take the bishop.
And you can lose with white.
And
Easily.
I'm good here. So you can't take the rook, you have to take the bishop. And after that, rook e7 is the move, the only move, I guess. That keeps all the chances for black to make a draw. And Saba has to feel that this is the moment to give up the bishop now.
Yeah, but he might not do this, you know.
Yeah.
He might not do this.
It's very tough to make this decision. The same line after king to b6. If black goes g2 first, move 49. Rook goes on d1 and bishop a6 again. This is the only way to make a draw here. And after rook, bishop takes a6, then rook e7. This is a key idea to get the rook on e4.
Bishop e7.
And then we need the expert opinion of your friend, Grandmaster Keith.
Keith Arkle?
Yes.
We might actually
we might invite him.
If we get a rook and bishop against rook, maybe we'll. But there is actually some percentage points chance that we get rook and bishop versus rook. It's not ridiculous, at all.
What is happening on the board 2?
On board 2. What do you mean?
There's no king.
It's not working.
Let's take a look. Board 2.
Well, we've reached move 40 and we have this position. Absolute catastrophe, of course, because black has an extra pawn in a position where he should just not even be playing anymore. So this is about as bad as it gets. Now, I still think that white will make a draw, but with the presence of the same color bishops and the way this game has gone, it wouldn't surprise me if something went horribly wrong for white. Okay, but he's threatening mate in 1 now. So, for example, playing bishop e3 here, no good. Queen h8 mate. So, maybe it's just an immediate draw, actually. Maybe it's just an immediate draw, because if you move the queen, there's a really annoying check on d2. And I don't think you want to go I don't think you want to go g5 here because of h4. You could lose. So, and if you go back, you have to go back. You have to go back.
Yeah, well, not the hardest position to make a draw, right? Here in this position. After queen d7, check.
Queen d7, queen g7. How is the ending?
Let's take a look at that ending. Takes. King g3, king f3. g4?
Yeah, easy draw.
King e4. Fair you draw. And you probably take it.
I accept. So, basically, should be a draw on board 2 as well. So a lot is now resting on the result of Ido Gostein against David Gavrilescu.
Mm-hmm. Probably they have played more moves there. Oh my goodness, there is not a good news for David Gavrilescu.
What happened? So he went king g3.
Tell me which is the move. King g3.
g5, yeah, he's trying to stop this
G5,
king.
h4.
Yeah, h4.
And f6.
Oops, sorry.
This is the position on the board.
And why did you say this was not good?
Like, can I take and play f4 and after g4
played
king
rook-
h4?
Well, he played rook d3.
Is it already on the board?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yeah, it's already on the board. So now I I'm threatening to take on f6, right?
Yes.
So if you take on h4, then I take with the king, and
Yes.
your 2 pawns are hanging. You can't save that.
What if you take on e5?
If you take on e5, I take on e5 with the check, and I win the pawn on g5.
Yes, you do.
Oh, that's a game over.
That is game over. So now what? Is the
Bishop
question?
f5, I guess, after rook d3.
Bishop f5. But the thing is, you're not threatening to advance the a pawn now because there's a discovered check.
So I go rook to d2, I suppose. And still all these threats remains, right, on the board. Oh, hold on. I can play now pawn takes c5, bishop e5, and king e6.
Takes, and king e6.
Rook d8.
Rook d8 might just win immediately. Yeah, lots of minefields, lots of mines for Gavrilescu to try and avoid stepping on.
Well, that means that Ido has a very good chance to catch
amazing.
up the leader, Sava Vitohin. We do have moves there. We have to go there, Lawrence. G3 has been played.
Musa?
Yes.
Okay.
So here we have h4, king c5, g3, pawn takes g3, pawn takes g3. And, no, sorry, this is a position Black is thinking here. He's considering to push the pawn on h3,
course,
I guess.
yeah.
Can we see that line, what happens after h3? Yeah, maybe we are just a bit behind, because Sava Vitohin
He
just
took on
captured on
G3.
on.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to play h3 and then feel like you've miscalculated something, because then you just give
extra
an
pawn.
extra pawn. Yeah. So it takes.
Do you think he sees this sacrifice
Yes.
of the bishop and bishop e7?
He's
Rook
going to
e7?
make a draw. He's going to do it. The kid is going to do it. 100% he sees bishop takes a6. But actually, then Jules is going to go in for this ending. So king b6, bishop a6, rook e7. And now Jules is going to play bishop b7 here to prevent rook e4 and g2. And then he's trying to find a way to stabilize, but the king is too far away. So that's why it's so easy. Like rook e2 threatening g2 and threatening rook f2. So if you come back with the rook, I can go rook f2 here and g2. It's going to be a draw. Yeah, this is a draw.
This is it.
Yeah, but as I say, it doesn't matter because, unfortunately, if he goes for this, we're going to get rook and bishop versus rook, and we're going to be here for a very, very long time. Like, because first he has to win the f5 pawn, and then he has to win rook and bishop versus rook.
Yeah, I see that.
Wow, I wonder if
for
Vitohin knows
extra 1 hour.
Yeah, at least. I wonder if Vitohin knows how to draw that. I'm kind of curious. I guess he does.
If he has already worked on I guess so.
I guess he does, right.
You have to do it. And also those are some things that you are doing, that kind of basics when you are a kid.
Yes.
Either you learn it or you don't, so.
Yeah, I mean...
King b6 is already on the board.
Yeah, well, this is a massive moment, actually. Massive. I mean, does he have any other move here apart from bishop takes a6?
g2. G2 is another move.
G2 immediately.
Actually, it's the same.
Same
one.
thing. Rook d1, and now bishop takes a6.
Has to find out this move. There's also rook d7, yeah? Rook d6, we haven't found any. any way how white could go against it.
With what move, sorry?
Rook d7 is another
rook
move.
d7 here. And if rook g1?
Rook d6.
Rook d6, and if king c7? Rook d4. But you don't really play like this, right? You don't allow rook takes g2 check, and if rook d2...
Oh, rook d4, don't you say rook
lose.
d4?
No, but rook d4... You lose the pawn with check, king f6,
F6.
and now you're sure that this... Yeah, I guess the rook and pawn is a draw. This you probably do. Oh no, rook a7, I'm going to blow it. In this position here, maybe I can't take on f4 because rook a7, rook a2, sorry. Do I win this position with white?
Let's check rook b4.
Mm-hmm.
King, rook c4. Rook d4. Rook h4, a7.
Like,
Rook h8, king
yeah,
d7.
you get there, but
Rook a8. No, this is a draw.
yeah,
Because
this
by the time you get the king g5,
is it like you'd be surprised.
wait,
how...
king e5 maybe to shouldering the
Okay,
king.
yeah, this is
Yeah.
much better.
Takes f4. Oh, that's one of the theoretical.
It's one of those
games.
ones, but even from afar, you're never 100% sure that this is drawing. But here it is a draw. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, king e5 is so key point there. You have to shoulder the opponent's king not to get closer. The board
Alright.
3 has already done. Yeah, there was a question about that, and they have made a draw.
Let's go back to board 4 then, because this is critical. Ido Gorstein, he did play rook. The last move was rook d3. We've had this on the board for about 10 minutes now, and I think Gavrilescu is starting to realize. Oh, sorry. Gavrilescu is starting to realize. Estraris. He's saying, hold on a second. Am I losing? That's what he's asking. He's like, oh, am I totally losing it? I think it's totally losing.
But like to be honest, he was quite worse from the very beginning, right? Remember this knight, a6 knight before. And then his opponent played this brilliant exchange sacrifice.
Yeah.
I think he knows that he's worse for a long time.
Maybe. But we're now in the stage of not being worse, but we're in the stage of it being critically bad to... Okay. He takes on h4. Okay, king takes h4 will happen here. There is a move king f4, but I doubt he's going to play that. To be honest, I really doubt it.
Yeah, we need to keep the eye on Sava Vitohin. So let's have Sava Vitohin in one video and board 4 in the other. So I'm gonna just ask for
okay.
that.
King takes h4. Yeah, I think the odds of Ido winning this, especially with the time difference as well, he's up 20 minutes on the clock. I think the chance of him winning this are just like, I don't know, 85% now or something like that. Really, really high chance.
All right, let's go back to the Sava's game because he made a move. He goes g2.
That's fine. That's fine.
He knows it. Jules plays rook to d1 right away.
So rook d6 check. Sorry, the rook is on a7, right?
Yeah.
g2 rook d1. This is the position on the board. He's going to go rook d7 or what? Rook d7, rook g1. Let's see.
He has options, and he knows this is the moment that he has to use.
Correct. He does know.
And look at him, he knows it. Yesterday he had the same gesture. Look at this, Orange.
Yes.
Calculating here and
he's
there.
confident, isn't he?
Yeah, he says it. You just need to see one line when you have okay, and you can just go for it.
He's confident.
Now just double checking.
He's a confident young man.
Yeah, and just doesn't want to sit down on the board to show how upset he might be to not get way more from his good position than this one.
Yeah, look at that calculation, and he's so focused.
I think the very important moment now for this game, if he finds this move, he can make a draw. If he makes an inaccurate move, it might cost him a lot.
Like, I don't think you can really make an inaccurate move here, though, because there are only two moves that make sense. One is to go rook d7, or one is to go bishop takes a6.
There's rook e7 as well.
No, but rook e7
go right away.
You never play because rook g1 and there's no way to guard the pawn on g2, and there's no check on e6. So you don't even consider rook e7. It's not even or you consider it for half a second. You only consider rook d7 and only consider bishop takes a6. So what this actually all means is that he's going to make the right move because they're both drawing. So, but as I told you, I believe that there's a good chance that we end up with rook and bishop versus rook and a game of 130 moves. Believe it or not.
Oh, no thanks. No thanks.
Well, so he's got plenty of time. He's got 26 minutes. I actually think now is a good break time.
No, we have to wait this move, don't we?
What?
Like, he has to play rook bishop ace as
but
one of the moves.
There are only two moves. And
I'm feeling that we're going to miss a very important moment.
Well, there are only two moves and they both draw.
Okay, let's take a break then.
Let's have a look. The rook has to move, right, Ketty?
No problem. Let's take a break. No problem for me.
Well, just to clarify why I mean, he's got 26 minutes. The rook can only go to 3 squares. It can't go here. You don't ever put the rook on a8 because of a7 and you can resign. And if rook d7, which is going to be the move, if he moves the rook, this is a draw because after rook g1...
No, I don't. I just want to see this. Like, I think viewers want to see this. And there's also bishop a6, and it is interesting to see what is his choice.
Yeah, the good news for Sava Vitokin fans, very simply, is that whichever move he plays here, it draws. It's just a question of how he wants to draw it. For example, after bishop takes a6, we take. Now the rook has to move, and he
goes for it. And look at this. And I love to see that he actually sacrifices his bishop, being sure that he can make the draw there.
Well, this is what I've been talking about for the past 10 minutes, is that Jules is never taking on a7, because after bishop takes c4, you actually even lose here. Bishop f1 comes, and you lose. So Jules will very quickly take this bishop off. There's no question. In the next, 30 seconds, he's going to play bishop takes a6.
There we go.
And he does. And now Sava is going to play the move rook e7.
Yeah, he knows it.
And now Jules will play the move bishop b7 or rook g1. And I think it comes out the same thing. But I think it's more likely he plays bishop b7.
Yeah, that's a good point, because you also stop rook getting on e4 here.
Exactly, that's the point. It stops rook e4. And now if you go rook e2, rook g1, the important point is that rook f2 does not hold, because you can now trade the rooks, and after king h6, very importantly, you're just in time to cut the king off. So what we will get is bishop b7, 99.99%, this move.
Rook e2,
and rook
g1, and king h6, right?
And king h6, but then he's going to take on g2 with the bishop. Because now you can't go king h5 because of bishop f3 check. But now rook f2. And what we're going to get is something like this, some sort of king c5, rook takes f4, maybe bishop h3 here. I'm trying to think of like the construction. I'm not quite sure. Or even like king d5 here, something like this. Rook g4, you're going to give a check. We're going to get something like this. We're going to get a position where what Jules is going to do is he's going to try and find the way to make sure that there is a way to win the last pawn. And we're going to get rook and bishop versus rook. I think
we're going to definitely get that. And Jules going to definitely try his best to test his opponent. If he knows, then it's a draw. And board 4, do we have here some changes? Because this one is also very important, because if Ido wins, we mentioned about that, he can go to the tie breaks to fight for the first place, actually.
Well, we've had loads of moves.
Yeah.
So rook d3, g takes h4 check. Okay, king takes h4.
F5.
F5, ugly.
King takes
h5 and rook g8. Black is desperately trying to kind of create some sort of fortress or some sort of blockade here. Maybe it's possible. What I will say is that in this position here, could white have played the move king g5 with the idea that if you give a check, I can now put the king on f6, and now in some positions I'm threatening this hc8 equals queen check, or just remove the bishop and win the light square bishop. In fact, I think king g5 was incredibly strong here.
Yeah, I like this one. It's in the current position, king is cut it, probably still winning. But this one, white's king is way too active, and you cannot stop him making all the damage on the board. After rook to g8, we have white to d2.
In the game, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I go a3 here?
Yes, you can. Yeah, we
I take the pawn on c7.
I mean, this is incredible, right? I mean, this position still feels like it should lose because it is 2 pawns. And I think what you have to do with white is do something like bring the bishop round somehow to be able to then remaneuver your king. But the other line was so much cleaner. All you had to do was come in with the king and land on f6, and that would have just been the end of the game. Right, that really is just the end. So he's made his life really difficult by playing this. I still think he's a favorite to win, but it's not like straightforward.
Yeah. Big chance here for Ido, indeed. And the game between Jules and Sava is still progress. Sava managed to equalize the position, but it might be probably the longest game of this match. Now let's take a break, and hopefully by the time we're back, we're going to have some interesting updates.
See you soon.
And here we are back to the final round of Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. We have the most important game, board 1 in progress, and we have to catch up as Black, Sava Vitohin, decided to sacrifice a piece to go in the end game. Let's pull up the board on the screen and we can take a look what has happened.
Yeah, in this position here, I was expecting Jules to play the move bishop b7, but as it turns out, he played the move rook to g1, which is also a perfectly reasonable move. But it allows Black to give this very important check on e6, which is an awesome move, because actually you displace the king, you put it on a slightly more awkward square, because after king to b7, now the point is that White doesn't have this idea of bishop to b7, and when you don't have this move bishop to b7, it reduces all of your good options. So rook e6 was an awesome find by Sava. King to b7 and rook to g6. Now, great move. Now the move bishop f1 doesn't exist, and rook g4 is a threat. So,
that's why we had bishop e2 to stop that happening.
Yep, bishop to e2.
And Sava here decided to bring this king on f8 to get out of the g file. No more checks there for this king. King to c7 and king to e3, the opposition. He's just playing a normal endgame here without a piece.
But actually, the way Sava has constructed this has been brilliant, because now after bishop f3, which is the most natural move, you can play the move rook g3, hitting the bishop. And you never want to go bishop to hg2, because after king f6, now you're in a permanent pin, and there's no way to get out of it.
You just move rook g3, rook g7, and that's it.
Well, you have to be careful that the white king doesn't just come back and then, right? So you would do it in a way a bit more, but you would put the rook on g4 next, and then you win the pawn by force, right? So bishop f3... rook g3 is a draw. So actually, the way Sava has played this means that the odds of him making a draw here is now like stratospherically high. I think Jules had to play the move bishop b7 here. I think you have to play that move, rook e2 and rook g1, and play it this way around. Now, it's still a draw, but Black now has to find the move king h6, which is not straightforward, because after bishop takes g2, you have all your bishop f3 checks. So rook g1 was, I think, a really big mistake by Jules in this ending. And we are almost certainly going to see a draw here. In the other game, Ido Gorstin, the other critical game at the moment, we also see that, yeah, he went for this king takes h5, which I didn't love, but it should still be winning. The rook was chased around a little bit, something like this, rook c3, bishop e6, and now look at this move here, Ketty, c8 equals queen. That is a classy move.
So the idea is to trade the rooks, get the rooks off the board, and to play king g5, king f6. You cannot stop that happening. And White is claiming that this is enough to win the game, because look at the bishop being stuck there on e6. And the king also just squeezed together. So you have to...
Oh, it's Zugzwang.
It is a Zugzwang.
No, hold on. How did this happen? We have to get the exact moves. We have to get the exact moves. King g5, he went king d8, king f6, king d7, and bishop a3. And Black is in total Zugzwang here. Yeah,
he goes f4. King g5, now White is chasing this pawn, and
that's it. It's 3 pawns.
That's it. You can't stop these 3 pawns.
That's it. But look at this position. This is the key position. Black's best move here would be to pass. If Black could pass here, he might make a draw, but he can't. So, and what Ketty's saying is after f4, you can go king g5 and just take it, and 3 connected passes. You can try with 2, but 3 you can't stop.
Bishop c4 is already on the board. f4, f4, king g5, bishop c4.
Oh, f4, king g5, bishop c4?
King takes on f4.
Yeah.
They will probably play some more moves, but basically there's not much of the technique needed here with White, as 3 connected pawns are together with the bishop. It's really, really strong power.
It's really just over. 3 pawns is 3 pawns. So yeah, he's going to play something like king e6.
Can play g4.
You can do a lot of things. You know what he's going to do? He's going to put his bishop here on b2 to protect this, to give his king some freedom. Because it doesn't matter if black goes a3 at some moment, because you can just put the bishop on a1, and then that's going to allow you to organize yourself. What you don't want to do is, even in the worst case, like let's say you did the worst thing, which is something like this, right? Actually,
You just made a draw.
No, that's what I'm trying to say, is that you can still mess up and make a draw here. Can you believe it, that this is a draw?
Yeah, because you should put the pawns at the white squares.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. But now, of course, he's never going to do that. He's a grandmaster. He wouldn't do that. But just to illustrate, this position here is a draw.
Yeah. Yeah.
3 pawns, no good.
No, not enough.
Yeah, he's not
It's
going to do
going
that.
G pawn for sure, G4.
Yeah.
Bishop F1 is on the board. He's pretty much forced to do that. Bishop E2, Bishop F1, and G4.
Yeah. And now after bishop e2, he's going to go king e3.
Mm-hmm.
Or king g3, actually. That's what he's going to...
King
Yeah,
G3,
yeah, this is correct. And he's going to put his pawn on f4, he's going to put his king on g5 and go f5 check.
Oh my goodness. That's
And
so
after
strong.
that, actually, Gavrilescu
You cannot
will
really
resign.
stop that happening.
No, Gavrilescu will resign. After f5 check, there will be resigns.
Yeah. He'll try maybe A3 here, maybe bishop to D1, but...
Yeah, he'll try a3.
Very strong plan here, F4, F5. Even directly you can play F4, F5 here, King F4.
That's true. He'll go a3.
A3, Bishop A1.
One last try. Bishop a1. Massive result for Ido Gorstein. Massive result. We're going to get a playoff. Gorstein against Sava Vatokin. Wow. That's unreal.
That's amazing, actually. That's exactly what we want to see. Fight for the first place in the last round. Sorry, the playoffs.
King f7. Okay, just f4, f5 is...
Yeah.
Don't think about it too long. Then the king goes to f4, e6. It's just...
You have to make sure that you are putting the pawns on the light squares, not to allow black to blockade the squares. So he knows it for sure. Like, this is so basic things. Everybody knows how to deal with that.
It might be Resign's time. I think Gavrilescu's giving me Resign's vibes, basically. He's saying his body language is, I think I've had enough. We'll go back to board 1 in a second. I just think that we are going to get Resign's... Okay, he's being stubborn. He wants to put the king on g5. Even that doesn't... got to be careful. Yeah, f5, king g5.
E6.
Yeah, e6. So of course you play king h4 first. You don't give your opponent any chance whatsoever. And the worst thing for Gavrilescu is, even after bishop d3, even if you sacrifice the bishop, this is still winning for white. So there are no... There's just no way.
Yeah.
It is Resign's time. Now is a good time to resign. Now is a really good time to resign. They both know it. It's not like one of them is in denial.
They know it.
They know it. It's just, you know, sometimes a grandmaster takes time to resign because he's frustrated, he's, you know, he's upset. You can just go f5 here.
You can also go e6 here in this
You can go
position.
e6 here. It's also very good. e6 is probably even better, right? He does go f5. It materially doesn't make a difference. That's it. I think the handshake is incoming. I would already be shaking hands here. I mean, there's just nothing to do. He's already demonstrating that he's not going to make a mistake here. All right, let's go back to board 1 just to see.
Before we go there, there is a very interesting situation on board number 8. And remember, this is the board... Oh, they just finished before we get there. This is the board when the
going on.
French FIDE master
Yeah.
could get a norm if he would win, and we have to go directly to the final part. The game has been finished,
What happened?
and guess what?
Oh.
After move 50.
50. Let's have a look at this. Move 50.
We
Queen
have
is-
Queen E6,
Yeah.
Queen F4,
Queen F4.
Bishop
okay.
D6, Knight E6,
Yeah.
Queen E3, Rook to G6.
Hold on a second. Knight E6.
Queen E3.
Queen E3. Queen E3. Rook takes. Are you kidding me? Rook takes G6. This is move of the tournament. Rook takes G6. Look at this tactic. This is unbelievable, this move.
Yeah, it's a beautiful one. So after taking on G6,
Well, what about queen takes queen? You play rook takes h5, check rook h7, and knight f7,
checkmate.
mate.
beautiful one. And
And after rook takes g6, you play rook takes h5 check, and after king g7, you drop the queen with knight f5 check. Holy moly! Queen e3 is a monster blunder.
yeah, it's a terrible blunder. They're
What a
actually
tactic.
analyzing the game, but hey, that means that we have another norm in this
I am
tournament. I am norm. Yeah, I am norm. So this is a second norm. Beautiful one. I love rook g6.
What a tactic, rook
Yeah.
g6.
Beautiful one.
That really was.
Well, the queen e3 is a painful blunder there.
Queen e3 is a painful blunder. It's a difficult position. You can make a lot of mistakes here. But he'll be upset because he probably knows he shouldn't have lost.
David Gavrolescu resigns to Ido Gostein.
Yes.
Ido Gostein, 8 points. He should get ready for the tiebreaks. And now let's go to the board one. As we predicted, this game will go longer.
Oh, God. We might get it, Ketty. Ketty, we might get it.
Yeah, we cannot really escape this one. To have rook and the bishop versus rook.
Have you ever had it in a...
Yeah.
with the rook and bishop or without?
With the rook and the bishop.
With the rook and the bishop, okay. Did you win?
No.
No?
My opponent knew how to.
How to defend?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the position we've got on the board...
And it was a rapid game, so...
Rapid games are the ones where it's actually more difficult to defend, right? In the long
He
play.
knew how to defend, so
Okay.
I could not play any longer. Because like when you have rapid tournament with so many rounds ahead of you, you just want to save your energy.
Okay, so rook... Hold on a second. So rook g... we need to get an update of the... Let's go here. King b7, move 56. We're far away because there's a bit of lag here. So king b7, king d6, bishop f3. Okay, so white...
Rook g3.
Rook g3. Yeah, we saw this idea
Bishop
of create
g2.
and rook g2, but the
Rook
difference is
g4.
there's a check here.
Then we
the-
have rook to d1.
Yeah, this is the difference. King e7
7. Bishop
and
d5.
bishop d5.
Rook f4.
Yes.
King c6.
Yes.
King f6.
Yes.
King d4.
King
King d6.
King d6.
Rook a4.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e1.
Yep.
Rook a6 check.
Yep. Bishop c6.
King g5.
King g5.
Rook to c1.
Yep. To release the king.
Rook a2.
Yes.
Bishop d5.
Yes.
Rook e2. Rook
Yes.
c8. f4.
Yes.
Rook g8.
Yes.
King to h4.
Yes.
King c5.
Yep.
King h3. King d4 and rook to d2 check. And we have to save this line not to lose because there are so many moves.
we'll just stay here for the moment. So, this is the situation. First things first, does white actually win this pawn by force and maintain the bishop?
I think there is this nasty tactic here. After king whatever,
e4?
rook d5, king d5, f3.
Oh,
And you are not on time to
this is brilliant,
stop
Ketty.
me. Rook to f8, king g2, king e4,
Yes.
f2, And
Yes.
you are...
He did it.
He did it! Okay, I'm
did it.
happy he saved us 1 hour.
That he saved us an hour.
That's really good.
He did it. Look at this way to simplify. I always tell my students about that's why it's important to know some fundamental rook endings, because you can simplify an f3 and this is a draw.
Look at him.
Yeah, this is
Sava
awesome.
Vetahin. What a brilliant mind.
King e4, f2, and when you attack here, you go king g2, and there's nothing you can do.
King h2. I had this position as a defender against Krosenko, Grandmaster. I sacrificed the rook and knew that this is going to be the end. It was a good feeling. Okay, I think there's going to be the handshake very soon.
Sava Vetohin, nerves of he's really impressed me. He has really impressed me. This kid has got a bright future.
I love how we started. You started to talk about his position and how we're ending. That's a brilliant thing, actually. I always had a trust in him in this round because, he totally deserves to be there in the finals.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Jules is going to make the repetition. It's kind of a shame for Jules because he had the perfect position, the perfect opening, the perfect middle game. He got the ending, and he just misplayed the ending.
It had to play a little bit more accurate there. Okay, here we have a handshake, and look at this big smile at everybody's face. What a success for 15 years old. Grandmaster, who I'm sure we're going to see him at a lot of big events. He has to get ready for a big tie break that is coming up.
Yeah.
Look at him, he's so small. Against Ido Gostein, who himself had a really good tournament. And you know what? We were talking about this with one of my guests here. Ido Gostein is a player who achieved his Grandmaster title quite late. And he was international master for a long time. And then he achieved that when he was late 20s. And look at him here now. He has a good chance to win one of the biggest festivals that we have in the chess world. So Vitohin adjusting the pieces. He should be very happy. And everybody who helped him should be very proud of him that he carried on in very difficult moments and saved all the difficult games.
Today was a real test of character, and he passed the test.
He definitely
passed the test.
Look at this. Congratulations again. You know what, Lawrence? We're going to now call it a day, very quickly summarize what has happened, because we have to get ready for the tie breaks, a big show coming up, and we need actually everything will be moved to outside. So our technical team is preparing for that too. We need a little bit break and a lunch to have some energy, because tie breaks going to be the show itself. And
I think we're going to be starting in around about an hour. 4 o'clock, I think, is the proposed time. So join us in about an hour from now, when we've got a big tiebreak for the first place of this tournament. That is the young Sava Vetohin, who will play against Grandmaster Ido Gostein. The winner takes all. I mean, it's going to be unbelievable. So join us in a short while, where we'll find out who will be the champion of Sunway Sitges International Chess Tournament 2024. See you very soon.
See you guys in about an hour.
colours and then we're good to go.
Cadeira? You have a cadeira?
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Sunway Sitges Festival, and here we have the last part of the tournament, the tie breaks. And Lawrence, look at this red carpet that we have right in front of the area where the players will arrive. And we have also the live music. We have a lot of spectators. Guys, this is the place you want to be. We're here in our studio, but I really want to be out there and enjoy all these vibes that we have.
Yeah, this is what makes this tournament so special, the tie breaks. For many, it's actually the most interesting part. As you can see, we've reallocated the hall outside, and you've got the music, you've got the sun. It's a bit chilly out there today, a bit of wind.
It's windy, yeah.
It's a bit windy today. It's been beautiful weather, but it is the end of December. It is a bit windy today. We can see beautiful live music and the red carpet, and the players are going to play. And they're playing for it all.
So
I want to make that clear. In a lot of tournaments, the tie breaks, you play tie breaks for places or for a medal or for a trophy. They are playing for it all. So, for example, when we get to the first two players, Ido and Sava, they are not just playing for equal prize money.
Exactly. It's a title, first of all. It is a title.
It's a title.
It's a prestige also. You will be the winner of the biggest chess festival and the coolest chess festival. Lawrence, look at the spectators. I was there. They allocated, they actually booked these seats way advanced. They are with the covers, so the wind will not bother them, and I really want to listen to this beautiful music. So the player's gonna have 2 blitz games, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds.
Yes.
They're gonna switch the colors. In case of the tie, if the blitz game ends in a tie, we're gonna have an Armageddon, which means that white will have more time on the clock. Black will have less time on the clock, but if black draws the game, that is equal to the win. So that's going to be actually very likely one of the cases. We're going to have 3 tie breaks. There will be at least, hopefully, in one of the games, we're going to have the Armageddon game. Are you excited?
Yeah, I am, and you know, we're going to have quite a few tie-break games. I expect this to go on for quite a while, and then, of course, we're doing a tie-break for the positions through to position number 8 first, and then we're going to slowly work our way up to who's actually going to be the champion. But you know, effectively, Ido versus Sava for the whole lot, for the win.
For it all. And the winner actually gets 5,000. This is the first prize and the title. And also what is very important. Oh, we see the clubs there. I think the players are walking in.
Yes.
We're going to have this view. How the players are going inside. I like that they have also the element of the fire, because if it's a bit chilly for the players, they are in warm place. Look at this, how beautiful everything looks in here. It's quite festive atmosphere. And I love the red carpet. I think the players deserve to have a lot of red carpet in the tournaments, don't you think?
I agree. And we can see there that a few of the spectators have got their blankets on and the blankets were kindly offered by the organization because, as mentioned, it is a little bit chilly just to sit there and watch the games. And we're in Spain, and a lot of the Spanish, they're used to their warm weather, and they've got their jackets on today. A lot of familiar faces. You can see Taye there in the middle there. Mr. Taye, who, as many of you, if you follow chess Twitter and chess journalism, Taye has been a journalist for ages and reporter.
Oh yes, he was sitting there as one of the first people. Look at him having to sit in the middle of the hall setup. We do have a lot of people sharing the third places. We have Lidi, Mauriti, Tin Jingyao, Jules Moussard, Oremi Madi, we have Ilan Parti, and we have also Kilaze, we have Kirill Alesenko and Du Donggu, and here we have the chief arbiter walking in.
Correct.
Nuno announcing the details for the tournament for the spectators. Nuno, Andrade.
Yeah, Nuno Andrade, yeah.
We have him on the... we can see how windy is it today. Wow.
It's really, really windy out there. The pieces will be flying, literally, not just metaphorically, but we'll see it, especially if they get low on time. No, I mean, it's going to be really fun to watch. Not all of those players will be playing the tiebreak, however.
No, they will not be
There's
playing.
a cut-off, so I think it's 4.
It cuts off eight players
So,
here.
Yes, exactly. So you'll see as the games rotate, it will become very, very clear. Nuno Andrade there, who's been here for ages, doing the introductions, and I think it's such a nice touch to have a red carpet for the top performers.
Yeah, super fancy. And here
we
we have
go.
the first player.
Who we got?
Ido Gorstein walking in. Look at this. Like a big boss going to the first board, fighting for the first place. Look at him, just trying to finding the place, and he sits down. There is a special place. We can see the sofas. He will be waiting.
Correct.
He will be waiting here for the rest of the players to walk in. I like this announcement and the applauses for the players while they are walking in.
Yeah, I mean, basically,
Oh, look at this,
Lidi.
Lidi, with a big smile on the face.
Yeah, remember, there's going to be a bit of waiting time. There's Sava, you can see him there as well. Sava, so Ido and Sava are going to be playing. So for the first position, they will be waiting until the rest of the positions have been clearly defined. So we've just seen Marc-Andrea Marizzi there. And
this is Tin.
That's right. We've got, who really should be in, if he's going to be kicking himself because he should have really been fighting for the
I don't know
first
about
position.
him, but I know that Jules Moussard was really upset. We can see him walking very proudly on the red carpet, but he had such a chance. I had a chat with him.
Was he really upset, was he?
Yes, he was
Yeah.
really, really upset. And we have
That's
another player,
Remy.
Remy coming in and joining the rest of the players. One more player.
Yes,
Here we have Elon Party.
correct.
With his Sunway Sitges hats that we got, all the players got. Quite useful. I think they predicted they will be windy today, and they actually provided players the hats.
May I just comment? If you look at that group of players, what's the first thing you notice? What's the first thing that you see there?
I see a lot of young, bright
They're all
minds.
young.
I know.
Look.
Well, if I sit there, I will also look young. I mean.
Yes, you would, Katie. But if you look at that group of players, they're all like in their 20s, right? Basically.
Most of them.
Where is the Ivanshuks? Where is the Gormalis and the Arkels
good point.
and these other top grandmasters that played this tournament who didn't make it? They don't get there because youth now does rule the world in chess. We've seen it with the youngest world champion of all time, and they are just getting younger and younger and younger, and it's very difficult for players who have got all the class and talent in the world to keep up with them. Even Ivanchuk, you saw how the energy ran out. He just ran out of battery at some point.
He's coming also from a very tough competition,
Yes.
Cadder Masters. We have to take that into the consideration. You guys, this is the live view of what you see on the background. We have the camera, and we're gonna catch all this beautiful sunset. And you can see how bright it is actually over there. But very soon it will get darker. And I've heard some exciting events will come up as well. I don't want to spoil. We have a big smile on the chess players and a close-up camera. Look at this. They deserve to be sitting there. They deserve to be as top of the players. All of them have played amazing chess in this tournament and played on the top boards during these 10 rounds.
Yeah, for the most part, their chess has been exceptional. I think special mention really has to go to Sava, because I think his level through the tournament has just been phenomenal. Ido as well, of course, that's why they are in the top 2 positions. I've been very impressed with a lot of other players. Jules Moussard, although he's disappointed, you know, he had some tough pairings and some early draws, which, you know, affected things. I think he would have made it up there.
Oh, I think we're starting, and we have the first pair getting into the game, and here we have Tin Jingyao against Ilan Party. They will choose now the colors, and they will start to play. Oh, what happened? Something fell down there.
Remember, it doesn't really matter what color you start with. You're playing 2 games each anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant. So we do have Jingyao with the black pieces, I believe, but we'll see in a minute. Here is Jules Moussa. The old-fashioned way of choosing colors.
Yeah.
From the hand.
Old style.
Jules will have
with his
white.
bottle of water, getting ready.
Oh no, Jingyao has white. Okay, Jingyao does have white.
It doesn't look, guys. It's not so. It might look a little bit chilly there, but I was there like a couple of minutes ago, and it's not bad. I think everybody just wants to be comfortable and cozy to witness all this situation. And these people are sitting there for like quite some times. Because if you leave the seat, you will lose the seat. So they have booked this place probably half an hour ago, if not more. And they are waiting for the best part of Sunway Sitges Festival. And here we have the handshake, and black started the clocks, and we do have the first C4.
Wowzers!
D4.
Well, we've got it on.
we
We've
have
got it
on.
on the board, which is awesome, and it's coming through rather rapidly. So we're going to do our best to keep up. But we have got a Dutch defense. Wowzers, and H4, I love it. Now, this is the Jingyao Tin that I want to see. He's played solid all tournament. Are we going to get a bit of a hackathon today?
We need to see here true colors, and this is such a nice opening, right?
Love it.
To show your best here from both sides. Are we going to have the board on the screen to check it out, the moves better? We can see knight jumped on h6 in the corner. I
guess, yeah, this is one of the main moves, knight to h6. Definitely a top move here. The idea is to put the knight on f7. I believe we will have the board. Hopefully we can incorporate this board. We'll wait for our production team to tell us. In the meantime, some normal stuff has happened. Queen d2, knight f7, bishop f4, d6. All been played loads. White castles on the queen side. This also is fairly standard. So far, so good. This is, you know...
they have just started. They have just started this opening, and very soon we're going to have some fireworks. It's
E5! Wow, that move just... I mean, that's a bold move, e5, opening up the d file with your queen on d8. It probably works, though. He should take with the pawn here.
He can take with the pawn, he can take with a knight, he can take with the bishop. Too much of the options, and we're going pawn takes on e5, offering the queen trade. Bishop is also hanging.
He's going to go queen e3.
Queen e3. Now the d8 queen is hanging. You have to move this queen away. Perhaps queen e7.
He blocked with knight d7. I'm not sure about this move, queen e3. It's a little bit... I don't know. Okay, knight d7, knight f3 has been played. And I expect castles, of course. And bishop
Bishop
g5.
to g5. Here we have the board on the screen. This is currently the position. Bishop is attacking the queen on d8. If you take on g5, I might consider to take it back with the h file to open up the h square, to have the h file to have the target on h7. Black is thinking here. Black can also move the queen on e8. Or the knight d5 might win the game right away.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually slightly unpleasant for black all of a sudden. You can tell that Ilan Party kind of freestyled this just by the way he was moving, so it is a total freestyle. However, it's an unpleasant moment also because you have to burn a lot of time. Remember, we're playing Blitz, 5 minutes plus 3. You spend a minute or a minute and a half on the move, it really does impact the whole game. I like
He doesn't like this. He doesn't like this move, bishop to g5. Bishop f6 has been played, and you are not happy to trade your dark square bishop, which holds the king side together.
Knight d5 is just winning. Yeah.
Yep, he's going for that.
This move is just crushing, because now if you take the bishop off, I take with the pawn, and knight f6 check is a massive threat. And of course, this has been seen. Black is already busted here, Ketty. This is just losing already.
It is a very difficult position. You don't want to joke here in Dutch usually. Bishop takes g5.
Yeah.
Pawn takes g5. Watch out,
King
knight
g7.
f6 is the move. That doesn't really stop knight f6 happening.
But then maybe there's some tricky move like h5. This is a typical defensive idea where you get to close the... Yeah, and he should go h5. He should go h5 here. This is his best defensive chance. But that said, you can just take and then take. Hold on, the position is just dead. Hold on, the position is just totally over here. Ilan Party is busted real quick. And that's the danger. When you play an offbeat opening like the Dutch, he goes h5.
He goes h5.
But when you play an offbeat opening like the Dutch, you need to know it inside out. You can't just freestyle it. Yeah, now
and he goes 97. That's an extra pawn for Tianjin Jiao.
And 95.
Do you need more? I don't think so. Then also Black's king is quite exposed. He takes, queen takes, king goes on h7.
Now you can just do anything. e3 is a good
like
move.
e3, bishop d3, bishop e2 ideas. You just have an extra pawn.
Yeah, the best idea is just to give up this bishop, sack on h5 and...
Checkmate the king.
Checkmate. This is about as disgusting as it gets. This is really like, you can't move the queen, you can't move the bishop. Resigns in a classical game here is totally fine, but we're not in classical. Okay, so rook e8. So now I expect white to play the move. Queen f4, rook e4, so you've got to be a little bit careful. Where is he going to put the queen? He's going to put it on c3 or c5.
Yeah, queen will go perhaps... Or queen c5 or queen d5?
I think he put it on c5. He didn't want to block the d file.
But you have queen f7 coming up. We're going to see the move very soon.
Oh, maybe he put it on the d file, you're right. I can't see from here. Waiting for the move to come through.
Queen to d5, bishop to e6 happened.
Okay, he put it... Now he's just having more pawns. Now he's just eating more pawns. Queen takes b7. Queen takes g5. Queen takes c7 check.
Yeah. Give me a second.
Yes.
Give me a second. We have to do this. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Queen takes c7 check. I guess that was rook e7 and queen f4. So now Jing Yao is going for the simplification of this position, which is totally reasonable because every pawn ending is good. So queen f6 played on party, trying to keep the queens on. Now you can play g4. Huh? Does g4 work here? Look at this, 2 pins. Does g4
I love g4.
work?
I love g4.
But then you've got to be careful. There's some rook b7.
You can play c3 there as well.
Yeah, but you've got them rook c8 threatening rook takes c3. Things can get a little... like, I want to stabilize here. Actually, I think you should play queen d4.
I think bishop c4 happened. Bishop c4, bishop takes c4, and queen takes c4.
Of course, this is still winning. Rook b8,
Rook
threatening
b8.
mate. Oh, not mate, but threat. He'll go c3 now, I guess.
And there's a move,
rook
d4.
d4. Love this move.
I love it to cut in the queen from all the actions from the queen side. Rook d4 beautifully stands. Then you can play rook to d1. Another rook can get into the game.
Yeah, exactly. Really like this move.
Rook to b7.
Rook e b7. Okay, now you don't have to go b3, but you're probably going to, right? I find it difficult to believe that he's going to let this pawn go, although it might work in some lines. I think you just go b3 here and just keep everything tidy. He plays b3, and black is really out of ideas here, but white is just too solid. He's got 2 extra pawns. He's going to double on the d-file. He's going to swap 1 pair of rooks. He's going to put the king on b1, and there is no attack here for black. The king goes to b1. There's no queen a1 checks. Everything is absolutely fine. No panic whatsoever.
B3, and now black is taking a lot of time, 2 minutes below on the clock, as well as 2 pawns are missing on the board. Still heavy pieces on. We have king to
King
h6.
h6, yeah.
We have heavy pieces on the board. Still, there is a need of play a little bit accurate, not to miss
h2,
any of the chances.
Jing Yao just going through the motions now. Rook e7, I think that was.
Rook e7, yes, that's right.
And now you want to go king b1. That's what he does, of course, just so he can free up the rook on d4. Just good plus. Rook b7, trying to hold on for dear life. Now you go rook d6, I guess. You go rook d6, queen g5. And now I believe he's going to play the move g3. That is a Jing Yao move, trust me. He's going to go g3 just to...
G3, rook e4 is on the board, queen is hanging.
Now he's going to go queen c3 to threaten mate on h8.
Queen to c8,
Same
attacking
idea.
the rook and threatening to give a check on h8.
This is actually much better than my move. And Jing Yao are just in total control here. Nothing, actually, this is just completely over because there's a queen f8. Yeah, this should end any second, actually.
And this is so important game for him. It's very personal game. He could win. He could get more prize for that win. But still, 14, this match is very important to win against Ilan Party.
Okay, rook e to
e
e7.
e7.
Okay, so what's the quickest finish here? So queen h8 check, rook h7,
Queen f8.
queen f8.
And rook d7.
Yeah, whichever rook, and then rook d7. Everything nice and tidy.
Yeah, he played like that.
There are all kinds of good moves here.
And he goes for
Rook
rook e6.
e6.
I love this move. With the idea to play rook d6 and go after g6 pawn.
h4?
Rook h1.
Rook h1 is really good, yeah. That's about it. That's it. Yeah.
And the handshake, here we have the first game is down. We have Team Jing Yao beating Ilan Party in the first game, but this is not the end. They're going to have now another game. We do have already Jules Moussard with white pieces against Ahmadi Golami. And here we have this position, right?
Yeah, we've just seen the move e4, but I'm a bit confused because it looks, just from the staring at the position, that things are a bit dangerous for white, but maybe his idea is that if this knight takes the pawn, that he's going to swoop in with queen h6, and all of a sudden you're winning. So actually, when I say dangerous, is this position losing for black? Because you're just threatening to take the knight, and if you move the knight, queen h6 is coming. This actually looks very, very suspicious. He goes h5, maybe the only
that's a
move.
nice save. h5 is definitely a nice save. I think first he took on the e4.
Yeah, we've had a load of moves there. Hopefully...
Oh my goodness, they're playing so fast. Lawrence, you have to click here to get the moves.
Yeah. F takes g4, queen takes b3. Now, he's survived the attack at the moment, but there's... Did he just go f6 check? Oh, look at this gorgeous move. Because if you take, it's
queen e5
mate.
checkmate.
So he played f6 check, so you have to move the king somewhere else. And he moved it on h7, and then I believe queen e7 came. And he took the knight, and look at this. He gave up the knight, and he's saying, there's no checkmate, sir, after king h6.
There is a checkmate, because now h4 is possibility. h4 with queen g7 idea, and you can give me the check on d1 and pick up the pawn on g4, but you don't have a square to run away.
No, but I have check, check, and check. So hold on a second here. We have h4, queen e3 check.
King goes on h...
2, there was a check, there was another check.
g3.
g3, and that's it.
And wow, Jules Moussard wins the game. Actually, that was a brilliant piece sacrifice for the win. Beautiful one.
Beautiful, but I've got a feeling that he missed a way to draw that, actually. Or I feel like there was a check on d4, a1, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm very curious. No, it's still mate.
It was a mate, yeah.
It's still mate.
It was a very, very accurate sacrifice.
Well done, Jules. Okay, so that means we move on to the second game. Ilan Parti now with white. Very simple. Has to win. Has to win. Lost the first one. Has to win.
Actually, we have to choose between Jules Moussard and...
Should we go with
Yeah,
Jules?
I think we can try that. We're gonna have it on the screen.
Okay, we're going to go with... Let's go with Jules for the second game.
Okay, so
Jules, so we've got Mehdi Orimi. If we can get the camera there. The second game. The second group of players.
Change colors, and Ilan Parti will play with white pieces against team.
They are waiting to start.
Let's see. There we go.
They are not at the sit, so they're not at the table. So we have to focus on this.
Okay, well we'll focus. We will focus on this game then for the minute.
Please take your seat.
Well, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think that Ilan Parti will win with white?
I wish him to win, but Tin Jingyao is very solid, very creative.
Yes.
It's going to be very difficult to break him to win. What is happening?
And what about-
There is some conversation. They're getting ready.
Let's go with the Orimi game as we
Yeah,
started.
I would
Let's
love
go
to
with
that.
this. Orimi has to win with white. This should be a very interesting game.
So the winner of these two matches is going to face each other
Correct.
to fight for the third place.
Exactly. So,
Good luck, you can start.
There is
cold.
a big smile and
There
a
we go.
handshake. Let's go, let's go. It's going to be a lot of fun to see the second game of this match. We have 1d4, knight to f6, c4, and black choose to play.
I think it was the Nimzo, but let's have a look. The moves will come through. There we go. E6, nice. Queen's Gambit decline, bishop g5, very solid. E3, h6, bishop h4. We've seen this a bunch of times in the tournament. Bishop e7, bishop e3, castles. Queen c2, the old-fashioned way of playing this with h3. Now the move knight h5 is kind of common at the moment to try and trade these bishops off. I think you can go knight e4 as well, but you tend not to with the knight still on g1. So I expect... Okay, a5, also another way to play this position.
I'm keeping the eye on the other game.
Yes,
if
please.
something exciting happens, we're gonna switch the boards, but so far we can just focus on this one.
Yeah, this is solid so far. Orimi, a3. And over to Jules. Jules only needs a draw, so you don't have to go crazy. In fact, you really shouldn't go crazy. And he does indeed play the move knight h5, which is the modern way to trade off bishops. With the queen already gone, takes, knight e2.
Yep, sure. With black pieces, he needs to make a draw to go to the next match.
Knight
So
e7.
for him, he doesn't need to go crazy, actually.
Castles. And in this position here, after castles, what happened next? Queen
Queen
g5.
to g5. Oh, I like
Okay.
that move. I like that move to scan the
You?
king.
Yeah, king h2, knight f6. Hold on, whoa. f4? Sorry, f4? Queen h4, you're knight g1, solid. He wants to go knight f3. This is very cool. This is very cool, this move. Great move. Okay, Jules now thinking.
He has a minute less on the clock already, but yeah, this is the moment you might drop your own queen here.
Well,
Have to
these
take some
knights are
time.
these knights are kind of standing on each other's toes. They're in the way of each other. So he goes back. He goes back knight d7 because he needs some squares for his queen, which is reasonable. So now knight f3, queen e7 would be a fairly normal continuation. Maybe white will play b4 here just while the queen is off on g5. b4 would really make a lot of sense to me here before the queen gets to e7. I expect b4 actually, if I'm honest.
Yep, he's taking some time. What else you can do here in this position? b4 seems to be quite natural move to play then b5 and create the weakness on c6. Another plan might be just too slow to play f3 for somewhere that takes forever, and also black has so much pieces on the king side, you better not to do that. It's taking a lot of time, right? Down to 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, no, this is now too much. You don't do this.
And he goes, ooh, is that g4?
He went g4. Ah, he was calculating actually.
With knight f6, knight f3 wins the queen.
Wait.
Like knight g4 is a still
Yes.
move there.
So if you go knight f3, he's going to give up the knight and play this position, which has to be good for white. Bishop h7, check, king h8, queen f5.
I don't like that.
You don't like that? No, knight
Like
f6.
I don't like that for black.
No, knight f6 is actually very good here. No, that's bad. Sorry. Let me take that back. What about just going f4 here? Oh no, the e3's hanging at the end. Sorry, hold on. Calm down.
Brave.
Calma.
Brave.
Calma. What are we going to do here? Calma. It's actually not totally straightforward what to do here. What did he do?
It is. What did he do? They are playing so fast. We have to...
He went knight f3. Okay,
Yeah.
so now Jules is absolutely forced to play the move knight takes g4.
It is. Oh, I'm very excited. I love that knight f6 move in the end that you showed earlier.
And now this is like a critical moment. This is an absolutely critical moment. Because you've got two pawns and the white king is very open. So you absolutely have to make the use of this moment as white. Have to.
You have to do that. Otherwise, there's also a big chance that there will be the threefold repetition. Checks.
Queen
you
e2.
have to win this one now. Queen e2.
Yeah, now
Knight f3.
Knight f6 will happen.
Knight f6.
Surely knight f6. Surely knight f6. Surely knight f6 here will be the move. And queen h3 is a big threat. What is he thinking about? What are we missing? After knight f6, does white want to go rook h1? With the idea of meeting check with this and being able to walk with the king.
Oh, there's a crazy line here. Engine line after queen e2. Knight c5, Lawrence. Look at this. The level of the craziness. You take that, I give a check, queen h5, and bishop g4, and pray to survive in that position.
Holy moly. If he plays knight c5, Orimi might fall off his chair.
Knight f6 is on the board.
Yeah, it doesn't work because now Orimi has been calculating rook h1 here. 100%. This is actually a chance for Orimi to level up the game. What's going on in the other game, by the way? Anything exciting?
Tin is having a better position there.
Okay.
Rook h1 is on the board.
Rook h1, great move. Let's go back to the camera of Jules Moussa against Orimi because this is a critical moment. Rook h1, knight e4 played. Okay. Now you don't want to play this move. That would be a bad idea, big mate. So...
what you gonna do?
it's not straightforward here. And Orimi already low on time.
Exactly. There's some
Plays
ideas
95.
like rook e6, rook g6 as well. Knight e5 offering the queen trade.
I like this. Like this move a lot. Very good move. Jules is in big trouble here.
He's in big trouble. You cannot give a check, queen h3, king g1, and then your queen is hanging. Maybe queen f5 is the move to chase the pawn. on f3 and wait for the opponent to make a mistake like f3 here. Then you can give a check on h3, on h5.
But here I just feel like already the momentum of this whole episode is
Feeling like Armageddon.
yeah, this definitely
Coming up.
This absolutely feels like an Armageddon. But there's still you still have to convert this as white. It's not totally straightforward. Queen f5 played, and now Arimi needs a really good move, a really good accurate move, which I don't know just by look. I can't locate it. I
think you have to get rid of the knight on e4. Maybe knight e4, maybe bishop e4, but you have to trade some of the pieces.
Here goes king g1.
King g1, also very fair move. I like that.
Yeah?
And you want to run away with this king and claim that I have extra piece and winning position. There's rook h5 coming as well. You can prepare f3 somewhere.
f6 played. This is what I've been looking at. And now, what to do here is white? Because if you take, maybe takes a knight c4. But, yeah, I think he might do that actually.
I can also do knight f3, right?
In this position.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I don't want to give up the bishop for the
Yes.
knight, you can do that.
No,
He
takes
takes with a knight.
also possible, of course.
Pawn takes and then bishop
Bishop
c4
C4
has
check.
to be played. I like that actually, to keep the bishop on the board.
Of course. Bishop c4 check. Now you have to be a bit careful where you put the king.
Definitely not on h8, because then knight f3, f7 is with a check.
Yeah. So you put it on...
Bishop e6.
Oh, you can also block.
Wait a minute, what about rook h5 now?
Rook h5. Looks,
Queen h7, you
But-
have to play there.
But then you can take queen c4.
I don't like this one for black.
But you've got to be a little bit careful because your rook is slightly offside. So, for example, here you have to be careful that you don't run into queen g6.
Yeah, we don't play queen c4, I guess, to give up the control on h5.
So bishop e6, rook e6.
Rook h5 is on the board.
It's been a whole bunch of moves. So we'll get there in a second when the PGN catches up.
And, white just goes knight to c4
Yeah,
and b5. Yeah, you have extra piece.
it's an extra piece. There's a couple of pawns there, but yeah, it's a piece. It's technically winning. Arimi really has to win this position.
Lawrence, you have
Yes,
to
please.
update here to get the moves.
King h1.
Oh,
Okay.
some pieces dropped.
D4. There was a trade for the D and B pawns. Okay. White still maintaining full control here. No big dramas. Rook g1 is good. Nothing really to do here for black. You can slowly bring your pieces. This knight into d4 looks like something you would do. Queen c5. The rook's
I love that. Even queen can come on d4 to just
Yeah, I love that.
fix everything.
Yeah.
Wow, what a match.
It was the knight in the end that comes to b3. Yeah, Jules is really not surviving this in any meaningful way. fe3, fe3. The queen is just completely cut out of play. So rook f6, rook d5, Jules trying something. The queen... Did the queen come in there to e7? Did. Looks very threatening.
Yeah, queen e7 on the board.
And, okay, queen g8. I think I would go rook d6 now. No, maybe not. Let me think.
Rook d7.
Rook d7 played?
Go up to g7, I guess.
I get rook d7, of course. Rook f7. And queen d8, very professional. I think this was played.
After rook f8, you play queen c7, I guess.
Exactly. Very professional.
Yeah, we have that on the board.
Beautiful. Great control exhibited here by the Iranian Grandmaster. Rook f7. Now he can finally take. Takes. Queen e5, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he heard me. He put the queen on c6 and he was like, no, let me put it on e5. Which is, of course...
Love that. Knight e6 or knight f5 to chase this g7 square.
Queen c8, you have to go knight f5. Don't allow queen h3 mate. Whatever. Oh, sorry, knight f5 blunders a piece. Goodness. Excuse me.
nice cover, yeah.
Yeah.
Sacrifice the
You can
piece.
put the queen on, you can go queen e6, queen f8. Okay. Maybe take a pawn now on e4. Maybe take a pawn now on e4.
Yeah, he took already. You have to update again.
It's
They're
knight
playing
f5.
very fast. Well, if you take the pawn on b2, then queen e8 wins the rook there. So queen c8 happened.
Still angling for that one shot.
Sneaky move.
You know a cool move here. Rook takes g7. The idea is that after rook takes g7, I go queen e5.
I love that.
Although I'm running into some check and mate. Look, I blundered mate.
Oh,
Look
no.
at this, I blundered mate. I really did.
Okay, I don't love it. I don't love it anymore.
Okay, he allowed a check, but he allowed it so that his king can move. So it's not the end of the world. So queen f4. He's got 10 seconds. Jules saying, okay, let me see if I can swindle this guy.
What did he play? Rook f2, okay, I guess.
I can't see from afar what happened. Queen e6, knight e4, knight f6
Ooh,
check.
knight f6, e4.
Love it. Nice control by Remy. Queen b6, queen f2, queen e6. Bit of repetition.
Maybe b4, maybe just go for that pawn as well.
b4, queen d4, lovely move. Centralization, lovely move.
h5, knight h5, king h6.
And knight back to f6. That's stunning chess, that is. Queen h3, but now there's knight g8 check.
Yeah, there was knight d5 check actually was winning the rook, but...
Queen d2.
Queen h2.
Okay, queen h2.
Queen h7, queen g8 checkmate is coming if you don't trade the queens. So this is going to be the game over.
I think that's it. I think that's resign. I think Jules will resign here. Because queen h7, queen g8 is mate, and the ending is totally hopeless.
That queen e3 was on the board?
Queen e3 on the board?
Yeah.
Okay,
queen
king
e3,
h1.
king h1.
No checks. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Great game by Orimi. What happened in the other game, by the way?
Yeah, we just see that the other game has already finished.
Ilan Party lost.
And yeah, Ilan Party lost 2-0 against Jing Gyao.
Yeah. In this game, rook f7, queen h7, king f8, knight d7 check. Yeah. And you can start
Beautiful
resigning.
Game.
Yeah, and that's it. Wow.
All right. Look at this, getting darker there. Jean Mozart goes to the Armageddon. They will now, and we have this Marc Andrea.
Yep,
They're
Marc Andrea and
analyzing.
Jules having a quick chat.
Analyzing there.
There you go. Great game by Remy. I mean, we've got to be honest. It was a controlled game. He played an opening which was solid, and then he found this g4 idea to win the piece.
Yeah,
and
beautifully done.
He didn't make a single big mistake, and he kept the faith. Now we have Armageddon. So I think they will choose for who wants black.
Yes.
Right. So we're going to get probably the.
You're gonna see that. Let's go full screen in the playing venue. What we have for now.
I'd love to see the arbiters choosing the colours.
Yeah, I
though.
want to see that too.
And the winner of this Armageddon will face Tinjing Yao.
There's also Maurizi Andrea sitting out there. So
Oh yeah, sorry, Maurizi Sorry, I think the winner of Tinjing Yao...
Maurizi and Lydie has to play as well. They haven't played yet.
They have to play as well. Okay, well, we're going to get them in also. Look at that beautiful color.
I love it. The blue colors.
Blue.
Yeah.
Stunning stuff. Beautiful. Yeah, Lydie and Andrea Maurizi have still got to play as well. So we can hear the Spanish commentators from the other room.
Yeah, I wonder what they're commentating so exciting about. The games are done already.
Yeah. They love the summaries. They love the action. Okay, so they're getting set up now. So we are going to see Orimi Musa first. And the winner of Orimi Musa, I believe... Sorry, the winner of Orimi Musa, I think... We'll see, we'll get confirmation, but I think the winner of this game will play Tinjing Yao. And then the winner of Tinjing Yao versus either Orimi or Musa will then play either Lydie or Maurizi.
Lydie and Maurizi are seated 3rd and 4th, so right. They are upper in the standings.
Yep.
So I wonder what is happening now, how they're choosing the colors. It's getting darker and darker now, but they have the lights. Everything is prepared. We might actually change the location at some point if it gets too dark for the finals, but we're going to see that.
Yep.
We're going to be informed.
Well, I don't think we'll change the location.
That's the plan, that we might change the location for the
absolute
finals. Yeah, okay. Because it's getting really dark there.
Let them play in the dark.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
These guys can play blindfold. They can play. They're good enough. Just play in the dark. If they get a move on, they've got to like start. Basically, you've got to start now. But people really feeling the cold today. It's the wind.
It's the wind. Yeah, I was also feeling the cold today. Oh, are we going to change the location right now? I think we are going in the very beautiful area. Our viewers can also just join us to go to the restaurant named after the great world champion Capablanca. We have a place dedicated to him with a photo on the wall, and the food there is amazing. So there is another playing venue which we have set it up right before the tie breaks, and now we are going to that direction.
Yeah, should be very nice as well. What can we just very brief summary of what we've seen in those first couple of games? Ilan Parti, was not really in it. Ilan Parti he played a couple of dodgy openings, got 2 bad positions. And
I don't say so bad about it. He scored 7 points in the classical chess.
Sorry?
He scored 7 points in the classical.
Yeah, but in the Blitz...
He played good.
No, but...
in the Blitz, yes.
Ketty, I'm talking about the Blitz.
The Blitz,
he played 2 dodgy openings in the Blitz.
We have to be very careful with all the Indian kids. They might be one day world champions, and they might pull up our stream.
Let me be clear.
Memory.
Let me be absolutely clear.
People who are wrong about them.
He's had a great tournament, but in the Blitz portion that we've just seen now, both of the openings weren't successful.
Yeah, it was not his day. I wonder when the next game starts, Lawrence. I really wonder, because it will take some time. All the people to go inside and sit down, and then players to get ready. We might get some information about that shortly. Yeah,
we're waiting for the PGNs to load up as well, but because we need this Armageddon between Orimi, who's got white, against Jules Musa. We'll see. It will be, I guess, 5 minutes against 4 minutes. That tends to be the standard Armageddon time configuration. So Black will have less time, but he will only need to make a draw.
Mm-hmm. If you were a player right now, choose any color, what would be your choice?
Always black.
Black.
Always black. Because the draw odds are massive, especially if you're higher rated. You can find ways to make draws. That said, I say always black. There are top grandmasters I know that would choose white.
Always white. Yeah,
Yeah.
like Duda would. Duda said he would always choose white, and there's Dubov also said once that he will always choose white, and many more players. I never had such an opportunity. Have you ever had played?
Never played an Armageddon for a tournament. No, nothing. I would like to, but never. No, maybe I have, but not that I can remember.
Yeah.
Not for a live tournament.
You would remember. Armageddon is a game that you can remember actually if you played.
Yeah. So Arimi against Jules Moussa. Now Arimi with white, Jules Moussa. Who do you think? Who do you think is going to win it? Is Jules gonna do the business with black? He only needs a draw.
You only need to draw.
Do you think he will go through?
You know what? Orimi is a very good Blitz player. I have
Yes.
seen him playing the side events, the Blitz.
Yeah.
He was the only Grandmaster taking part in this, sometimes in the Bullet side event or the Rapid side event. So
Okay.
we have the update that it's going to take about 5 minutes to settle everyone in Capablanca restaurant and to start the next round. So meanwhile, we can see a beautiful sunset here. I can't believe this is the last sunset here for us, Lawrence, and for the players.
Yeah, it's.
I'm going to
it's-
miss this one.
Yeah, me too. It's been just wonderful commentating on this tournament in pretty much a perfect location. You don't get much better than the Sitges coast, and we've been very lucky with the weather as well because we've really had. The first day was raining very hard. I remember
I missed that part. Yeah, I
You missed
really
that
missed
part.
that part.
Yeah, it was only raining very hard on the first day. Since then, it's been absolutely glorious. And so we may... is this a moment where we will take a small break? Do we want to take a break while they get set up?
I don't mind to get a water, to be
Okay.
honest. So if you can take a small break, we can take it.
All right, so let's see if we can do that. We'll be just literally a couple of minutes because the game will start in about 5 minutes' time. So we're going to see Orimi against Moussa to decide who will advance and play the next round of the tie breaks. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And here we are. This is the tiebreaks of Sunway Sitges Festival. And we do change the location. Players are right now inside the building in Capablanca restaurant. I visited this area and it is so beautiful, Lawrence. We're going to have very soon the footage of that place, and the players are already there, and they will start to play more and more games, starting with the Armageddon, which is the most exciting part of the chess tournaments.
Well, yeah, Armageddon chess. For all of you who've just tuned in, we've got the match Urimi against Musad. It finished 1-1 in the main blitz part, and now they have to...
We have the games on.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
The game has started, and now we have the Armageddon. Very simple. Actually, it's slightly different. It's a slightly different format. White has got 6 minutes. Black has got 5 minutes. Black only needs to make a draw. And look at that. That's gorgeous with the lighting behind there. Black only needs to make a draw. But I will say, Jules Moussa is not black. Jules Moussa is white. So when we see the boards, hopefully we're going to get the name swap. Jules Moussa is white. He is not black. And we've got an Italian game. I'm going to commentate just from the side for the moment until we get the moves. Very classic position. Bishop e6, bishop e4. All of the modern theory. Nothing too major to announce at the moment. And what I love about what Urimi is doing, he's playing very, very fast. And here we go. It says Jules Moussa with black. Ignore that. The names are the wrong way round. Okay, so it is Urimi with the black pieces. And Jules has got that extra time, but...
Oh, yeah. You guys have to ignore that, the colors.
Ignore the colors. Jules Moussa has got white. We have a very typical position. Let's just focus on the position at the moment. And e takes d4 by Urimi. And Jules now thinking knight takes d4 is very possible here, actually.
Yeah, he is half a minute ahead at this point. Started with 1 minute more. He has to make a move. He has a time advantage. This is the advantage he has right now. And he made a move.
He did knight takes d4. And let's see here. Rook e8, knight g3. Totally standard stuff so far. Jules eyeing up this key f5 square. Urimi has to play fast. Bishop d7. Bit passive this move. Not a huge fan of it. Should be okay. And after bishop d7, what are we gonna have? What are we gonna have after bishop d7? Let's see. Jules taking a bit of time. Don't love it. Don't love it.
He has to make the moves rather fast.
Okay. Maybe this one. Here we go.
Yeah, it's fixed, yeah.
Here we go. Sorry, there were two games. So, bishop takes f5 played. The knight will take on f5 and d5. Like this reaction from Urimi. I do like this. And d5. So, Jules, what does he do here? Does he take on d5? He does. Takes on d5. Position here still looks, level to my eye. I mean, this looks fine for black.
Rooks are off the board, and now black can capture the pawn on d5 with the queen to attack the bishop on d3. You can also do with the knight, but queen takes d5 is on the board. Very natural move. You want to get another rook on e-file to attack the queen.
And that's basically what's gonna happen. Bishop c2, rook e8, queen f1, all played. Okay, now Arimi has done a brilliant job with the clock. Has nearly made up a whole minute on the clock, and his position is good. Knight e4 is excellent, hitting this pawn on f2. Really good stuff.
Knight e3 can be played, or bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
That's also a beautiful move, offering a bishop trade there on the board. If you are here with black, you might want to take this bishop to get rid of all these pieces. You want to make a draw. Draw is enough to go to the next stage of the tiebreaks.
Yeah, he decides to go bishop b8 because he's attacking the knight. This is a very ambitious move, bishop to b8. But maybe just an excellent move. Maybe it's just a brilliant move by Remy. Knight to d4. Now the king side is a little bit loose.
What happens after queen d6? I want to checkmate you on h2. You play g3, I play knight g3.
Yes, and if knight f3, there's knight h4, distracting the knight. Wait a second, is Jules Moussa in big trouble here? Is Jules Moussa in big trouble here? Knight d4 played, now queen d6. Are we going to get queen d6? He's using some time, I don't mind it. But queen d6 looks crushing. Queen d6 looks absolutely devastating. And he played it, I'm sure he played it. I saw a backwards move there with his hand. Jules Moussa, he's thinking, qu'est-ce que c'est? Je ne sais quoi.
Queen d6 was on the board. g3 loses to knight g3 right away. Knight f3 loses to knight h4. There is f4 move still possible, but you will lose after knight c3, I guess.
f4, but now this bishop is loose. Knight takes c3.
Or what about knight f4? It's just also an
just
extra
take a pawn.
Yeah.
Anything wins.
Oy.
What a game by Remy. He's played beautifully.
And he takes knight f4.
This is the way. Now, as Jules Moussa, you just say, okay, this is a disaster, but I have to play fast because at least I can still flag my opponent. He takes. There's a big trade-off here. It's very simple. Piece up. Pawn up. Now, rook e1, I guess, is his idea, right? To pin this knight, but then knight f6.
Knight f6, knight e6, I can play that moves. And white is in must-win situation. This is an Armageddon. Draw is not enough.
I'm not even sure that he's got enough to draw here.
So they take rook takes, king f2, g3, g6, king f3, bishop e5, and white is thinking.
Knight b3, b6. Just beautiful chess by Remy. Full control. Bishop e4. Okay, I guess c5 here, right?
Can play c5.
You have to play c5.
Knight d2, knight c4 is something that Jules is looking for.
Surely knight d6 here is a Remy. Surely you play knight d6, correct?
Knight d6, bishop d3, and f5 has been played.
Yeah, this is beautiful, cutting all the
g4,
squares.
king f7.
Yeah, king f7.
Knight f1.
Knight f1, a trade on g4.
a4. Yeah, takes a4.
Oops.
So you have to play a4 first. Somehow.
Oh, there's an a4 in here somewhere.
Yes. So maybe here a4.
Okay.
King f7. g4.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll refresh the board. Here we go. King takes g4 on the board.
Okay, we were so behind.
Doesn't matter. The point is this. White cannot win this position. Opposite color bishops and a pawn down. Needs to flag him. Literally needs to keep the pieces on the board.
Flagging is exactly what Jules gonna do right now. Bishop g8 going after h7 pawn. He wants to weak the king side, so then he can have access to king g5 to attack the pawn on g6.
King e4, great
Love
move.
this move. King
Great
e4.
move. Great move. King e4.
Love this move.
He's going to go
He's
knight
a good
d5.
blitz player.
Yeah, he's a very good blitz player. Knight d5, knight c4. Knight c4. Now you have knight e3 check. Knight e3 check. So if knight c4, b3, knight e3 check, you then win the pawn on c3. Easy, easy draw. Can you do something else? Maybe there is some other moves, but you don't want to waste time. Just move. Just move. You got to move. What did he do? Knight c4.
Yeah, attacking the pawn on b2, guarding the pawn on b6. You want to play knight to e3 to trade the pieces and secure the draw.
Is he going to go king g5? Yeah, king g5 played. Okay. And now? He took on b2. Surely you just take the pawn. Surely, because if knight d6, you have bishop d...
he takes knight b2 and bishop c3.
Yep, and now you can just liquidate the whole board. You're not here to win. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The king side has been liquidated, and then
king g6, king d4. Yeah, you need
Correct.
to bring this king here.
Correct.
And next c2.
Knight. Well, the next moves are knight d3, c3, c2,
Exactly.
queens. Black is just.
I'm
winning.
happy to play king c5 and take the pawn on e4 with that too.
Bishop c2 by Jules Moussard to stop all of this. But it's still completely over. King c3. Bishop d1? Surely not.
What is that? Is a blunder?
Did he just blunder his bishop? No, he didn't do that, did he? Probably did. The knight's on d1.
Oh my goodness.
Woo.
Wow. And
Yikes.
this means that Jules Moussard is out of the competition to fight for the third place. We have Mari Orimi. He deserved it. He played really good. And you know what? He was training so hard throughout the side events. He did not miss any of the side events. The player from Iran, well done. Congratulations. To beat Jules Moussard in the Blitz is a big thing.
Oh, it's a huge result for Arimi. I mean, Jules Moussard was big.
Oh my goodness.
Excuse me.
So here we have next game coming up very soon. We can see the team of the arbiters right now so much focus, and they have done good work throughout the whole event. These people are actually amazing, and we had the tournament round running without any issues. Now it is Maurizi getting ready for the playoffs. His opponent is Lidi.
Yeah, Lidi is... he's going to be a very interesting player to watch. I can tell you this, though. I think I mentioned this during the broadcast. Years and years ago when I went to Corsica, I say years and years, it wasn't even that long ago. It was like 2 years ago. I went to Corsica. It was 2 years ago. And I played the Corsica, Porticcio Open. And Marc-Andrea Maurizio, of course, was there as the leading Corsica, probably the best ever player from Corsica. And there was always blitz near the pool. And Marc-Andrea, I promise you, he destroyed everyone. And okay, I'm just a random IM. He was destroying Mazet. He was destroying Cornet. He was destroying Libashevsky.
Basically, whole French.
I mean, just
team.
nobody can touch Marc-Andrea Maurizio at blitz. Now, I don't know Lidi. He's a grandmaster.
He took white pieces.
But I tell you something. If I had to guess, I would say that Maurizio is a big favorite against Lidi.
Oh, whoa. Is it Tin playing against Maurizio? It is Tin playing against Maurizio.
You're
Tin,
right. It
yeah.
is. It is. We've got Maurizio playing against... and hopefully we'll get the board soon. We've got Tin against Maurizio, and we've got Lidi against Orimi. Okay, so maybe they're going to be playing a bunch. We'll get, of course, some clarity as we move on with so many players fighting out for the third place.
Yeah. Do you like this playing venue?
I love it.
Capablanca. Very nice, right?
I love it. Look at the lights.
And yeah, if we have, I don't know if we have a camera on that side, but we do have beautiful, huge photo of Capablanca on the whole wall. And that's so, like, this whole place is so much dedicated into chess, this area, the hotel, and the resort, actually.
Yes.
They love chess, and they are organizing this event for 11th time. And you see, Lawrence, there on the wall, we can see a beautiful portrait, the photo, the painting
Capablanca.
of Capablanca.
Yeah.
Oh. Oops. Something happened to our camera.
All right. Let's go with this game, Jing Yao Tin against Maurizio. I'm very curious how Maurizio will do against... By the way, Tin looked quite good in Blitz. Yes, Ilhan Party didn't play well those two games, but Tin looked solid, so...
Okay, I'm gonna take Maurizio in this. I have seen him playing Blitz. You have seen him playing Blitz. maybe 2 years ago, but like he has these skills. I consider him a heavy favorite against anyone he plays today.
Well, I think he's at Blitz a monster, and Tin, let's see, I'll be very, very, very impressed if Tin does well against Maurizi here. You know, he plays a bunch of Blitz. But I don't know Tin that well. I just don't know if Tin is an online Blitz wizard. I have absolutely no idea.
I played against Maurizi Blitz here in this tournament. Like 2 minutes, bullet Blitz, whatever. And I loved it.
Yeah.
I really loved it. He's very impressive.
He's very strong. He's very, very, very... you can feel his presence at the board, actually. He imposes himself. Something very cool. All right, so that game is going to kick off any minute. Of course, same format. There'll be 2 games, white and black, and then if there's no decisive result, there will be an Armageddon. And in the other match, we've got Lidi against Arimi. Now, after seeing Arimi there, you know...
We have...
I have faith in Arimi.
Yes, we have a person to trust in.
Lidi is the big favorite on paper, for rating-wise.
Rating-wise.
But Arimi, that last game there against Musab was very impressive.
I think we're waiting for some. There will be another matchup against Jules Moussard and Ilan Party.
They're probably going to be deciding the 7th to 8th places, right?
Yeah, because the system what we have here in the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival is way different than what you usually have. We don't have playoffs for all the board or all the places. Usually we have playoffs only for the first place, and very often players think that they're done and they are leaving, so they have to play also for the next game. Is it Ilan Party waiting for his opponent? Look at this beautiful photo. Picture.
Yeah, gorgeous setting. I think more chess tournaments should have this kind of video footage and settings.
It's amazing. It is just amazing how fast they adjusted this. Like, remember, we had everything outside and they brought everything inside right now.
Yes. Incredible. Okay.
We're gonna start probably very soon. I've noticed a lot of players and opponents with this hats, quite useful in the windy weather. So that's a small detail. You know what? Today at the closing ceremony there will be a lot of prizes for the players.
Okay, indeed. Well, let's get these.
And here we had a handshake, and the games have started. I really want to see the game of Maurizi against Ting Jingyao. Let's see that one.
Yeah, it says Maurizi already won, but of course that is not. What is going on here? Okay, let's stay with Arimi. I will get that. Sorry, that's the Arimi game, and we'll get the Mark Andrea Maurizi. Goodness, where is it?
Do we have it?
Where's the Maurizi game? Oh, here, sorry. It's saying black won, but of course black didn't win. Okay, maybe we can change that. Maybe. Yeah, here we go.
Okay, there we go. Let's have the board on the screen and video of Ting Jingyao against Mark Maurizi. I think that's going to be a big clash and beautiful matchup between these two.
Yeah, let's go to the other match. And well, for the moment, we've got on video. Here we go.
There we go.
Let's get this. So, what do we think? We've got another
Queen's Gambit declined.
Yeah. And this time, this move h3. Look at this clever move, Ketty, to give the square to the bishop.
Yeah.
Very nice by
I like that.
Jingyao Tin. Okay, so h3, so Maurizi, let's see, he goes bishop d6. This is also clever. Kind of forcing the trade, actually, because you don't have a good place to put that bishop. You can go knight e2 as well. That's not ridiculous, the more I think about it. You can go knight e2 here, nothing wrong with that move. So you can either take or go knight e2. Decides to take.
He takes on d6, queen takes on d6. You can play knight f3, you can play knight e2. All these possibilities are
I think he wants to
possible.
go knight f3 now because there's no pin, so I think he'll go knight f3. He goes queen c2, okay. Queen c2 played. And Maurizi, okay, you have 5 minutes. Plenty of time. What is he going to do? How is he going to set up? Not straightforward, because the bishop doesn't have a natural home. Can't go here or here. So it's not completely straightforward. Is he going to go with b6 and try and get the bishop out? He goes bishop e6, okay. A little bit passive. Knight f3. Played. And knight bd7. White castles.
Yeah, so far they just play a normal moves. I saw he played a3 here. He wants to play b4 next. To stop c5 happening and to prepare also yourself to play b5. c5 on the board. Yeah.
c5 on the
Pawn
board.
takes and knight takes.
Yes. So this is a bit of a committal decision from Maurizi, because he's basically giving himself an isolated pawn on d5. But what he's saying is, I've got enough compensation in the form of the open c file, and my opponent doesn't have enough sort of pieces to bother me. So it's a committal decision to play like this. Maurizi, I think, would be very happy with a draw in this game, if I'm honest. As long as he doesn't lose, I think he's going to be more than fine here.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, knight c4 is on the board. I like how white set this knight on d4, controlling everything in the center. Bishop d7 has been played. I can play bishop f5 here to go after this bishop, but the bishop on d7 is already passive, so you don't necessarily need to do that.
Well, queen
e2. Giving up the light square bishop on d3. Perhaps he's planning to play knight d3, rook d3, rook d1 then, and queen f3 to go after d5 pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, we are not really following.
Queen e5, bishop c2, knight e4 on the board. And now, in this position here, well, knight takes. Okay, so he's got rid of the isolated pawn, but this is a marvelous knight here on d4. Look at this piece. Gorgeous. But is it enough? Probably not. Feels very level to me. Feels very, very drawish to me, this position. Something happened. Some queen g5 he played. What is this? Hold on. Did he go rook c, bishop e3, queen g5? Threatening bishop takes h3. Got to move the king.
King
Queen
f1,
h4.
king h1.
And now you probably have to go back to g1, because bishop
Bishop
takes
g4
h3
is another. Bishop g4 is another.
Bishop g4 is a big threat. You have to
Yeah.
go back to g1 here. You have to move, and he goes queen. No, he doesn't go queen f1 here. Surely, did he play queen f1? He
Yeah.
did. That is surprising to me. It's a little bit too passive. Now, is Marc Andre just going to go g5 and throw the dice? I think it's dice time. It's Vegas time, baby. G5. G5. Allez. G5, allez.
If you shout louder, he might hear it. So go ahead.
Actually, they're close enough that if I
They're
shout
not on
really
the
loud,
floor anymore.
yeah, it's true. They're close. I forgot.
Would be fun
That would be
if
funny.
he hears some French.
G5, allez. On y va. And he's taking his time. Look, he's thinking about it. I promise you. I promise
I
you.
love that. G5, G4. I love that.
It's
Come on,
dangerous.
we want to see that.
It's dangerous. Come on.
Look at him shaking. Look at the leg. How fast
know.
he's shaking the leg.
Crazy.
He's covering the ears. There are a lot of spectators, but I don't know. There's no sound for sure or noise.
Oh,
he goes rook
rook
to
c-
e5, rook c5.
Yeah, he goes rook c5. This is, of course, also a perfectly reasonable move. Rook c5. What did he do? Knight back to e2.
Knight e2.
Now this move I like a
Knight
lot.
to rescue, knight f4, knight g3, somewhere on the king side. He feels that there is a danger there.
He's going to go bishop b5 here, Mark Andrea. Trust me, I know this kid. Yup. Pinning the knight. I guess the queen has to get out the way. Goes to e1. It does. And now, okay, you probably want to take this bishop.
Can I play knight g4 here?
Knight g4.
King g1, knight e5. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that position for white.
No, I like that move. That's nice.
Yeah, going after f2 and knight e5.
I like it. All right, let's see what actually happened.
Bishop d7 happened.
Oh, he went back. Interesting. Now he's threatening bishop takes h3 again. So
Knight
knight
f4.
Whoa, but now g5. Surely now g5. Surely.
Lawrence, you're gonna lose the queen after g3.
G3. G3 wins the queen.
No, you don't want to do that.
Oh my god. G3 wins the queen. Okay, so knight f4. So we need a move here. Hold on. This is now tricky again. This is
Bishop. Bishop c6 has been played.
Bishop c6. It's an odd move. Oops, sorry. Bishop c6. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Bishop c6. What do we do? Rook d6 now as white?
I like that. I like rook c1 as well to try the. It goes. Queen.
Rook d6 played. Pretty sure that was rook d6.
Yeah, rook d6.
Yes.
Yeah.
This
I love
is a
that
natural move. Yeah. Gets the other rook in. Sometimes you can actually even give up the rook.
Rook
Wow.
b5.
Rook b5. Wowzers. That move doesn't feel right, but how do you take advantage of it?
Rook, bishop c4, rook c5, rook c1, threatening bishop f7. I love that.
Bishop c4?
Bishop c4, rook c5, and rook c1.
But he can take the pawn.
Oh, I didn't see that. To be honest.
That's why he's not moving fast. I think he's going to go bishop. No, I don't know what he's going to do. He's burning some time. 2 minutes. They've basically both got the same amount of time. 1 minute 52 each. Who is going to win? This is so intense.
He goes to g3, queen g5.
G3, queen g5, and what?
Queen c3.
Okay, I mean, this is okay,
good.
but I don't like weakening the structure there. Okay, but we need a good move here now as black. Queen e5 looks interesting to trade queens, and then this bishop would be on pre. And in fact, after queen takes queen, you could even take with this rook.
Sounds like a plan here for black. Black is thinking 1 minute 24 seconds on the clock.
I like queen e5. I think he's going to do it, you know. Mark Andrea. Or queen c5. I don't know which one. He does go to c5. Similar sort of idea. I think e5 was probably more precise. But queen c5, similar sort of idea. I think you have to trade queens here. Because you can't hold everything together. So I think you have to take
You can take and rook d1. Just to have this open up
Rook
file
d1?
under control.
But then rook back to b5, I'm very worried.
I'm seriously having some issue with this pawn on b2,
Yeah.
right?
But actually there's bishop a4 there and probably some...
Queen takes, rook takes.
Yes. And now, what is Jing Yaoting going to do?
28 seconds advantage on the clock for white. That's pretty impressive.
Certainly is.
Rook to d2.
Rook d2.
Worrying about this pawn
Good
on
move.
b2. I like this move, yeah.
Good move.
Yeah.
Now rook b5, bishop
Bishop
a4
a4.
exists. And this is a classy move. And now, really not that easy for black. I think you've got to throw in a g5 at some point.
g5.
Is my feeling. Yeah, I don't know when, because here knight e2 and the knight comes to d4. Maybe you don't. Maybe you can just leave it.
Yeah.
He's going to go king h2.
King g2.
King g2 here, you're right, yes. 100% king g2 is going to be played.
Because now g5 is a
Correct.
threat to win the pawn on
Correct.
h3. King g2 is on the board.
And Mark Andrea. Look, he's not that happy. Trust me, he's not that happy. He goes back.
Again, bishop c6.
He goes back. Now rook d1 surely is begging to be played. Played, king f8.
King e7.
Now knight e2 is begging to be played. And relocate the knight to d4. Surely. Or bishop a2. Now knight e2 is begging to be played. You can also put the knight on c3 in a lot of lines.
I like knight e4, e2. You also want to play somewhere to play b4 and just to annoy this rook here on c5.
But you can't touch that pawn because then rook c3 and then the a2.
Yeah, knight e2, that's why you have to.
Okay.
Yeah, to prepare that.
What did he do?
Knight e2, rook to c8.
And he does put the knight on c3.
Yeah, I like that.
Played. And h5. Okay.
Can I do rook d4, bishop e1 to start to go after e4 pawn?
Sure. Sure you can. And you should. And that's what he's doing.
Rook d2. I like rook d2 winning the time.
Huh. He plays nice chess.
Oh, Jules is back. Gaston is back.
Jules is back. What happened there? Rook 1 d2, rook c5. He's just trying to find some passing moves. 30 seconds. Maurizzi, 34. Here, bishop d7, king. There's a bit of repetition. Maurizzi clearly saying, please give me the draw. Give me the draw. Please.
How to say please in French?
S'il vous plaît, or s'il te plaît.
Yeah, s'il te plaît. See, don't play.
Okay. Bishop c4, rook g5. Bishop e2. Rook e5. Maurizzi just holding
repeating the moves.
Holding the fort. He has parked the bus, as Jose Mourinho would say. Knight a2, interesting to try and come to b4. A bit of spice. Rook d5, maybe knight b4.
I can play knight b4 now.
But actually after takes.
Takes. Right.
You could try g4 now, but it's a bit optimistic.
Bishop c4.
No, Marc-André has done really well here.
Yeah. He wants to play a5 next move, rook c2.
Actually, you've got to be careful with white. You've got to
play rook d2 here.
Yeah, rook d2, a5, knight c2, and knight comes to d5 in some lines. But not here, because there's a knight d4 check. This is very important. The knight is a monster on d4. Here we go, knight d5. Knight. Look at this. But Marc-André feels like his position is improved heaps. Finally g4. Don't like it here, but now g6 surely. Marc-André. Keep the knight out of f5. Don't allow knight f5, rook takes d5, check knight e7. g6. g6 is the professional move. Do it, Marc-André. Do it, g6, for the professionals. Do it. There we go. f4 check. Wow.
I love
f4
that move.
check.
It takes f3.
Knight takes, king e4.
I think king takes f3.
Yeah, you got to. Knight takes.
Oh, okay, rook d4 wins the piece there. If king e4, rook d4.
Wait a second. He can't hold on. King d6, e4. Wait. Knight g5, king e5. He wins the pawn. It's over.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
King e6, knight g5?
You got to go king e6. King f6. But now I can take on d5. I can take and then go maybe rook b5 or something like that to not blunder rook c2.
Wow, look at that.
What a spot by... Oh, my goodness. g6 looked like a great move, but... No, sorry, you've got rook d7 check, rook takes b7. And you cover b2.
Oh no, you're losing the key pawn on b7.
You're 2 pawns up. This is an easy win. Marc-André will try every trick in the book here. 3 seconds left. Let's just watch them in the big screen. See if there's any big mistakes. Rook b5, king f6.
10 seconds for Marc-André.
a4, great move. King e6. Now he's going b3, consolidating. Rook b2, and now all he has to do is bring the king. Correct. Marc-André, rook g2, trying. King f4. Rook b2, almost no time. King g5,
King
classic.
g5, attacking the pawn on g6 now.
Oh my god, that's it.
Oh my god, and the resignation from Marc-André Maurizio. We considered him a favorite in this match, but Jing Yaotin Oh, what a player! Did he miss any game today? He missed the classical one and he scored ever since in every single game. They're gonna play next match. They will switch the colors. And now Maurizi needs to win to go to the Armageddon.
Correct, Maurizi needs to win. In the other match, Li Di actually beat Orimi, which is, very interesting because Orimi has been playing so well. So that's pretty awesome. And, I think this is just a very, very interesting matchup. So Maurizi now with the pressure on him to win, wowzers, that's going to be interesting. I got to say, Marc-Andre, I think he's a very cool customer. So I think trying to win winning on demand with white, he's not going to feel too bad about. And let's just go straight there. Hopefully we're going to get the PGNs in a second. Let's go full screen. Here we are, full screen, and we are going to get the PGNs in just a minute, so we can look at the game. And that's Jules Moussa, but we're not going to go there. We're going to go to Maurizi.
Wait, what? E3, A3?
Yeah, Jules is having some fun, that's for sure.
He's just having fun.
Here we go. All right, another Italian game. No surprise there. This is played, so much nowadays. A6, bishop A7. This is the line I play with black. Rook E1. Okay, so far so good. And
still the theory, nothing much. Just I think.
Knight A5. Actually, Rook E1 is a bit unusual. Yeah. Just to very quickly show you guys in this position here, Rook E1 is very unusual. Normally you play Bishop B3 so that you can safeguard the bishop here, but Rook E1 allows Knight A5, and actually you can't keep this piece on C4. So this is very interesting. Bishop D5.
C6 can come up.
Yeah, C6 should come here for sure. Taking is no good because after takes, B4 then threatens to win the knight. Okay, so Bishop D5. So what happened?
Wait, what? Bishop F7 happened?
Wait.
What?
Let's get some moves. C6, Bishop F7.
Bishop F7 happened and B4.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Knight is trapped on A5.
Knight is trapped. Okay, but material is equal. It's not the end of the world for black. You can play Rook E8 and castle by hand. I still very much like black's position. I think Marc-Andre has actually made a big mistake in the opening. Big inaccuracy. BA5.
Takes on A5.
Yeah, he'll take back, of course. Queen A5. Check, there's also, you can put the king on F8. It's not a big deal. Actually, got to be a little bit careful, right? Knight G5.
Starting with Queen B3 now,
yeah,
I guess.
Queen B3 straight away.
If Bishop E6, then Knight G5.
Yeah, and if
Queen
King F8, Knight G5.
Knight G5 again.
But then Queen C7 maybe, and no big drama. What did he do? Maybe he played Knight C4 here. Knight C4.
I like that move.
Queen is coming to C7, 100% here. And then some Bishop A3.
Bishop A3, yeah, going after D6.
Is that what he wants? I think that's what he wants.
Yep, and then Queen to B3 afterwards.
Possibly. But Bishop A3, C5, you know? But then at least you've got a square to work with. But it's not
Knight
really.
E3, yeah.
Not really, though. Still like black here very much.
He goes Queen to B3 first.
King to F8, getting out potential check.
And now perhaps Bishop A3. After C5, I can play D4.
Yes, you can. That's.
I like that very much.
Yes, you can.
What do we have? Is it Bishop A3? You can also go D4 here. I like this for white. It's very nice
Bishop
initiative.
A3, C5 on. Bishop A3, C5 on the board. Bishop A3, C5 on the board.
Well, white played D4 here.
And in this position here, D4 I really like, but maybe there's. Oh no, you can't take with the C pawn. Maybe there's some B5. and then c4. I don't know. What I can tell you is this.
Tell me.
Black is definitely not worse in this position. Definitely. It might not be bad for white, but it's actually quite tricky to work out what white should do here, and 5 minutes certainly isn't enough time.
And he goes with
He does
d4.
go d4.
Yeah.
Okay. Critical moment, interesting moment in the game.
Very interesting. I want to take on e5, I guess, now.
Yeah, taking on e5.
Rook d1 next.
Yeah, lots of ideas.
Bishop e6 on the board, threatening c takes d4 to go after the pawn on c4. So, oh wait a moment.
And then
After
there's
taking on
b5.
e5, is it b5 there?
D takes e5, b5 exists.
d5.
Yeah, this is the natural move, shutting the bishops down. But you also shut your own bishop down. Your bishop on a3 is now very bad. But it looked like the
And the
best
black's
move.
king is safer now.
Yes, but at least Maurizi now is able to kind of play, and you know, we know that he has to win, but at least he can play now.
b5 perhaps now after knight to 2. Yeah, c4, b4, a5, a4, you can do that. But what about, let's talk about this bishop on
Tell me.
a7.
Yes.
I think it's locked there forever.
Yes.
If you play b4, then it will be difficult to bring it into the play.
Yes, it will be. And
So that's why bishop b6 right now.
good move.
Getting this bishop on a5.
Good
Get
move.
rid of this bishop, and then you can close the queen side.
Good move. Very, very good move. Okay, bishop round to c3. I like this maneuver as well. And okay, king goes to g8. Totally fine. This is very, very good. I love how he's played, hey? Jing Yao Tin. Very, very good.
He's doing great in
Very
all
good.
the blitz games.
King g8. Maurizi, a minute down on the clock. Worst position. No good for Maurizi fans. I'm just waiting for the personal messages now, Ketty. You jinxed him, you jinxed him, you said he was going to
You'll
win.
get a lot.
Yeah, I will.
I'm not connected to you, Lawrence.
That's okay, yeah. Rook comes to f8, love this. Rook c1, okay, trade. Look how good black's position is. You go knight h5, knight f4 now. You have the queenside expansion already there. It's like a Benoni somehow, but this is just the best. This is the best position of all time.
Yep, knight h5, knight f4. Going after h3 pawn.
I mean, I would be playing knight h5 here immediately.
b4, f4. Oh, look at that.
No, I wouldn't have allowed this. I would have had my knight on f4 already installed.
Yeah, imagine this knight gets there. It will
Well,
never
This is
leave the
also
board.
good. This is also
Wow.
good. Look how strong this chain is. Okay. Knight h5, knight f3, finally played. Do you go a3 here? I think you do. I think you put the pawn on a3 here.
Prepare b3 any moment. Then I think I would just
Or rook f7.
double the rooks here. Rook f6, I guess. I would
Rook
go.
f6, also very good.
Rook f6, rook f8.
He goes
Went knight to
f4.
f4. Draw is enough for him.
That's right.
Draw is enough.
He only needs a draw. I wouldn't have played that though. I think that's kind of lucky for Marc Andrea. Now he's going to get the other knight to d3. Rook f8, knight d3, rook f6. All makes perfect sense. Question is, how do you win this position with white? King h2.
Yeah, it's a good
Okay.
question.
Bishop e8. All makes sense. All
How
makes-
to break through here with white g3, f4. That's the way, but like you are just weakening the square. So maybe f3 first, king, rook f1,
Yeah.
and then g3, f4.
It's so long.
He has to do something.
Of course he does. He can't just sit there and watch the birds from the Capablanca bar. Watch
Yeah.
them fly
They're
away.
not birds either. It's too dark now.
Yeah, no.
Birds sleeping.
This is very, very unfortunate position for white. But now black has to do something, right? So I don't know, just h6 or something. Just play a move, but you've got to play fast. You can't get too far behind. He does go h6, exactly. Rook c2 and queen e7. Okay, rook c2, queen e7.
Oh, look at this. I love this fun zone area where the players can observe the players. Oh, they can see us. Wave them. Hi, guys.
Let's see how far behind we are in there.
There will be a delay, I guess.
Yeah, okay, so there you go.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's me trying to calculate very, very hard. And remember, guys, we've already done the whole round today. So we've had a sort of 5-hour round, and now we're doing this. So I am starting to feel it. So I don't even know what these guys are feeling, but I'm feeling it right now. Rook c2 on the board. Black's still better here. King h8.
Rook f2, I'm expecting here from white to prepare g3 for a breakthrough in the center.
Yeah, he has to do something.
Oh, rook c1.
Well, he's going to move around a bit. You know, maybe he'll get, you know, Jing Yaotin will get very low on time. That's what Mark is thinking. a3, I love this move. Look at this pawn chain.
Beautiful.
They don't make pawn chains like that anymore.
Yeah, they don't produce it anymore.
No.
Rook to c2.
Yeah. Now you go bishop d7. You just wait.
Rook a6, you can also do rook a6 to keep this rook here forever on c2.
Bishop d7 now is the move. Trust me. Knight b3, bishop a4. No, I wouldn't have done any of this. Okay. Well,
Is Black just repeating the moves now? Rook f7, rook f6.
Well, of course. Black is saying, show me your idea.
Okay, they're repeating the position.
Okay, we're going to wait until we see somebody try and make a move here.
Yeah. White will for sure break it through. With a draw, he's out.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
King g1, where the king goes really. Maybe he wants to bring it on the queen side to make sure that there's no b3 breakthrough as dangerous as it looks now.
Not sure. I don't think that's the main idea, actually. Queen g5. Offering the queen trade.
And if you move your queen, bishop h3 is a threat.
Oh my goodness. Queen g5 could be a brilliant move.
Love it.
He did take. Now the pawns look very weak, but they're very difficult to attack. Very difficult. And the king can just come up to h6. How do you win this position with white? King f2. You've also got g4 here, but I don't think you want it.
King is on e3.
g6, king e3.
I think he will try g3, f4. He has to do that.
No, but it's very, like the king goes to g7, it's very difficult to do that.
Can I try to go
Rook
b1?
Wait, can't I take on h3 now?
Then I take on b4.
Hold on, wait, why can't I take on h3, take on f3, take on h3, and then I'm even threatening to skewer you? He did it! He did it! He did it, man. That is a bombshell of a move. That is a rocket of a move. Bishop takes h3. Mark Andretti's like, he's sick. He's sick to his stomach. He can't believe that move has just happened. G takes h3. Rook takes f3. He's going to now take on h3. He's got 3 pawns for the piece and he's threatening all the stuff. Rook e1 now played by Mark Andrea, but full control for Jing Yaotin. Rook down to check. The knight blocks. Oh my goodness. Let's get have we got our board back? Let's get our board back and just see, look at these 2 rooks. Knight c1, g4. Now this guy's romping down the board. King d1. This is just hopeless.
There will be somewhere b3, the final break there. And
maybe
Black can win.
Oh, look at this king. He's even letting the king join the party.
That's a full domination by Tin.
What a
beautifully
game.
done.
What a game.
Yeah, full domination.
Marc-Andre has to make a move.
Rook
Rook
G2.
G2. It's gonna King G5.
King G5.
And Rook G1 maybe.
I can go G3 there. I can go Rook to H4.
I love the move King F4 because I'm sick. Not. No.
Don't give
No
up the
good.
phone.
Rook F4. Rook F4 much better. Just take the E4 pawn. Just take a pawn. And if Rook E2, King H4 or something along those lines. King H4. King H4, insta move to go G3. Rook C3. That's so much better because now you're threatening this. He's eating all the. He's literally going to eat them all up. He's going to have 6 pawns for the
All of
piece.
them. One by one.
Unbelievable.
What can I do here?
You can't do anything. Position is toast. He's going to win every. Oopsie daisy. He's going to win every single pawn. Rook takes C4 on the board. Oh my God! What a performance! Now there's knight d3 take on e4. He's going to have 7 pawns versus a. I mean, that is ridiculous. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Takes rook d4 and rook d5. No.
Well, then you lose this pawn. So
no, don't do that.
He might go king f5 here.
He can go c4 as well. Okay, I love king f5, stopping knight e4.
Yeah. And now rook f4. Now rook f4 pinning, and then there's g3 and rook f3 checks. Rook f4 surely here is black. Is the move.
He is going for that move. Rook g1.
Rook f4, rook g1 is on the board.
Can I just go c3? Oh, there's a check.
This is nice.
He's finding all the beautiful moves.
King e2 only move.
I think he will repeat it with rook f4.
There's some knight d1. Okay, now you go king e4. Come on.
Exactly.
King e4 and take on d5.
Give up this one g4
Yes.
pawn. No, he's not giving
Rook
up
e4.
anything.
Knight e3 check. You never resign with the knight, because you never know with the knight what could happen. You never ever resign with the knight.
King g5.
King d3, there's a check. Back. Remember, a draw is good enough. He doesn't care if he repeats.
Yeah, exactly.
How does white win, Moritz? He's like, I can't win this. He knows he can't win. He's like,
Oh my goodness, he's biting his nails.
grimacing. King f2. Another check, king e2. Just go back. Don't overthink it. King g2. Rook d4, good move. Good move, rook d4. Keeping control.
I like rook f3 here. Okay, rook d4
Rook
is on
d4
the
was
board.
very good. Rook c1. Check. King
King
g3.
g3.
I guess rook d3.
Pinning the knight.
King f2. King f2 only move. Now king f4, knight g2, king e4. Maybe
I can go g3. I can go g3.
No, king
King
f4.
f4.
Yeah. This is the move. Knight g2, king e4. This is what he wants. 2
Knight
seconds.
goes c4,
Nice.
going after d6.
Now he wins a pawn. King e2. He's now. Look how many pawns he's got. It's a pawn storm.
3, 4, 5, 6 pawns.
5 seconds. Don't lose on time. Whatever you do, do not lose on time here. Knight c2.
Knight c2, rook c4.
Yeah.
King d2. Rook f4.
Oh my goodness. Still completely winning. 2 seconds, 1 second. Did it with 1 second to go.
1 second.
4 seconds.
4, 3.
Knight e3. c4. Just a masterclass.
Oh my goodness. The storm of the pawns.
Rook will come to e4 now. Good. Now maybe whatever. I mean, it's look
7,
at this.
6, 5. He has to make the move.
Goes
b3 is the
Good
move.
Good move.
Trade knight
Good
a3.
move.
Give back 1 pawn,
Yeah.
but he has so many pawns.
G3, knight b5. Get the king in. This is class. Class chess. Okay, king g4, knight c3, rook c4, rook e1. Now just e4. Because knight takes d5, rook d4 check exists. Just e4.
Yep. I can also go
Correct. Knight d1 now.
rook c2.
Rook c2.
d4? Oh, no, king
d4,
f3.
rook e4. d4, rook e4.
We have to go full screen, I guess.
Full screen, because they're just down to seconds. Full screen. knight is now pinned. That's it.
Oh, the resignation. Congratulations to Ting Jingyao for beating everyone he's facing today in the tie breaks. Mercandria Maritzi is now out for the fight of the top three for the third place. Two Frenchmen in this room is not having fun. Look at this, showing a smile. But it's not a happy smile indeed. But Tin is doing amazing, and he will face the winner of the other match.
Yeah, we've just seen, actually, just checking here, it looks as though Li Di actually...
Li Di won also 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. So Li Di won. And so, by my calculations, will it be Li Di against Tin Jingyao?
That's going to be our final for the top three, for the third place. But Lawrence, we do have still a big match coming up.
We still have the main event.
We don't know the winner yet of the tournament. So this is just the starters. This is just the starters for us. The main part of the tournament is ahead of us. Sava Vitohin against Ido Gronstein is now perhaps resting / preparing.
Something like that.
Yeah,
they'll definitely be having a look and seeing what they want to do. But I think what we should do is catch our breath and take a couple of minutes while we reconfigure for the next round. It's been exciting so far, but the French are out. Surprise. We will be back with more chess.
Please don't hide him in French.
He's
a nice guy.
We'll see you all in a few minutes for the next games. Don't go anywhere.
Or not. This is never-ending drama here at Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. We do have another Armageddon in progress.
Yeah.
Lawrence, let's bring it up.
Yeah, let's go straight there. It's Musa against Ilan Party. Every match counts. There's all of the prize money and the classification that they're playing for, and these guys are playing an Armageddon. Ilan Party with the black pieces, meaning he only needs to make a draw against Jules Moussa. And hold on a second here.
Still again with white pieces in another Armageddon.
Well, Jules has got an extra exchange. Black has got some compensation, but not really. Looks totally winning for Jules Moussa at this position. Let's get the full screen. Oh, e4 queen b2 is nasty. That is a nasty move. If we can get the analysis board as well, maybe now would be a great time. That is nasty. e4 queen b2.
Forcing the trade and control on this long diagonal.
Oh my goodness. And now
Nicely done.
what do you do with this bishop? Because if you take, I take.
Rook e5.
And rook e5. But then I can just take on e4. And this is just hopeless. Queen b2 is an excellent move by Jules Moussa. Now this is where you go into a deep think as black, but then you realize, I don't have time to think. Nasty, nasty move. Also king g7 doesn't work because
Takes and rook h7.
Exactly. Queen b2. So he goes bishop e5. Yeah, so he's going to take. He's going to take on e5. Now, maybe he'll play this. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how he's going to recapture back on e5. Take with the rook, d takes e4. It's just... he took on e4 straight away. Also makes tons of sense.
Yeah.
Now f4
Perhaps
is
queen
big
f6.
threat. Queen f6. Might be played.
Queen g5, going after the pawn on g2. Not bad idea.
Well, he's going to castle long, yeah. Classic move.
Queen g2.
He just took it like it was nothing. Like, there are a million moves here. Bishop takes e5, followed by f4 wins. Even if you trade queens, that's winning. I mean, how does he make his life? I mean, Jules is just thinking, how do I make my life easy here? There has to be a way to make your life very easy. Yeah, some f4 at some point, maybe. But he's seeing if there's another idea. Which I don't see. Easily, at least. I do not see an
I don't
easy.
see it there.
No. No, no.
Maybe it's not easy.
Maybe not. Maybe it's not too easy after all, yeah.
He has 1 minute advantage. He's doing good in this
Rook
match.
h4?
I love that move. He wants to play rook h1 next move. Is guarding pawn on e4?
It's probably a very good move. Probably just a very, very good move. 2 minutes for Ilan Party. Yeah, just very, very tough. I mean, the position's just objectively losing, right? So it's not like black has got loads of options. F4's a massive threat here as well.
It's a huge
It's
threat.
over, right?
Two threats, rook to h1 and f4 as well.
There's just nothing to do here. Queen f3 stops f4 at least. But what are you doing against this, the natural rook f1? And maybe queen f6 is the idea. But that shouldn't hold. Okay, so what does he do here? Is he going to take on e5? Take on d6? Whoa!
What?
Rook takes d6. Ooh.
That's
No, that works. Because bishop takes d6. rook h8.
interesting.
That's
And you want
it.
to play bishop e5?
Yeah, bishop e5 and
Wow.
just go bishop e5 here. Just go bishop e5. He does. Rook takes e5. And now you just need one knockout move. Rook f4. Yeah, this is class. Bishop e5, rook f4. And if queen h1, he's going to go
Rook
rook
d1,
d1.
yeah.
No, this is, queen h1, rook d1.
Queen h.
Queen h8.
Oh,
Only move.
ugly move.
Queen
Rook g8.
Oh yeah, no, this is just hopeless. This is okay to resign here, even in Armageddon. This is okay to resign. It's really just totally over. That's it. Just can't continue. No moves. Queen h8. He goes to h6 instead. But after rook takes f6, what do you want to do? Takes it. He then
Next on
plays
f6.
some c4. He's trying something. It's not enough. Jules Moussa is going to just try and find the right way. c4. Try and find the
I like f4.
take.
He's just taking it.
Why not?
Open up the queen as well on
Why not?
b-file. Yeah.
Yeah, queen b8, queen f8 will be mate if he takes. So he's going to go rook c5. But after rook d8 check, it's... Oh, he does take. Well, okay, queen b8 check and handshake time. Yeah,
B8.
that's enough. That's enough. That's handshake time. No, king g7, okay. What was it, king g7 or king h7 he played? King h7, I guess.
h7 probably, yeah.
Queen f8 is mate. That's it. Oh, isn't it mate? Oh, there's king h7, sorry, and
here
then
we
rook
have-
d7
Yes,
mate.
rook d7 is a mate, and here we have the game over. Jules Moussard wins the second tiebreak against Ilan Party.
Yeah.
Can he go now? Because he left earlier, he lost, he left, and they took him back.
Unbelievable. All right, now what? Now are the guys playing immediately, or it looks like they probably are.
They are announcing, because we also have the prize giving ceremony, right? It was supposed to start at 7, now it's 7 p.m. We have a lot of spectators, as you can
We
see.
do.
We do have some people just joining this tournament right now on the weekends. Is it big match coming up right now, Li Di against Tin Jingyao? I think that's it, and we have the draws of lots.
Here we go. Yeah, let's look at this drawing of lots here.
Maurice is still there.
Maurizzi is still there, so hold on a second, because there was... Hold on, is it Maurizzi?
You know what? This should be a separate tournament.
Yeah, just its
It's
own.
just its own tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, this is... Okay, so we've got Ting against Li Di. I believe they did play in the main tournament.
I'm a check.
My memory serves me correctly. I think they did play. But
They did not play.
They did not play.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's get the games prepared. So,
Oh, there's another match.
yeah, we got Arimi against
Arimi.
Maurizzi.
Maurizzi, yeah.
Yeah.
They have a mini blitz tournament.
It is that's exactly what it is. It's a mini blitz tournament. Of course, Arimi did extremely well against Moussa. We just saw. So, Arimi against Maurizzi for the flag, for the pride of the country. Maurizzi needs to get revenge on
Revenge it is.
Arimi. I think the match will be close there, but what a performance before by Jingyao to win like
Very
he did.
impressive. Very impressive. We have not seen the games of Li Di, but let's now focus on that game, Li
Yeah.
Di against Tin.
Agreed. We're going to have Li Di against
This
Ting.
round, will join the finalists, the Grandmaster Eagle.
The players ready, the arbiter ready to write down all the moves.
Come here.
Spectators ready. And very soon we're going to have a handshake.
Who do you have in this one, Ketty?
Oof, heavy forces, 2 heavy forces. We have seen Tin winning 4 games in the Blitz. He's on fire. I'll take him.
Okay.
But I have not seen much of Li Di in the
Okay.
Blitz.
Yeah.
What is
take
your
Li-
call?
I'll take Li Di, although Tin has really impressed me so far. Okay. Guys waiting to play in the beautiful Capablanca bar. Li Di focused, locked in. Tin also...
I'm confused who's playing for which place now. So Li Di and Tin Jingyao are playing for the top 3.
For sure.
Ilan Party got the 8th place, Jules Moussard got the 7th place, and Maurizi against Orimi. They are playing for 5th and 6th places.
Right. It's been a beautiful tournament. Great little blitz tournament so far. A lot of action. A lot of very, very high quality chess as well. Not too many big blunders. I mean, that last game there by Tin against...
Love this part.
Against Maurizi was just pure class. Bishop takes h3. I mean, found it in 5 seconds and then just bulldozed him. Won all of his pawns. Just stunning. Stunning. Orimi has been very, very good as well. So it's going to be an interesting match. I think Maurizi should be big, big favourite here.
We have just have right people in this playoffs.
Yeah, we certainly have. And
waiting for one board. There's one more board. Is it again Jules Moussard missing?
Jules is always the one keeping...
but we're not sure actually that he is still playing.
Yes. Okay, waiting for these guys. Sun coming down. They're about to start. We've had no incidents either so far. And, you know, no illegal moves, no illegal touch moves.
No, pieces flying.
Exactly.
Okay,
I expect there to be no incidents with this group of players. Look at the focus, Li Di. I mean, really.
Quite impressive.
Some announcements before the game. And I believe we're going to be ready to go any second now.
There we go. We have a handshake and first moves. D4, C4, knight to C3 by Tin. Li Di goes with Queen's Gambit declined. A lot of Queen's Gambit declined today.
Indeed. Okay. Lots of Queen's Gambit declines. And we can see here we've basically had this position already. Twice, I think, actually.
I think more times even.
Yeah. Knight BD7. And what have we got here after knight BD7? Knight goes to F8. Okay, knight F3, knight F8, bishop F4. And
yeah, I think he has prepared this opening and he's going in every single game. It works for him and he's trying again and again. The game between Gorsain and Vitohin is still to come.
Yeah,
we
the main event.
Don't know who is the winner of the tournament and who is the vice champion.
Exactly.
Bishop D6 is on the board.
Okay, so this kind
Would take it or play 95. That's a
He took
possibility
it,
as
yeah.
well.
White players just tend to take that off in castle. But it's okay for black.
Long castle.
Hello.
Okay.
When I said castle, I didn't think that way. I did not think. That is shocking.
That's an offer to have a big battle.
Shocking. This move.
Bishop E6, King B1, Rook to C8, preparing C5. I think G4 here. Or 95.
Shocking. I don't know really what the best plan here is for white, if I'm honest. It does play your move G4, makes a lot of sense.
It's a plan to start a kingside attack.
Is he going to go A6?
It is G4 on the board.
Is he going to go A6 before C5? Or is he just going to go C5? He's not worried about some jumps. Knight B5, Queen B6, maybe it's nothing. Maybe this is just nothing to worry about. Nothing. Okay, let's see here.
Well, after C5, I don't really take that pawn, or I can take and play knight d4 after. That's the
Yes.
drawbacks of the c5. You're giving up the d4 square.
Correct.
Black is taking a lot of time.
Indeed. Way too much time, actually. Should never be spending a minute here, or half a minute. Which is, you know, either a sign of tiredness or...
Well, this position is quite heavy to play with black pieces, to be honest. Because you don't like c5 here. Because of this reason, takes a 94. And white's plan is pretty much obvious here. He wants to play g5 next move, 95, h4, f4.
He's gone for
c5 happened anyway. D takes c5 without even thinking.
Correct.
Tin has extra 1 minute on the clock
Yeah,
already.
it's a big advantage. D takes c5, rook takes c5, 94, nice and solid here by Ting. And if the rook comes to c8, which is like the natural follow-up here, you can just move the queen out the way. Somewhere solid. And this... Does he go queen b3 perhaps?
Yeah, you don't even need to move the queen, right? There is not...
You feel a little uncomfortable with it there, right? There's some b5, b4s, there's some 94s, there's stuff that could happen. So you tend to just want to give yourself some flexibility. So
Queen b3.
yeah, queen b3. And now the queen can slip to a3, for example. Not clear what black is doing. His pieces aren't really...
Can we consider somewhere to give up the exchange for the pawn, for the knight on c3, like Kasparov style, just to giving up an exchange and play on that weakness, then knight d7, knight b6.
Sorry, which one?
Rook c3, somewhere to prepare that sacrifice.
97 f4, love this. Well, I mean, the sacrifice is just desperation though, right? It's not, you're not really ready to make that sacrifice. Love this move f4. Love it. It's really, really strong. And I'm fearful here.
Oh, okay. Look at this. Lidi playing as we suggested.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. He does do this, but I don't love it.
I love it.
You love it? It's just losing for black. It's like totally doesn't work. It's pure desperation.
Ask Kasparov when he did that.
Well, he did it in slightly better circumstances, let me tell you. There's zero chance this exchange sacrifice works. Zero. Lidi did it because he hated his position from a strategic point of view. And he's low on time. So
I'd rather not argue about that.
What, that he's low on time?
No, just whole concept. I like that white's pieces are, like pawns are weak here. With black, queen e7, attacking the pawn on e3.
Okay, all kinds of moves.
Will you play rook to e1 to guard
Bishop
that?
f5 is a good move here, I would say. Maybe.
Giving up the pawn on e3?
Rook e1 is probably better.
Yeah.
Just guard the pawn. I just don't
How
believe...
about knight a4 here to
Knight e4?
annoy the knight a4?
Oh, no, your queen's hanging.
Oh, the blunder.
That's what I'm saying. The position, it just doesn't quite fit. Like g6 stopping any knight f5s or bishop f5s. Now, what is the precise move here? Does e4 work? What about e4? Just ridding yourself of stuff. And if
I don't
d4,
like
bishop
that.
e4... Sorry?
You're weakening f4 pawn. So how about I take and queen f6?
Okay, he didn't do it. He went bishop c2, queen h4. Okay, this is kind of a fishy little move. Queen h4. Kind of like it, actually. Because I don't see a move here obvious for white. I like it. That's why I wanted to do something urgent with e4. Then I'd have the e3 square for a rook. Okay, so queen h4.
Yeah. White is ahead of time. 40 seconds is a lot of time to have the advantage.
Yeah. And well, I mean, it's a tricky position. He goes G5. I kind of get it. I get it because he wants to freeze the pawn, but there is chances now. Queen H3, Knight B3.
Can I go knight e4 at least
Knight
now?
E4 now. Probably. This is defended. Knight A4. Rook takes D5.
Rook to D5.
And if rook takes C3,
You can do that.
which he does. Rook takes C3. Now things are... No. I don't like how white has done any of this in the past few moves. It got messy, unnecessarily so.
The bishop is hanging, the pawn on E3 is hanging.
Very,
Tough.
very unpleasant. All of a sudden to navigate this position. Maybe Queen C1, but it's very...
Oh, I don't like that. Pinning the...
Me neither, but I need to defend both things and I don't know what to do. At least then I can put the queen on D2 and get some sort of stability. And Jing Yao Tin with 1 minute 33. Meanwhile, looks as though Maritzi did beat Orimi. He does play
Queen
C1.
C1. There's something wrong about this move. Knight B6, bishop F5.
Knight B6, okay. Rook D4, bishop F5, E4. Never actually... Can't really lose tactically here. As long as I'm not really stupid. Knight B6 also, rook D3. Immediately. Looks decent.
What if I go bishop F5 here?
Bishop F5 right
Directly,
here.
Yeah.
E4.
And bishop E6.
Yeah. Rook D8.
What he's played? Queen G4?
Queen
Queen
G3.
Oh, I like that. Much better. Rook C2 is now the threat.
He's trying to touch the white pieces. Probably some rook move. Rook D1, no, maybe.
You have to watch out bishop G4 after that.
Bishop G4, rook
It
G1.
got really, really tough for white suddenly.
Oh wow. I don't know.
Kasparov style.
Yeah, I
always.
feel like none of this was necessary. None of this was actually necessary.
And he's down to 40 seconds. He had 40 seconds extra.
Yeah,
Wow.
rook D1. Now if I take on E3, it's kind of a big old mess. And look at that.
Oh, okay. We have
The team.
spectators.
The team is there, the squad. Amazing. Look at these guys. Nervous. Probably looking at the games on their phone.
Is it Edward Song there?
That is Edward Song.
Edward Song there.
That looks like it's probably the Singaporeans here. And there you can see the tournament organizer himself, Mr. Oscar, the man who makes all of this happen. Rook C7 on the board. Now, the next move is not so straightforward for white. What to do here? What to do here? Wow, I would be hating this game. Queen D2 makes sense. Knight C3! Knight C3 with the fork. Knight C3, why can't I play it? He played it. Rook C5. He's got some tactic at the end with the D7 bishop. This is... wait, rook, but I can take. Wait, I can take on D1. Take on D7, I take. Material is even. I can take on D1.
Yep,
does
and
it.
he's going for that bishop takes on D1.
Fudged this up. He has fudged this big time white. Horrible. Wow. And now bishop C6.
Bishop C6.
You're stable. You're a pawn up as black. You're better.
You just need to get this queen into the game on from J3.
You could win. You could win with black. Imagine that. You would Toast. Absolutely toast. White just needed to find a few accurate moves. Couldn't do it. Queen G1, King B2. This is horrible. F7 is weak, though. He's got some counterplay. Some counterplay. Not completely over. Maybe really tough. Wait, what is this? Queen G2? Great move.
Trading the queens.
Fantastic
Going
move.
safe.
Fantastic move. Queens come off. King C3, King G7, King D4, F6. Trading more pawns. This is a sort of ending that might be a draw despite the pawn deficit, because the white king is so active. E4, great move. Cutting the bishop, B6.
I don't like this bishop being stuck on G2.
It's okay for the moment, but E4, B6, knight D3 makes a lot of sense. And now
Bishop H3.
Bishop H3.
Maybe he
That
wants
is
to
a
play knight
classy
E6.
move. That's a classy move. Knight B4 makes sense. Bishop E6. I mean, this is really good. But I feel as though, I feel as though after takes. Let's have a look. We will
Takes the pawn.
Yeah, we'll just get to this.
Some check. Black is still with extra pawn.
Wait, but now
Pawn A7 is hanging. Can he go A5?
he can go A5. He did it. King F3. Hold on
Knight
a second.
C5.
I don't like anything that White has done here. He just gave up all of his dynamic advantages.
Knight C5, Knight D4.
This is bad. This is really bad.
Shall we go A4 here? To create a pass pawn.
No, I don't think so, because you want to keep the weakness on B3 as a target. So any knight jump, you gain a tempo. Knight 6, Knight B5. King D7, King G4. Now it's a race.
Ooh,
But
look
the
at that.
white king can't do anything.
Can't enter.
Can't enter. No, this is very bad. Knight C3 is going to go Knight D4. Beautiful move. And now can you go... Oh, maybe you have to go
Can
back.
I take?
Maybe you have to go
I
back.
don't like Knight D4 allowing this happening.
You can go back. Knight E6 check. Yeah, good move. And now H5.
H5.
Good. And now King C5.
Oh, look at that.
And now King C5.
Really?
Now you're in. Get the king to B4. This has been just an unbelievable performance by Li Di.
King G3.
Like, they've got 1 second.
What? No, he
Just don't
played
lose
it
on
on
time.
1 second.
Don't lose on time. B5.
A4 now, create a pass pawn.
King E3. This is looking terminal. H4. He's going with the other guy
Another
as
pawn.
well. This is just phenomenal
Tin
chess.
is struggling here.
The PGM board will, I can just tell you, looking at this, it looks as though, wait a second, there's some knight takes H4.
He gave up the pawn on H4.
The moves have stopped.
And the G6.
Okay, here we go. The moves coming in thick and
wow.
fast. Well, the black pawns do look too fast here. The black pawns look really fast.
B3, look at that. And
That's
now, now
King
what?
C5. That's it. That's it. Knight
Knight
C3,
is
B2.
coming.
Yeah, that's
and a
it.
handshake. Wow. That's a nicely done by Li Di, giving up an exchange, weakening the pawns on the queen side, and then starting to play very annoying, attacking the pawns there and here. Tin could not really hold that position.
Li
Wow.
Di. Big win with the black pieces in the first of their matches. And he's happy, he's smiling, as he should be. Wowzers. And look, you can see Gorshtein and Sava, well, they're not preparing, they're both getting ready for their match. And we've got Li Di now playing with white. He only needs a draw. It's been phenomenal so far, just phenomenal.
I wonder when the main game starts. Are they going to play right away, or they will wait this semi-final to end in?
Well,
No, actually, finals for the board 3.
it's very difficult to say, isn't it? Not sure.
I think they were just sitting there waiting for this
Yes.
game because all the attention is on this board
Yes.
now. Wow, that was really impressive by Li Di. He needs now only draw with white pieces, and we have the main game starting. I hope we didn't miss the first round, Lawrence. It would be such a shame.
I'm
we have
pretty
to
sure we
switch
didn't.
we have to switch to the
main game.
Sava against Ido.
Of course we do. Of course we do. We'll wait for that PGN to load. They're probably just inputting it into the system now. The main event, ladies and gentlemen, for the tournament, Ido Gorstin against Sava, who has been unbelievable this whole tournament, the main event. Who will take it? And remember, they're playing for the title, they're playing for the pride, but this Blitz game is worth 2,000 euros.
That's exactly
2,000 euros.
Difference
Here we
between first
go.
and the second place. And the
That is
handshakes
it.
are with white pieces in this round. They are playing so slowly. 5 minutes plus 3 seconds is the increment.
Wow, they are playing. The movements
That's
are
a slow motion.
slow motion for sure. We're going to get the board up any second now. Okay. Bear with us while we get that board. And here we go. All right, so we've got a Nimzo Indian Hubner variation. This is, well, pretty well-known variation. Black blocks the center here with these pawns to restrict the white bishops, especially this one. And white often accepts it because he's going to find a way to activate the bishops at some point. So let's see this game. Castles h6. Okay. This all looks fairly reasonable.
Well, there's a third game in progress, Matti against Mark Andrea. A lot of games.
Yeah, a lot of games.
A
Well,
lot of games.
We absolutely have to focus here because this is the tournament game. So
Indeed.
91. Typical move to think about going f4 at the right moment. Now, how is Ido going to deal with that move? Is he going to go knight g6? Is he going to go g5? Is he going to ignore it, just castle? Is he going to go b6?
And he goes knight g6, I believe.
Knight g6. Knight g6. Okay, and here g3. Classic way to play against this knight. And bishop h3, knight g2.
G2.
h5.
H5.
Yummy.
Okay.
Like this a lot.
I
This is
love
really
it.
nice. This is really, really nice.
He wants to play h4 next move.
Certainly
Even
does.
after f4, you can do that right away. He's not going to castle, and he will not meet the attack on the king side, but he will do his own attack on the board. Bishop g5, stopping that happening, pinning the knight on f6.
Yeah, very, very natural move. Good move. And now I actually expect the move queen d7. I think queen d7. And we're saying that we don't care if you take our knight on f6, we take back, and you still can't really stop us playing h4. That's what I would be playing here as black in a game of blitz. But no!
I can also go h4
Just
here.
go h4
Yeah,
immediately.
H4. Like that move.
Wow, and so if g takes h4, maybe then queen d7 he wants to play. I don't know if he's going to take it, you know. I've got a feeling he's not going to take it.
If he's going to take it, you can take the knight on g2 and knight h4.
Also, I don't think he's going to take it. I think he's going to play something else here, but I don't have a clear idea what that is. He goes queen f3. I did think this move, I promise you. That's the move I was thinking. I really was thinking this move.
Is it a good move?
I think
Bishop
it's...
Bishop g4, bishop f6.
But actually, that's okay. Because I take on f3, you take on d8, I take with the king. And that's kind of, well, some, you know, what we're saying is this. Takes, 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 and takes. And this is probably okay for black.
Yeah. I can also just play queen d7 there and set up a trap for you if you hear queen d7, if you take, and he goes that, if you take on f6 twice, then I'm going to take the knight on g2 and pawn on g3, and queen gets on h3. Very unpleasant for white. I think it's almost lost.
Yep. So white cannot allow that under any circumstances.
Now knight g4 is a threat, because after knight g4 you want to take on g2, and on g3, and h2 pawn will be hanging.
Correct. Yes, very, very, very unpleasant for white just to find the right move here. And Sava, rook fc1. Is that correct? He went rook fc1 here?
I have not received a move yet. They have to go for it, I guess. Yeah.
Let's. The fact we didn't get a move there is a bit worrying.
Let's go full screen, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
we are not giving now the moves.
Let's go full screen while we figure that out.
Rook is on b1. Rook is on b1.
So rook fb1. The PGN.
Yeah, we'll probably get some moves.
We'll get some moves. In the
Let's
meantime,
focus here.
In the meantime, looks as though Ido.
Seriously, they're like slow motion, right?
Oh, we got the moves back. Here we go. Here we go. The moves have come back. Hg3, fg3 played. Yeah, knight g4. And there's a knight takes h2 threat.
Love it. If you take it, bishop g4 wins the queen.
Exactly. This is nasty. And hold on, Vitokin he's a bit flustered here. We don't... Hold on, wait! And there's bishop takes g2. So how do you defend against this move?
I think knight h4.
But that doesn't defend. It does temporarily, but...
There's f6 somewhere.
But then knight takes g6 and you survive. And if I take on h4, you have to take with the pawn. I think that's what you have to do. I don't think you can take with the bishop there, because then f6, g5 wins the bishop. So if knight h4, what we're saying is, if takes, maybe f6, g5.
Yeah.
So you have to take with the pawn, but then f6 anyway. No, this is bad. This is really, really bad. This is really, really bad. What? Queen...
He goes queen f5.
f5?
Oh, I like that.
But I can take... wait, let me think about this. Wait, I can play... Can I play knight takes h2? Wait, I can play knight takes h2.
And queen d7?
And bishop d7. And I protect my knight. And I'm rook b7. Sorry, I missed that. And then knight f3 check.
Yeah.
Surely you can just take on h2 here, Mr. Gorstein. He's going to do it. Trust me. He's just giving... Look, and you can see Sava... His body language is very different.
He's a bit worried, yeah.
His body language is very different. Very, very different.
1 minute 30 seconds. He is about
Correct.
to make the move. Knight h2 is a strong, powerful move. But no, he goes slow b6 there.
Yes.
Keeps the threats on the board. Queen
Correct.
takes the queen, king takes the queen.
Correct. And but I think knight takes h2
Knight
was...
e3.
I think that was a moment.
It was winning, yeah. It was.
It
winning.
was?
Yes.
Okay.
b6, queen takes d7.
King takes d7, knight e3.
Knight e3.
He's slowly kind of getting out of this mess.
Sava Vetokin, he has been through so much mess in this tournament, but
Crazy.
look at him still being in the final. What a player.
Great play. Rook h5. Attacking the bishop. I like this move. He's going to take on g4. Probably he's going to play bishop takes g4 because rook takes g5, knight f2.
And then rook h8 to go after h2 pawn.
After bishop takes g4?
Bishop b3 and rook to h8, rook b2.
Yeah, rook h8, rook b2. And now some a4, a5 is going to come. Yeah, so he's not going to do that. After bishop 3, he's just going to go king c7. Rook f1, f6. Interesting game. Long way to go in this game, huh? Feels like this blitz game has only just started. It could last forever, this blitz game.
Exactly. 50 seconds for black, 1 minute and 40 seconds for white. Sava Vitohin is holding on time really nicely in defense.
Rook a8 also makes a bunch of sense.
Rook b1.
Rook b1.
Samurai 4 a5 is still there.
Knight to f8. Saying my knight isn't doing very much here. Let me try and get it back into the game, reroute it. He probably wants to come round to h7 and g5. That looks like the natural route. And if you ever trade off the bishop for the knight, you're left with a bishop versus bishop scenario, which is definitely favorable for black.
Exactly, that's why white played bishop e2 to trade the light square bishop.
Takes.
Rooks are off the board.
Yep. Still prefer black here. Because your pawns on c4 and e4 are permanent weaknesses. Knight h7, rook f1. Don't go knight g5 here, whatever you do. Is he going to go knight g5?
Yeah, knight g5, bishop takes g5.
Wow, that's really surprising.
This is quite dry position. You can't really win.
This is really surprising that he did that. He could have kept the knight on and trying to find a route, but he didn't. And allowing the trade for the bad bishop, now I think Sava is totally fine. After h4, king d7, a4. In fact, you've got to be a little bit careful that you don't get hit by an a4, a5. Sava might start to get interested here. You can see his body language. He's perked up again.
We have seen that so often in this tournament.
Okay, rook b2. King back to c7. He has to defend it. And a5. This is a clever decision, probably. But hold on. Do you have to put? How do you keep the fork closed here? Rook h6.
Rook h6. Love that move.
Well, king g4 I would play here as white all day, just to test black if he'll go rook g6. He does. King f3. Now the rook is on a pretty damn silly square, so he has to go back to h6, I guess. You got to play rook h6 here, I would think. He does. Rook h2. Now g4, g5 might appear at the right moment.
Rook f8 maybe?
Rook 8, bh8 surely is the move to prevent g4. Rook h1. Now, here I think you've got to just be a little bit chill and go king d7.
d7, g4.
Now, I reckon g5 is a good move here. Or is it a disgusting
maybe
move?
King g3?
Well, king g3... He does it. Exactly. I thought you could just stand here. I thought you could just sit. But maybe not. But after h5, I'm gonna. Okay. I wouldn't have played like this. What I want to do here is I want to put my king on e7, my king on f7, my king on g7. Bring both rooks round to the other side.
And do what?
He just blundered. I cannot believe what he's just done. I actually cannot believe he played like that. Oh my god.
Oh, what? A painful blunder. Oh no, king went too far. Look how calm he is even after blundering.
What a massive mistake to just drop that b6 pawn.
Ido Gostein in life, like he's so calm, he's keeping this calmness.
I don't know,
So nice.
Maybe he's just too disgusted to even show any emotion. Maybe he's just too sick. He was better. He played the final part of that game really badly.
Oh my god!
Really badly. He swapped the knights off for the bad bishops, and then he basically tried to find an arrangement which was effectively a fortress in the ending, but he moved his king over too early. He had to get his rooks round and then only move the king over to try and occupy the passed pawn. Even still, just Really,
blunders like that is so painful.
really tough.
Wow, look at that. Anyway, another round is coming up here. Another game in this match. Sava Vitohin is taking the lead. He's amazing, actually. He's fighting for life. In every single game, he has bad position, but he's surviving and then he's winning. What is his recipe? I don't understand. He's just so good at defense.
He's great. And by the way, Li Di has actually won against Tin Jingyao. So I think
that is 2-0.
2-0 to Li Di. I think Li Di has just smashed it. And actually, that probably guarantees him the third spot, but we'll get full confirmation about that. We've got some La Bodeguita del Medio.
Okay, look at that.
We're zooming in on that logo.
So what I wanted to say earlier, and I forgot, is that we do have the photos and the names of the winners of each category, each group, and each year on the walls of the hotel.
Correct, we do.
Whole time, you can just come here and see that. The photos of the winners, even in the group B or group A of any category, and that's such a prestigious thing to be your photo somewhere on the wall. And anytime in 10 years, someone can come and check it out, and there will be your photo there. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, very, very special indeed. And let's just get some clarity about what's going on in this situation. It's actually very easy. White has to win, right? That's it. There's nothing else to say.
I thought you wanted to say some wisdom and White has to win.
Ido Gorshtein has to win now with White. Otherwise,
as simple as it sounds.
It's as simple as that. Otherwise, Sava Vitohin is the winner of this tournament. There will be no Armageddon. It is either 1-0 or Sava Vitohin takes home the title of 2024 Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival champion.
Okay, we have on the screen, you guys, the winner of this festival. We don't know still who is it, but definitely it's going to be from these two players. Out of these two players, both of them deserved it. Indeed, they had long run, 10 rounds, and this crazy tie breaks. Handshake. Let's see the game.
We'll do a full screen until we get the
we do
PGNs
have
in.
C4, the first move, and the Catalan.
Yes, we have a Catalan indeed.
Delayed D4. The pawn still is on D2.
Okay, we're waiting for the PGNs.
Mm-hmm.
Here
There
we
we
go.
go.
Here's one. Where did that go?
So while you're
Here we go.
looking, yeah, there we go. We're gonna have the board on the screen as well. Here we have
Yep.
Catalan without D4 on the board. It's not Catalan.
Yeah, it's in English. It's an English opening. Castles, castles. I like what Ido has done. I think it's a really good choice because it's not overly analyzed and you keep some pieces on the board. A4, preventing B5. Like this
go
move.
rook to B8, preparing B6, bishop B7. So black has to develop now the light square bishop.
Yep.
And you don't want to play B5, obviously, to lose this pawn, so rook B8 is the move you can play there.
Rook B8, I think, was played. And A5, B5. Okay. Takes, takes. Okay, this is all right. A takes B6. And en passant, rook takes B6. I like this though by black. I like what he's doing here. Okay, what
Queen
happens?
C2.
Queen C2, okay.
And knight where? Knight D5?
Knight to D5. Nice active pieces by Sava. So Ido has to find something, right? He has to find something to work with here. Not in love with his position. But it's fine. He can take and go knight d2, put the other knight on c4. That would be a typical thing to do. Let's see what he does. He might have gone knight a4 there, trying to...
You can also play bishop b2 to be sneaky, preparing bishop a5. He goes b3, bishop b2.
What did he do? b3, bishop b2? Hopefully the moves will arrive shortly.
Let's go full screen meanwhile, before we have the moves loading still. Let's go.
There's a knight on a4 as well.
Yeah, so knight a4, rook goes...
Rook c6, b3, bishop f6,
Yeah.
bishop b2, rook c8. Yes, and a bunch of moves have come in. Then there's a trade, but Sava's position is just... I mean, this position is just great for black. There's very little to work with here as white. Ido, head in hands, and look at the confidence of this young man. It's just insane. He's just so confident. It's really beautiful, actually. It's really, really beautiful to watch.
Very calm.
Yeah, it's just fantastic stuff. e5, knight c4. Is he going to go e4 here? He does, yeah, e4, just trying to clarify things. Very nice move, takes on e4. Bishop takes e4, hitting the queen. The queen will move to b2, makes sense. Now what are you going to do about this pawn on a6? That's the only issue with this whole play. I'm not sure about this whole passage. Not sure about it. Not sure it was necessary. Wouldn't have given my opponent any chances here at all. He does go back with the bishop. And is that the move knight to e1? Did he just play the move knight to e1? Oh, rook to d1. Ah, now knight d6 is a big threat. This is actually, hold on, this is unpleasant for Sava. He lost control, and you can see it in his face. He kind of lost. He got a little bit. Well, I don't know. He played rook b8, which makes a lot of sense because b3 is always a target. But I love this, actually. I love what he's done here. I really, really like
After
this.
96, you have this bishop d5 to chase the pawn on b3. He goes knight to h4, offering the bishop trade. Knight f5 is another move.
Yeah, but he's going to take.
Takes. The king takes.
He takes with the knight.
Oh.
He takes with the knight. He doesn't look that interested, does he, Ido? Looking around, doesn't look too inspired by this. What about a move like queen e4 here, threatening queen takes c4? Or is that or queen e6? The same he did. Queen e6 played, yeah. Oh my goodness, he blundered it. He blundered knight f4, queen takes c4. No, queen takes f6, hold on. The game continues. What a ridiculous game. Queen takes f6. Yeah,
Two queens are hanging.
Two queens are hanging. Did he do that deliberately? Has he tricked Sava? Because now you can't actually move the queen. What's going on here? I think you have to take
Take an f6, yeah.
And then after b takes c4?
And rook b4,
no,
I guess.
He just took on b3. Wait, what?
Oh, I don't like that move.
No, because the queen's attacked twice. Why not? The queen is attacked twice. It's totally weird.
You don't keep the
queen has to move somewhere.
Queen a6?
Queen a6? Yeah, queen a6 played.
Well, there was a massive scream from Spanish commentary.
Yeah, because they saw this tactic.
It just breaks my heart sometimes. Like,
rook a1.
I'm so scared of that.
Rook a1, rook fc8. Okay, this is again a kind of dream position for Sava somehow. Rook d3, and queen somewhere, maybe to b7. Yeah, Solid.
It's not so sure. He brought it back.
He brought it back?
Yeah. He put first on b7 and a... Because if you take, then rook c5 is a blunder. And a back rank checkmate.
Okay, put it on b2. 2 minutes 14.
Oh,
Or is
look
that
at this
40?
there.
Rook dc3. Okay. Not so straightforward, right? Because white has stabilized and...
White wins to win. Let's not forget
Yes,
about
and
that.
white
Needs to win to go to the Armageddon. Black needs to make a draw to win the title.
Exactly. Exactly. So rook dc3. And what's going on here? Rook dc3.
Rook a8.
Rook a8. The queen come back to c4, I think. And white is still very solid. There was a trade. Rook a1. Very good move.
Rook takes a1. Queen takes a1. King. No, rook c1.
Rook c1. Queen a8. Nice move. Nice, just protecting the rook and...
Next you play h6 to make sure that nothing happens on the back rank.
Yeah. He's not interested in winning this position, Sava. He just wants to make a draw if he can.
f3, queen c6.
Okay. Now surely h6 or... He goes queen d6, does he? E4,
e4,
queen
d6, yeah.
Okay. Still everything under control here. Everything is totally fine for black. Everything is absolutely fine.
One final thing what Sava has to do here is to make sure that there's no anything on the back rank in the future. So h6, h5 or any move would help him.
h6, of course. King g2.
Rook c2, h2, yeah.
And totally fine for black, this position. Totally fine. You've got to find some moves though, right? So, knight d7, yeah, this is the human move. Knight d7. Now you're threatening knight e5 in some positions. So knight d7. He's so close to winning this tournament, Sava. So close. 1 minute 30 left for Gorstin. 1 minute left for Gorstin.
And he goes queen d5.
Well,
interesting.
I mean, it's not a bad decision.
Does he wants to take it back with a pawn?
No.
To create the pass pawn?
We'll take it with the knight. Try this check. Maybe he misses it. Doesn't. King f8, f4. Small advantage at white, but not enough to really sort of trouble black. Rook a8, getting the file. I think this is fine. So how is Gorstin going to put any pressure on here? e5 makes heaps of sense. Just improving the structure. A little unpleasant for black, this position. Rook somewhere. Where did he put the rook? a4 maybe.
Rook a4, yeah.
Yeah.
Going for rook d4.
Correct. So maybe now knight e3 makes sense.
Then I can bring... I'm thinking to put like g6, h5 pawn structure.
Looks fine as well, but rook b2 is good, threatening rook b7. Rook d4, knight e3. Okay, now king e7s are never possible because of knight f5. Does he go back to b4? Yeah, this is a clever move. This is clever, but you can't exchange rooks. You have to keep the rooks on. Where did he put the rook? On d2, I think. Or a2.
c2.
C2. Okay, he's still got some sort of chances here. Rook b3, I think, was the move. We're getting down to under a minute, minute 45 for each one. So
can play king, rook b3 has been
Rook
played.
b3 played.
King f2.
King f2. And now, you know, white is making incremental improvements here. There's no doubt about it. There are some incremental improvements here. g6, good move by Sava, always useful to cover this square. And then maybe put the pawn on h5, rook a2. And the question is, what are we doing about this knight? That's the only thing. Knight b6 maybe, to start running this pawn.
I like that move. Knight
And you
b6.
avoid a check on the back as well. So he goes king e7, rook
Rook
a6.
a6.
Oops.
Preparing knight d5 check.
Yeah, and I'm starting to get a bit worried for Sava. Rook d3, king e2. I've got a feeling. I've got a feeling here. Rook d4. Okay, now we need a really good move as white.
c6 has been played.
Rook c6, love it. Now I'm a bit worried. Now I'm a bit worried for Sava. No moves come to mind. He
h5
might,
perhaps?
yeah, he might just go h5 because he's got little time and he needs to find... he goes king e8.
King e8.
But now there's some e6 ideas. Doesn't quite work, but the idea is there nonetheless. Maybe it's just solid enough. Maybe it's just solid enough.
Oh, they're playing very fast. Let's go full screen before we get the moves. And we have actually white pushing h5.
Oh, h5,
creating
this is huge.
Oh.
This is huge. This is why he should have gone h5 before. This was very bad. h4 king e7, huge blunder, I would say. Now after h5, now you can't take because of knight f5 check. Now you're really stuck. Knight f8, you're giving up a pawn on c5. He's going to do it. Gorstein is going to say somehow magic. And f5, look how strong this is.
Wow, look at that.
This is bad.
It's not even taking the pawn on c5.
Rook e4, good move. Rook e4, good move. And now you have to go check, I guess.
You can also take the pawn on c5. He took the pawn on g6.
Also a good move.
If you take the pawn on e5, then g7 wins
Correct.
the game.
F takes g6 is going to be, that's it.
Knight
Unbelievable.
e6.
Knight e6, hold on.
Can I take that?
Wait a second. F takes, hold on, knight e6 now knight d4 is a threat. Rook takes e5. Wait, maybe this was a blunder. Maybe he had to go f6. Did he blunder? Did he miss knight e6? King f3? Rook takes e5? This can't be winning now. And wait a second. The rook's round on g5 and on g6. He's gobbled up all the pawns.
Oh my
Sava
goodness.
Vatokin.
9 seconds for Yido.
Oh my goodness. He's done.
Oh,
He's done. He's so annoyed.
Oh no, look at the way how he's playing.
Knight d4, he blundered the rook at the end as well.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Wow. Look at this. Which means that the winner of Sunway Sitges Festival 2024 is Grandmaster Sava Vitohin at the age of 15. Congratulations to Sava. Look at this smile. Look at this smile. He's hiding to smile, but the cameras are chasing him. And he is the happiest kid today, winning huge tournament, huge title, and 5,000 euro. Wow, congratulations to Sava. He totally deserved it. I trusted him, actually, that he would win this tournament. On the other side of the board, we had Ido Gorstein, who had his own very nice tournament. He did all the best today, even won such a beautiful game. But yeah, in the Blitz, I think he was a bit unlucky today.
Well, he was unlucky on one hand, but on the other hand, you know, he didn't take his chances, and Blitz is all about taking your chances. Even at the end there, looks as though if he played f6, he had a winning position, and he needed to win the second game. And you've got to give this Sava Vatokin, one of his greatest strengths is his resilience and his resourcefulness, how he finds ways to just stay alive And it wasn't just in the Blitz, in the main tournament as well. A couple of games where he had to stay alive, and he found a way to stay alive, and his resilience has paid off. He is the champion of Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival 2024. Look at what we've seen. Gukesh, 18 years old world champion.
Oh, look at this! Big congratulations to him. Look at that. Lawrence, we have a surprise for him. And they are taking him outside. I know what's the surprise. You will also know very soon together with our viewers. We have here all the organizers together taking him outside. What's happening? And before waiting as well, Sava is like, what's going on? Do I have to play anymore? I have to play more chess games. I just won. Look at this. We're going to have some surprise for him. The chief arbiter talking with him. I have never seen Sava smiling so much in this tournament. Look at this. What a brilliant moment. He is only 15 years old, winning the tournament, and here we go.
That's stunning.
Beautiful. This is for Sava Vitahin, the winner of Sunway Sitges Festival 2024.
What a touch. You don't get that at every tournament, and that needs to be at every tournament.
You get only in this tournament. We had that last year, we had in this year, and it will be next editions, every editions that this city hosts. We're gonna have. Look at that, we have another camera. What is this camera?
We've got so many cameras. Shout out to the technical team here. Shout out before we, because of course we're going to be wrapping up very soon, but I want to give a big shout out while we watch these wonderful fireworks. So all the guys working behind the scenes here, especially the team just on the other side of the door.
European Chess TV.
The European Chess TV. Thank you so much, guys, for making this a flawless event.
I can hear the fireworks.
I can hear the fireworks.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Is that a father with Fedorhi, and he's with his family here? He's making the photos. He has his mother and I think father as well here with him. He can't travel alone. He's only 15 years old.
That's right.
Oh my goodness, this is such a wonderful moment of his life and his career. Just imagine having this kind of tournament.
Stunning.
Oh my goodness, so beautiful.
Yeah,
Look
just,
at that.
I mean, look, this guy has just been so incredibly
Oh my goodness,
impressive.
he deserved it.
Yes.
He's a fighter. He never gave up in the worst positions, in bad positions, in losing positions. And the moment he has a better position, he always wins. That we have seen it today and also in the other days. And this fireworks never ending. Look at that.
Just beautiful, beautiful scenes. Big handshake. And some of the talking. This will be the first of many, many victories.
Look at him enjoying, looking around. Oh my goodness, what a moment. As mother showing this happiness.
That's mum there, Mamuchka,
Mamuchka.
as he may say, and some photos. A lot
Go,
of people.
fans already. Look at him.
That's right.
He's asking him to make the photos.
Look
What
at
a
that.
moment. Oh, look at this hand.
That's
Look at this.
fantastic.
Oh my goodness. What a sweet kid, sir. Look at the hands.
Unbelievable. How
And the fireworks still going on.
How proud his mum must be as well, being there.
Oh my goodness, what a moment. I don't want this to end, Lawrence. This has been
Well,
such a wonderful event.
It
Seriously, this fireworks never ends, no?
It has. It's been absolutely beautiful. Perfect night for the Blitz, the fireworks, probably the end. And well, what that means is, unfortunately, we also have to say goodbye. It's been 10 days of glorious chess, fighting chess, great results. Let's do a quick shout out not only to Sava and all the guys that placed, but special shout out to the guys that made their norms, especially Edward Song, who made that fantastic Grandmaster norm. Everybody else who participated, came into the studio. Big shout out to just the entire organizing committee for putting on a flawless tournament with all of these activities and all of the great food. Just
oh my goodness,
honestly, one of the best tournaments I've ever been involved with. Thank you to you, Ketty.
Thank you, Lawrence,
for
too.
always being a great co-host with me. And well, that might that might be it. That might be a
be
wrap.
it.
Yeah.
We can give a shout out to some of the names, the big names, Oscar and Fran, the heavy forces behind everything that you guys see here, and not only here, also at the Formentera Chess Festival. If you want to be part of the events like this, but on the island, go for it. Formentera Chess Festival is coming up in the spring. Beautiful location, beautiful tournament, beautiful people too, and big competition and a lot of chess games. Then we have the whole crew of the hotel. Every single person working here is so friendly, and me coming here for third time. I have really good friends here in Sitges, and also we have amazing personnel working in the restaurants, making great food for us. To be in the one place for 2 weeks in a row can be sometimes tough, in a sense that we have every day the same food and everything, but here every day was a special day. And we have to also shout out to our arbiters, headed by Nuno, who is the chief arbiter and very, very good friend of mine. He's coming here almost every year, and he has the best team of the arbiters, and we basically had not any single issue and at this big festival, right? And our broadcast team,
Yep.
European Chess TV, doing this amazing show in really tough conditions, because we had some internet issues here for some time, and this was still running, and we had this beautiful view and the cameras everywhere. We also had the partners, commentators, but in Spanish, that we just share the wall between each other, and we have been a good team. And of course the players, right? They have made
let's
best
not
for
forget
everyone.
the players. They've been absolutely fantastic. And with all of that said, then we're going to bid you farewell, and we wish you a lovely holiday season, whatever you celebrate. Remember to follow us on all the channels, of course, Sunway Sitges, the YouTube channel, Twitter, and all of the other socials. Make sure you get connected to, be aware of updates for next year's edition, or, as Ketty said, the Formentera tournament, which is a sister tournament. And make sure you stay healthy and happy over this holiday period. Play lots of chess, and we hope to see you next year, 2025 Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. But this is us saying goodbye for now, and see you again very soon.
Bye guys, thank you for watching.